I quote, "Sustainable development is that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future." I unquote. I greet you all in Islamic way. Assalamu alaikum and a happy morning to one and all present here. Let us begin the day's program with an invocation to the Almighty. I call upon Miss Rifat Aisha of First BSc Zoology to recite a few verses from the Holy Quran and render its translation. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحيم. الشمس بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء ميزان في الميزان والأقيم الميزان والأرض فيها والحب في العصف فيها فبأي Translation of Surah Ar-Rahman, which means the Beneficent. Chapter number 55 of the Holy Quran, verse number 1 to 13. I seek refuge in Allah from Satan, the rejected, in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. The most merciful taught the Quran, created man, and taught him eloquence. The sun and the moon move by precise calculation, and the stars and trees prostrate. And the heaven he raised and imposed the balance, that do not transgress within the bounds. And establish weight in justice, and do not make deficient the balance. And the earth he laid out for the creatures, therein is fruit and palm trees having sheets of dates, and grain having husk and scented plums. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny? Jazakallah. Thank you, Ms. Rifal. Now, I request Madam Principal and Head of the Department of Zoology, Dr. Amtul Aziz, to welcome the gathering.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I begin in the name of the Almighty, the Beneficent, the Merciful. And I greet you all with the Islamic greetings. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Meaning, may peace, mercy, and blessings of the Almighty be showered upon all of us, upon this institution in abundance. Ameen. And a very good morning to one present here. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Consulate General of Japan, His Excellency Mr. Taga Mataifi, respected member of the State Planning Commission of Government of Tamil Nadu, Professor Sultan Muhammad Ismail, the Controller of Examinations, Dr. Mercy Rajasekhar, Vice Principal, Dr. Shaira Banu, Faculty of the Department, Head in Charge, Dr. Ananda, Dr. Kanis Fatima, and Organizing Secretary, Dr. Mubin Sultana, dignitaries of the dais, the eminent speakers, invited resource persons, invited guests, Professor Dawood Sharif sir, and the guests who are here, the participants, heads of the department, faculty members from the Postgraduate and Research Department of Zoology, from other institutions, and my dear students. I take this opportunity and with unbridled joy welcome you all to this international conference on frontiers of biosciences in sustainable development organized by the Postgraduate and Research Department of Zoology. I quote Ariel Durant, born in 1898, was a Russian-born American researcher and writer. She said, "The laws of biology are the fundamental lessons of history. The Department of Zoology takes pride in organizing seminars and conferences on socially relevant themes in connection with biology and life sciences, biosciences, by focusing in the recent trends, technology, and opening vistas for researchers and budding entrepreneurs to apply their research in the course of their journey of research and in their academic education and endeavors and to quest their thirst of knowledge. At the outset, I'm indeed honored to welcome our guest of the day, Consulate General of Japan, His Excellency Mr. Taga Masuki, to this international conference. Mr. Taga Masuki, who is newly assigned Consul General, moved from Kolkata, having served 3.5 years as Consul General and also served at the Embassy of Japan in New Delhi. Born in the year 1960 in Tokyo, graduated from the Yokohama City University with a BA degree, joined the Ministries of Foreign Affairs of Japan in 1983, served at embassies of Japan, Nepal, Ireland, and Asia Division in Tokyo. And he was the first Secretary, Embassy of Japan in India in the year 1997, Deputy Director for the Southwest Asia and Asian Oceanic Affairs Bureau, 2000, First Secretary, Embassy of Japan in Pakistan, 2004, and in Embassy of Japan in Sri Lanka in the year 2007. Counselor, Embassy of Japan in Bangladesh in the year 2010, Senior Regional Coordinator, Southwest Asia Division in the year 2014, Consul General of Japan in Kolkata, India in the year 2016, and from March 2020 till date, he is the Consulate General of Japan in Chennai, India. His Excellency has had several occasions to organize and participate in events and programs to enhance the Japan-India diplomatic relations. Thank you, sir, for your presence here today. And at this juncture, I am proud to state that our institution, Justice Bashir Ahmad Said College for Women and the Department of Zoology, have signed an MOU with University of Miyazaki, Japan, with the Department of Applied Physiology in the year 2018 for joint scientific activity. We have participated in Sakura Science Plan, which is an exchange program funded by Japan Science and Technology. And till date, 9 of us, 3 faculty members, 2 research scholars, and 4 MSc students have visited Japan and have been benefited with respect to the facilities, the exposure, the culture and heritage, and the splendor of Japan. And we also have had other activities. We have had webinars, we have a book publication, Nanopharmaceuticals in Regenerative Medicine, which is a collaboration between our department and University of Miyazaki. And one of our students, Ms. Soumya, is pursuing her PhD in the University of Miyazaki currently. She has left to Japan just a few months ago. We wish that the good relations with the Japanese universities and the embassy continues in the years to come. I, on behalf of the institution, thank you once again, sir, for accepting our invitation to be our guest and deliver the inaugural address. And I would also like to add the fact that our alumna, Dr. Radha Madhyastha, currently an assistant professor in the Department of Cardiovascular Physiology, Faculty of Medicine, University of Miyazaki, Japan, has been instrumental and played a vital role in facilitating this exchange program. I would like to also add that this department has taken on, and we would like to further build and continue our relationship with the University of Miyazaki. At this juncture, I would also like to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Sultan Ahmad Ismail, sir. Dr. Sultan Ahmad Ismail, a renowned scientist, soil biologist, environmentalist, who is presently member, State Planning Commission, Government of Tamil Nadu, and member panel to frame the state education policy, Government of Tamil Nadu, and more recently nominated as president of Gandhi Ashram, Tiruchengode. He is also the task force member, State Planning Commission, Chhattisgarh's government, and chairman for the reconstituted high-level expert technical committee, Hydrocarbon Project. The former director of Ecoscience Research Foundation, Chennai, he was the head of the Department of Zoology and later, which was the Department of Biotechnology, the New College, Chennai. Sir has done extensive work in research and applied areas on ecology, environment, earthworms, and organic inputs since the year 1978. He has been associated with several institutions, farmers, and self-help groups promoting the concepts of ecology, sustainability, organic concepts, waste management, wastewater treatment, etc. He is the recipient of several awards, to name a few: the Kasmi Award presented by UK in the year 1994-1995, the Arinyar Anna Award from the Department of Environment from the Government of Tamil Nadu in the year 2005, the Award of Excellence presented by His Excellency Governor of Jharkhand in the year 2010, Friend of Nature Award by the Rotary Club of Chennai Mitrajan 2017, the Special Contribution Award for Outstanding Contribution to the Earthworm Industry, Champion of Chennai Award in the year 2019, Beacon of Hope Award, Annual Sir J.C. Bose Award by the Indian Science Monitor during February 2020, and Inspiring Humanitarian Award by the World Humanitarian Drive UK in the year May 2021. He has been classified as one of the top 10 people of Tamil Nadu by the magazine Ananda Vigadan, all of you are aware of that, and has traveled widely in India and abroad and has been addressing till date more than 50,000 people. He's also several committees, member of several committees, Tamil Nadu Curriculum Framework Committee, Scientific Review Committee, and also Vice President Preparatory Committee of the World Earthworm Industry. And his books, the Earthworm book and Mannin Nanban Manpuru, has been very popular in the interest, which has been for the interest in the earthworms, soils, and he has also coordinated the book Simple Task, Great Concepts, which is a boon to science teachers and students with 100 life science experiments, which is made easy for the students. Thank you, sir, for being with us today. We're really honored. And not only that, sir has also researched has done his research and published more than 80 research papers, review papers in national and international journals, guided 32 MPhil scholars and 20 PhD scholars. I would like to add that Sir has been a guide and mentor to the Department of Zoology all these years and will always be there for us in all our academic and research endeavors. I extend my heartfelt welcome to you, sir, and look forward to your expertise and knowledge sharing. I also would like to invite all the invited speakers, and we are awaiting our correspondent, sir, and Secretary of SI Trust, who will be here very shortly. And this, I would like to say, this international conference, which is on frontiers of bioscience and development, this is a very commendable, I would say, topic, a theme which has been chosen by our department. And I would also congratulate our organizing secretary for her efforts in this. Now, this frontiers of bioscience. It is a very vast field. It encompasses several fields of subjects and the applications for sustainable development. So this field it has a base for productivity of knowledge, which is being the driving factor for innovations, catering to the functioning of democracies and providing the impetus for our country to compete in the global arena. So in present scenario, India's population is witnessing the development of modern agricultural technology, upscale of communication system through the nanoscience and nanotechnology. There has been a surge in the pharma industry and also in the rise of the indigenous defense systems. So science and technology is ever evolving, but the need is to realize that it should focus on sustenance. And that is why this topic, Frontiers of Bioscience for and in Sustainable Development. So the research aspects should focus on these changes and what are we supposed to do with regard to the challenges and problems we are facing, maybe natural disasters with the recent disaster which has occurred, the climatic changes, the availability of safe and healthy food and water, which is the basic amenity of life, and also the disease outbreaks which occur. So I urge the gathering to reap the benefits of the two-day conference with the intellectual crossovers as it is game on for the budding researchers. The science-curious people should be intrigued with what is happening and get prepared for the journey of science education. My sincere appreciation to the faculty and team of Postgraduate and Research Department of Zoology and the organizing secretary, Dr. Mubin Sultana, for her coordination and unstinted efforts in bringing out the proceedings of this international conference, which I'm sure will be enriching for the department, for the college, for the society, and for the communities, and a boon for mankind on the whole. I quote Steve Jobs, who said, "I think the biggest innovations of the 21st century will be at the intersection of biology and technology. A new era is beginning." With these words, I would like to once again welcome each and everyone present here and gathered here for this international conference on Frontiers of Bioscience in Sustainable Development. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Madam Principal to welcome the guest of honor, His Excellency Mr. Taga Masayuki, Consul General, Japanese Consulate, with a box of dry fruits. I request Madam Principal to welcome the keynote speaker, Mr. Sultan Ahmad Ismail, Member, State Planning Commission, Government of Tamil Nadu, with a box of dry fruits. Thank you, ma'am. I now invite the organizing secretary, Dr. Mubin Sultana, Assistant Professor in Zoology, to present the dynamics of the conference.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to one and all present here. The International Conference on the Frontiers of Biosciences in Sustainable Development focuses on the recent developments and applications of biosciences in several fields promoting sustainability. Though bioscience research professionals are able to detect and provide solutions for the various problems existing in the fields, it is vital for every government to promote bioscience research in its jurisdiction because it has made a mandate to protect its people. Research in bioscience has revolutionized our lives and improved our living standards, which have led to inventions and discoveries. These have opened doors for a better career opportunities. Modern molecular techniques are used to develop vaccines for diseases which are incurable, and this has shown light at the end of the tunnel. Due to these advancements, almost all fields related to biosciences like agriculture, health sector, biotechnology, genetics, molecular biology have shown tremendous growth and improvement, which has led to all-round development in all spheres. This conference would witness a wide array of confluence of intellectual experts, scientists, and academicians who will enrich the proceedings with their expertise. The student community and budding researchers will be exposed to the scientific advancement and research taking place in almost all the interrelated disciplines of biosciences from every nook and corner of the world. It would serve as a platform to bridge the gap between the industry and academia and serve as a fruitful and enriching experience. The two-day conference starts with a presidential address of a revered correspondent, Mr. Faizer Ahmed Said Saab, who will be joining us shortly, followed by the inaugural address by His Excellency, Mr. Taga Masayuki, Consul General, who will also release the proceeding of the conference, and then followed by the keynote address by Dr. Sultan Ahmad Ismail Sir, Member State Planning Commission. After the inauguration, we have a panel discussion on the topic Sustainable Development Application of Biosciences. The panel discussion will focus on how different fields of biosciences work towards one goal, and that is sustainability. The discussion forum will have an array of speakers representing their specializations. To start with, Dr. Mujira, Principal, Government Arts and Science College, Viruppuram, who will be representing the field of botany. Dr. Deepak Samuel, Scientist E, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, representing Environmental Sciences. Dr. Anish Nair, Principal Scientist and Head Department of Genomics, Medicine, NIMS Medicity, Kerala, who will advocate for the field of computational biology. Dr. Krishna Prema, Associate Professor, Department of Microbiology, who will talk on behalf of the microbiology fraternity. Dr. Sellamuthu, Chief Scientist, Department of Regenerative Medicine, will represent the field of zoology and who will join us virtually. And the moderator for this session will be our all-time teacher, Dr. Sultan Ahmad Ismail Sir. Post-lunch, we have our first plenary lecture by Dr. Dinakar Raj, Professor and Head, Department of Animal Biotechnology, followed by the first session of paper presentations. The day ends with an online mode, second plenary lecture by Dr. Parasuraman Padmanabhan, Deputy Director, Translational Neuromedicine, Malaysia. The day 2 starts with a virtual third plenary lecture by Dr. Rajesh Lakshmanan, Biocompatibility Specialist, Ireland, followed by the second session of paper presentations in two venues, one venue being the auditorium and a parallel venue in the library convention hall. Post-tea, we will have our Professor B. Senthil Kumaran, Department of Biology, School of Life Sciences, University of Hyderabad, delivering the fourth plenary lecture, followed by the third session of paper presentation in both the venues. Post-lunch on day 2, we have Dr. Anish Nair, delivering the fifth plenary lecture, followed by the fourth session of paper presentation in both the venues. Finally, in the valedictory function, we have with us Dr. Archana Kalyani, IF Officer, Government of Tamil Nadu, who will deliver the valedictory address. Other than the panel discussions and plenary lectures, we have totally 45 oral presentations in offline mode, 36 oral presentations in online mode, 10 posters in the offline mode, 8 posters in the online mode. Totally 99 abstracts are published in the proceeding with the ISBN number, which will be released in the inauguration, and selected papers from the conference will be published in the SIPTEC Journal of Zoology and International Journal of Zoological Investigation. Both are indexed in UGC Care List and Web of Science. I hope that these 2 days of international conference would be a great benefit to all those having passion towards science and help in instilling research in whatever way small possible towards the scientific progress and advancement of our country globally. The resources, manpower, and the enormous amount of potential that is available abundantly can be tapped effectively and put to use in more precise way so that the day is not far off when the India would emerge as a superpower in almost all fields of biosciences, and this international conference would serve as a forerunner for emerging newer trends of research which will showcase the capabilities of our nation to evolve as a potential power. Thank you.
It is my honor and privilege to invite His Excellency Mr. Taga Masayuki, Consul General, Japanese Consulate, Chennai, to give his inaugural address to this international conference.
Thank you. Vanakkam, namaste, assalamu alaikum, ohayou gozaimasu, and good morning. Dr. Sultan Ahmed Ismail, Dr. Amtiz Aziz, distinguished guests and speakers, and teachers and students of Justice Bashir Ahmed Said College for Women. It's my really great pleasure to be here at the inauguration of today's international conference on frontiers of biosciences in sustainable development. Actually, when I was invited to inaugurate this conference, I thought, why I, actually, when I was in high school, I liked biology and physics, yes. But mathematics, this was very, very tough for me. And this made me choose to my study in university that international relation. So as today I'm working in the foreign service and be here in Chennai. But I guess two reasons. One is I'm your neighbor. My office is in Senator Road, and my residence in Chitranjan Road. This may be one reason. And second reason is that your college has very keen interest to further develop the good relation with educational institutions in Japan or your relation with Japan. So I accepted for this invitation, though I'm not that, I cannot talk about biology or zoology or so, but I'm very happy as a consul general in Japan, I can touch upon a little bit about Indo-Japan relation. As Principal Dr. Ajit said that your college has good relation with Miyazaki University, and since 2017, already 9 teachers and students been there. And now I'm very happy that one of your students doing PhD research work in Miyazaki University. I really commend that those students who are trying very hard to do their research and interest to pursue higher studies in Japan as well as in India. Actually, today, Japan and India enjoy an excellent relation, and we call strategic, special strategic and global partners. Actually, we have various various type of collaboration and cooperation to government, different dialogues at the Prime Minister's level, Foreign Minister, Trade Ministers, and official level at the financial officers or cultural department officials, like that. And also our security and defense cooperation is expanding, and also our economic and business relations are expanding recently. However, I believe that it is very important to further strengthen our relation, that intellectual and academic exchanges and cooperation. And from that point of view, I'm very happy that your college wishes to strengthen the relation with Miyazaki University and institutions in Japan. And actually, our government also tries to support or promote those relations between educational institutions in Japan and India, and our Ministry of Culture and Education is extending scholarship, or we are extending research, a kind of a program we do have to support joint research collaboration, and this is through our institution. And in area of biology, that it's a collaboration of Indo-Japan Joint Research laboratory. This is established by the cooperation of the Department of Biotechnology of India and the National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology of Japan. And they are doing quite many researchers working together in this field. And this called DILAB. This is a DGT AIST International Laboratory for Advanced Biomedicine. And in this DILAB, nowadays, those areas, bioinformation, biotechnologies, neurodegeneration, epigenomics, bioresources, nutracentricals and cancer biology, and plant biotechnology. Actually, those things I don't know much about, so I cannot talk much. But I'm very happy that a kind of joint research cooperation between the researcher of Japan and India is doing quite well in this area. So today, I'm very happy that you are going to organize this two-day international conference, and I understood from that the invitation, the galaxy of very, very eminent and excellent speakers will be presenting papers and interacting with each other to strengthen and deepen the knowledge and to share the experience, and which will definitely contribute to the develop and introduce innovative ideas in bioscience for sustainable development and also combat challenging issues in the global world. I'm sure definitely today's world, bioscience plays a decisive role in every aspect of our life. So we are facing several issues such as food shortage, healthcare, energy, global warming, biodiversity loss, and so on. And Japan also trying to play an important role in the global area to overcome in this aspect. And as I said, that the Japanese institution that, I'm sorry, last time I didn't mention the name, Japan Society for Promotion of Science, we call JSPS, is supporting such kind of joint research or cooperation between Japanese institution and institution of overseas. I think this college already have very good relation with Miyazaki University. So I hope we will further develop this relation with Miyazaki University, as well as broaden the relation with other educational institutions in Japan, utilizing our program through Ministry of Education or through this JSPS, etc. So once again, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to Principal Dr. Aziz and management of this college for giving me an opportunity to be here at the inauguration of this important conference. I'm sure as many teachers and students of this college can visit Japan, and I hope many teachers and students of Japan can visit India and this college in coming years. I wish this two-day conference will have great success. So thank you very much. Nandri, Shukriya, Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you, sir. request the Principal and Head of the Department of Zoology, Dr. Ramtul Aziz ma'am, to welcome the Correspondent and Secretary SIE Trust.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Before I welcome, I would also like to thank our guest of honor, Arigato gozaimasu, for his wonderful presentation and inaugural address. I take this opportunity to extend my warm welcome to Secretary SIE Trust and Correspondent of Justice Bashir Ahmad Said College for Women, Mr. Faizur Rahman Said sir, who is here with us today. To give a brief note about our correspondent and secretary, Mr. Faizur Rahman Said is the youngest son of late Honorable Justice Bashir Ahmad Said, Judge of the Madras High Court and founder of Southern India Education Trust, commonly known as SIET, and his wife, Mrs. Fatima Akhtar, Chairman of Southern India Education Trust. And SIT runs a college, institution for the girls' women education since 1955. There is also a girls' school, a boys' school, and other educational institutions. Mr. Faizur Ahmed Saeed, with primary education from Good Shepherd Convent, high school in Madras Christian College, and passed out with distinction from the diversified engineering course in vogue. He then entered Loyola College, where he did his pre-university course with subjects of mathematics, economics, and German language. Thereafter, he completed his BSc Mathematical Statistics and went abroad to Canada, where he entered the University of Alberta in Edmonton in Alberta, Western Canada, and entered the Faculty of Business Administration and Commerce, and he took a degree in LLB. After working in government business industry, he entered the Faculty of Law at the same university and earned his degree, the LLB, being on the Dean's Honours List. After his articleship with the old and reputed law firm of Field and Field in Edmonton and passing 13 bar admission examinations, he was called to the bar and sworn in as a barrister and solicitor of the Court of Queen's Bench, the Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court of Canada. He is a member of Edmonton Bar Association and the Law Society of Alberta and an advocate of Madras High Court. Family circumstances, including the demise of his distinguished parents, forced him to return to Chennai, and he is in several public causes in addition to the Southern India Education Trust, currently secretary and executive council member, and he was the correspondent of the boys' school from the year 2000 till 2023 for the last 20 years, and is also our correspondent for the last 16 years. Fluent in the languages of English, Tamil, Urdu, Arabic, German, he is widely read in law, economics, history, politics, and Islamic affairs. Under his correspondentship and guideship, I would say, the college has attained the highest ranking of A++ with a CGPA of 3.8 out of 4 from the recent accreditation by NAC, and I have the honor of presenting Mr. Faizur Rahman Said, barrister, to this august gathering. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. May now request our Secretary, SIE Trust and Correspondent, Justice Bashir Ahmad Said College for Women, Mr. Faizur Rahman Said Sahib, to deliver his presidential address.
At the outset, I should like to apologize for two things. Number one, for being late. Number two, that I have a problem with my right foot and therefore I'm not able to stand and speak. I will sit and speak. As far as coming late is concerned, I am reminded of my old Arabic and Urdu teacher, Mauli Abdul Bari Saab, who often would say, Agar wakhat par aaya to ne Hindustani nahi. So I have proved that I am a Hindustani. I will exceed. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Bismillah bikulli ibtida. Walhamdulillahi ala ni'mati hadha al-liqa. وصلى الله تعالى وسلم على خير خلقه سيدنا وحبيبنا ومولانا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه ومن اتبعه إلى يوم الدين. The meaning of what I just said in Arabic is this. We begin with the name of God, most beneficent and merciful. With the name of God do we begin every beginning. And praise be to God for the blessing of the opportunity of this meeting. And may His peace and blessings be upon all His messengers. Concluding, with all His messengers who have come to every land and every country and every people in every time and clime, including India. Concluding with the Holy Prophet Muhammad and upon all his companions and those who truly follow him till the day of judgment. Respected Mr. Taga Miyazaki, I apologize. Mr. Taga Masayuki, the Consul General of Japan here in Chennai. Respected Madam Principal, respected Controller of Examinations, Dr. Mercy Rajsekar, Dr. Sultan Ahmad Ismail, who needs no introduction, who is as eminent a person could be in Tamil Nadu, heads of departments, faculty members, and most importantly, dear students. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I'm very glad at least you have some life in you. In other gatherings have been utterly silent in response to the greeting. Well, I should like to say a word about this Muslim greeting. My God, there is no rest for the wicked. There is no rest for the wicked at all. I'm going to switch it off. You just will not leave me in peace. Do you know how to switch it off, sir? Please switch it off for me. How to switch it off? It shows how technologically illiterate I am. Now, thank you, doctor. At least I'll have some peace now. Now, it brings me exactly to the subject. The Englishman says, good morning, because he wants that your morning should be good. He says, good afternoon, so your afternoon should be good. He says, good evening, he wants your evening to be good. He wishes your evening to be good. He says, good night, says your night should be good. What we Muslims do not greet in that manner, we greet in a very different manner. For what is the most important thing we need in life? The most important thing we need in life, and I don't think anybody will disagree, is peace. Peace of mind, peace within ourselves, peace among family members, peace within the house, peace among neighbors, peace in the street, peace in the city, peace in the country, peace among countries. If you require any proof of what I am saying, just look at what is happening in Ukraine. The people there do not have peace. They do not know when the next bomb will come or when the next missile will come. We need peace in order to pursue what our life's goals. Pursue the goals of happiness for ourselves, our families, our spouses, our children. This is why we need peace most of all. And this is what Muslims greet each other with. When the Muslim says, Assalamu alaikum, he says, peace be upon you. I'm saying this for the benefit of our non-Muslim friends, as well as some of our Muslim friends who must understand this very clearly. When the Muslim says Assalamu alaikum, he says, peace be upon you. May you have peace. Or in Tamil, Ungal meedu santiyum samadhanamum irukattum. And the return greeting is Wa alaikumus salam, meaning, and on you also be peace. But in the Holy Quran, God has ordered Muslims saying, when you are greeted with a greeting, return it with a greeting better than the greeting you have received. Or at the very minimum, return the greeting which you have received. إِذَا هُيِّيتُمْ بِتَحِيَّةٍ فَحَيُّوا بِتَحِيَّةٍ أَحْسَنِ مِنْهَا أَوْ رُدُّوهَا. That's the original text. So the Muslim, in addition to saying Assalamu alaikum, he would say Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. When many Muslims go a step further and say Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, meaning, and on you be peace and the mercy of God and His blessings. That is one thing, and I wish to make very clear. Now, the other thing which I wish to say is, at the outset, I am not the most competent speaker to come here and deliver your keynote address, because myself and zoology have been very far away for decades together. I am an utter layman in zoology. My mother wanted me to become a doctor, and to become a doctor I'll have to do many things the zoology people do. I will have to draw those diagrams of the frog, draw the diagram of the cockroach, do the dissection of the frog, do the dissection of the cockroach, all things which I did not like, so I stayed away from all the life sciences. Now, but the most important thing is, in a very important topic such as today's, which has been given, I would like to read out exactly. May I have my card, please, Doctor? Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much. Frontiers of Biosciences in Sustainable Development. This is a very, very important subject, but you've called the wrong person to talk about it. Now, years ago, when I was a student, rather when I was a young lawyer, I was working in the Department of Energy of the government of Alberta in Canada. I would have to cross the Department of Wildlife's building in order to get to the Department of Energy. And there they had these pictures of these deers and all bears and all these animals. Then I saw on the wall a passage written in English. And when I saw that passage, I had a little bit of a shock, because the passage that was written there in the Department of Wildlife was exactly the passage that is written outside the auditorium here. I will just read it out, because all of us, almost all of us, walk up and down, forward and backward the whole day. We do not care to see what is that the passage written on the marble tablet this side and on the other side. It reflects the very foundation and philosophy with which this college was founded, and it has great implications for zoology and for sustainable development, that we are not to spoil the world for those who will come after us, that we fill up the world with our carbon emissions and smoke and smog, everything, and let the future, let them take care of it. Let the Varungala Santadhikal, let them take care of it. We make a mess and we pass on and we leave it to the others. This is what this passage reads. God has lent us the earth for our life. It is a great entail. Entail is the old English word for a life estate, meaning you are given a piece of land to live only for your life. It belongs as much to those who are to come after us and whose names are already written in the book of creation as to us. It means the world belongs to our children, our grandchildren, and those who will come after them as much as it belongs to us. And we have no right to ignore them. And we have no right by anything that we do or neglect to involve them in unnecessary penalties, to make them suffer the sufferings of the cause, the mess which we create and go, or deprive them of benefits which it was in our power to bequeath. And this the more because it is one of the appointed conditions of the labor of men, that in proportion to the time between the seed sowing and the harvest is the fullness of the fruit, and that generally the farther off we place our aim, the more long range we place our aim, and the less we desire to be ourselves the witnesses of what we have labored for, the more wide and rich will be the measure of our success. That means if we are doing something with a very far intention, what we call in Tamil, Tolai Nokkam. The Chief Minister, Mr. M.K. Stalin, when he came here on the 30th May, he spoke of the founders, Tolai Nokkam, far sight. So the greater distance you want to put between yourself and the ultimate result, that means the greater the long range planning, the more wide and rich will be the measure of our success. Men cannot benefit those that are with them as they can benefit those who come after them. You cannot give so much benefit to the people who are living with you as you can give benefit to those who come after you. And of all the pulpits from which the human voice is ever sent forth, there is none from which it reaches so far as from the grave. Nor is there on this side, this marble tablet this side, indeed any present loss in such respect for futurity. Every human action gains in honor, in grace, in all true magnificence by its regard to things that are to come. It is the far sight, the quiet and confident patience that above all other attributes separate man from man and near him to his maker. And there is no art nor action whose majesty we may not measure by this test. Now comes the important. Therefore, when we build, let us think that we build forever. If you build a building, think you are building it forever. Not just that you are going to build it for 25 years. The building, what you put a building. It is not so. Therefore, when we build, let us think that we build forever. Let it not be for present delight, nor for present use alone. Let it be such work as our descendants will thank us for, so that our children or grandchildren should say thank you to us for what we have built for them. And let us think as we lay stone on stone that a time is to come when those stones will be held sacred because our hands have touched them. And that men will say, as they look upon the labor and wrought substance of them, see, this our fathers did for us. பாருங்கள், எங்களுடைய முன்னோர்கள் நமக்காக இது செய்துள்ளார்கள். For indeed, the greatest glory of a building is not in its stones or in its gold. Its glory is in its age. If a building has survived for, let us say, 1200 years, as we have in Japan, buildings which have survived for 1200 years and so on, its glory is in its age. And in that deep sense of voicefulness of stern watching, of mysterious sympathy, nay, even of approval or condemnation, which we feel in walls that have long been washed by the passing waves of humanity. This is by John Ruskin in his book, The Seven Lamps of Architecture. What he's saying is, do long-range planning. Think about those who are coming after you. You must not hurt them by what you do. You must think about them. You cannot live your life making a mess of things, spewing out so much carbon and poison into the atmosphere and tell them, let the future generation take care of it. That is bad, that is criminal. You must not go away from this world without giving them the benefits which is in your power to give. This is the philosophy with which even this college has been built. That it should benefit not only the students of today, but the students of tomorrow and day after tomorrow and the next year and the next century also. I want you ladies to please, when you have a little time, just go and read those things. Just take a photo of it in your mobile phones, take a printout and sit and read and think about the idea, the philosophy with which the founder and his wife built this. They are not here with us anymore. They have passed away, they have died. But they have given you their philosophy for you to read and think. Now, having said that, I would like to say this. We are extremely honored to have with us the Consul General of Japan, His Excellency Taga Masayuki. For the people of India greatly admire the people of Japan. And the ties have endured ever since Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru presented the children of Japan with an elephant. And when Justice Radha Binod Pal refused to convict the Japanese accused at the War Crimes Tribunal in 1946, his was the only dissenting voice with what was called, who said, not guilty. Dr. Radha Binod Pal of the Calcutta High Court. Now, I have not had the pleasure of visiting or the honor of visiting Japan, but when I was in Canada and Alberta, I had Japanese friends and Japanese classmates, and I would admire them for their hard work, for their willingness to work hard and spend long hours at their subject and their discipline. And we all admire the Japanese for the discipline, for the commitment to work, for the cleanliness, for the beauty in the country. And we have an arrangement which we value and treasure, which we are proud of, with the Miyazaki University. And I would like to thank my good friend Dr. Sultan Ahmad Ismail, who's to my left. He is the person who suggested it. And he also pointed out that one of our alumni, one of our students was there. I think she is Dr. Radha Madhyasta. She was my PhD student. Which was your PhD student, Dr. Radha Madhyasta. And she is in the Miyazaki University, Japan. Our principal has been there. Who are the other ladies who have been there? Mubin Sultana and Dr. Mubin Sultana. Where is Dr. Mubin? Oh, she's here. You're right there, man. You've been there. Right. And where's Dr. Lucky? Oh, Dr. Lucky, you've been really lucky.
Principal and classmates.
Dr.
The postgraduate program.
Dr. Radha Madhyasa and Dr. Amtul Aziz were classmates. I see. For MSc, I see. So, we are very lucky to have a valuable friend there. And this is one arrangement we are proud of. We hope that Miyazaki University can cooperate with us in the field of zoology, and not only in the field of zoology, but also in other fields. Now, dear teachers and students, at a conference like this, we must think about the place of zoology in our lives. What place does zoology have in our life? Is it just an amusing curiosity? I say that zoology, even for those of us who do not know much about it, zoology occupies a very important place in life. If the tigers become extinct in India, we are all the losers. If the lions die out and become extinct in India, we are all the losers. And zoology is used to our benefit. For example, I am told that there is a particular fish called the tilapia fish which eats up mosquito larvae. If this is so, then we are saved from malaria. And such kind of research is done by zoologists. Therefore, zoology is the most vital part of our life. Now, the other thing which I would urge all the respected and distinguished professors of zoology who have gathered here to consider is this. Our students must be equipped with those skills in zoology at the BSc level which will make them wanted by companies outside. Many of our students face financial difficulty. They have to save for their marriages. They have to look after their parents. They have to look after younger siblings. And it is no use to tell them, yes, you will get a job in zoology. After this BSc zoology, you must spend 2 years doing masters. And after a masters, you must do MPhil. And after MPhil, you must do PhD. Then you will get a job. They cannot wait so long. There will be also pressures on them to get married. And most often, it should not be the case, but marriage does put a stop to a woman's further progress. My own mother, she did her BA in 1941 in mathematics, physics and chemistry from the Queen Mary's College. At that time, you didn't have separate subjects. It was one common subject, maths, physics, chemistry. And in 1983, some short years before she died, she said she wished she had done her LT. LT in those days was called licentiate in teaching, the equivalent of today's B.Ed. But she could not do her B.Ed because she got married and had children. Therefore, I am again stressing this point with a request to respected teachers, respected faculty members, and distinguished scientists who have come to please consider ways and means of making our BSc students, I stress this again, students at the BSc level possess marketable skills in zoology with which companies will call them for interviews and hire them, and not wait till they do their MSc and FitFil. The number of seats in BSc zoology is 15 BSc zoology and 15 BSc advanced zoology biotechnology, 50 plus 50, 100, but the number of seats in MSc are only 26. Maybe 26 because they felt so few students will come for masters. So it is the BSc girls who finish their BSc and move out at the age of 20, that they should be equipped with skills in zoology which companies will call them for interviews and employ them and give them jobs and give them money. With this I conclude saying, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, sir. We now have the release of the proceedings of the conference. I request His Excellency Mr. Taga Masayuki, Consul General, to release the proceeding of the conference and hand over a copy to the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you all. It is my immense pleasure to welcome Dr. Sultan Ahmad Ismail, Member, State Planning Commission, Government of Tamil Nadu, to deliver his keynote address.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to all of you children, all the participants, all the dignitaries on the dais, and His Excellency Consul General, Honorary Correspondent, and Principal, Vice Principal, Department, everybody. Well, I should, at the beginning, appreciate Rifat Aisha. It was a beautiful qiraat, is it not? That was lovely, and my appreciation to Rifat for a wonderful presentation. I appreciate this college for having considered to conduct this particular conference, Frontiers of Biosciences, because biosciences doesn't mean just botany and zoology. Bio is today attached to anything you want. Biophysics, biochemistry, biomathematics, psychology is biology, sociology is biology. Every subject without life doesn't exist. Even commerce is related to human beings. Whether it's law, whatever is attached with it, is all involved with human beings. So bio is something very good. This particular platform, I'm very happy because Mubin has arranged this. In fact, I addressed the keynote when her mother was the principal of this college, and today I'm back here when daughter is doing, and I'm pleased that Dr. Dawood Sharif, her father, is also here. Incidentally, the Nausheen, Dawood, and Mubin were my students. So it's something wonderful to teach generations of students. I'm very happy. Children, coming straight to you. Thank you, His Excellency. You said that maths you could not understand. Even I could not understand. In fact, there's a saying here in Tamil where my teacher always used to tell me in school, "O mandala kaliman irukku, you have clay in your soil." But I did not know, by sowing clay into my head, I became a soil biologist. Thanks to him for having recommended it. So that's how my research in soil biology happened. And children, zoology, our correspondent was talking about zoology. I'm a zoologist, basically. I did my zoology. Don't hesitate at all. I'm not a first class student. I was a second class graduate. I was a second class postgraduate. But today I'm advising the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. And I'm writing the state's education policy on teacher education for the government. So it is not what you study, it is not what marks you get, it is how you study and how you are able to improve in life is what is important to you children. Please remember that. Any subject you study, with what passion you study. So most of you would have thought that I would do my sciences, I would join medicine, but I could not get medicine. Just don't worry about it. Do anything with passion, you will succeed. Sustainability, three main focuses. Please remember that, children. Economic growth, social inclusion, environmental protection. I will not take much of your time because by 10:30 we have to break for tea because only then the sessions will go in time. There are sustainable development goals. My humble request to you children is to access to SDGs. The first one is no poverty. No poverty. Children, you have a large future and I want you people to concentrate on these goals to work for our own state and to our country. So when you think about no poverty, there are so many applications which you can work on to improve the economic status of people. Biosciences is a wonderful intervention. We have a wonderful panel who is going to sit over here. Already Dr. Anish Nair has come, I think Mujira has already arrived. So all these people are going to communicate and also try to motivate you people. Don't try to focus on a narrow focus of things. How you can deviate, diversify in biosciences and how best you can carry forward. The second most important, very, very important one under the SDG is zero hunger. Zero hunger. Please remember this is very important. The problem is because I have been working with people and farmers for nearly now, I started my research in 78, 79, and I have been working since then. I started teaching in 74. So when we start thinking about no hunger, food is available in India, but food is not accessible in India. I hope you children are able to understand. Food is available in India, food is not accessible in India. How far biosciences can improve the quality of food and reach the people over there. This is very important for you children because unfortunately we have wonderful funding agencies which my dignitaries would be aware of. The World Bank, the IMF, the funds, all these people focus that no country should be able to produce enough food for their own people. They should buy food. Biosciences is going to be a wonderful intervention where you will try to work out for producing genuine, beautiful, wonderful food for children, for people of that country, and you will work for our country where we can have very good food accessible by everybody over there. The third most important, good health and well-being. Good health and well-being. Sir, what has good health to do with biological sciences? Well, regenerative medicine is also going to talk to you, but that is something different. In good health, children, I'll ask you a simple question. The problem is, supposing we find a tiger in a forest. A tiger requires one deer. It eats the deer. It is full, satisfied. It will not attack another deer for a week, for example. There's not one tiger in a forest, there are many tigers. So one tiger, one deer, 1 week, which means one tiger requires around 52 deers per year. If a tiger has to take 52 deers from the population, there should be 520 deers available in the forest. If 520 deers have to be there in the forest, there should be 5,200 acres of land in which good fodder grows, good soil should be there. The problem in my country is, I will not take care of the soil, I will not take care of the fodder, I will not take care of the deer, but I will have forest, Project Tiger. I hope you're able to relate to yourself. The same thing is happening now to us. We don't have enough nutrients in our rice. We don't have enough nutrients in our crops. The rice you eat has no iron content in it. Girl children are almost growing anemic. So the government says, the Union Government of India, that we will not take care of the soil. We don't bother about it. We don't care about the organic matter content of the soil. We don't need any bioscience intervention. After harvesting, we will take the rice, we will powder the rice. In that rice, we will add iron, B1, B6 and B12, and then we will again make it in the shape of a rice. 1 kg of that rice will be mixed with 99 kgs of normal rice, and that will be called as fortified rice. Fortified rice is being distributed through the PDS system. Now, excess of iron, how it is going to affect children, we do not know. Already iron is added in salt, fortified salt, along with iodine. And there's iron added up in rice. So children, here is the project for you. Those of you who are interested to work on how best or what is going to happen to excessive iron, consequences of excessive iron. I look forward for these answers even from a panel which I will be handling after the tea break. Anish, be ready for it. Right? So, such things are coming up in mind. The fourth important point, quality education. Children, the moment we say quality education, the Government of India, the Union Government of India, has now formed the new education policy, LEP. I hope you're all aware of it. We in Tamil Nadu, we are not interested in the NEP. And the Government of Tamil Nadu has rightly taken a strong decision that we will have our own state education policy. The Justice Murugesan Committee is already appointed. Justice Murugesan Committee, 13-member committee, and I'm one of the members who's writing on teacher education. So, in case children, you have some brilliant ideas on how my education should be in my state, just email to tnsep2022@gmail.com and kindly contribute to our ideas so that we incorporate them into the state's education policy and reach it to the government. Fifth, gender equality. This is as rightly said by our correspondent, once you get married, you have to leave education. You have to read your own things. In fact, when Vajpayee was Prime Minister, he happened to give all the mementos and awards in all the convocations. And he suddenly noticed almost all the top rankers, gold medalists, were girl children. So he asked, what happens to these children after they win the gold? So he brought in a new policy. Children, be aware of it. If you are registering for PhD, and you take a scholarship from the Department of Science and Technology's Women Wing, they have brought in a new facility where you are registering here at PhD at Madras University, you get married to somebody in Bombay, you can transfer your registration without a break in your education to Bombay. Remember all these things, children. You have the formalities, you have the facilities. Never try to interrupt your education, because education is like this eyebrow. You know eyebrow? தெரியுமா தெரியாதா? தெரியுதுல்ல? Eyebrow is useless. Totally useless. That's why film heroines remove the eyebrow and draw it with their pens. Yes, when you sit in an air-conditioned room, eyebrow is useless. When you run in the hot sun, you get sweat. Sweat is salt water. If salt water enters your eye, what will happen? It will burn. That is when the eyebrow traps the sweat and protects your eye and takes it to the corner. In the same way, education is like an eyebrow. When you are studying in school, you feel that எப்படா முடியும் school, வெளியே போனா போறோம், தொலைச்சா போறோம். We come into college hoping that we have all the freedom. இங்க கேட்ட சாத்திடுறாங்க, எல்லாத்தையும் அனுப்புறாங்க, வெளியே அனுப்ப மாட்டேங்கிறாங்க, போனாலும் விட மாட்டேங்கிறாங்க. எப்படா காலேஜ் முடியும்னு பார்ப்போம். But once after you finish all this, you still long, why not I go back to my college or to my school? So it's something wonderful which happens to us in our lives. So that's very important for us. Clean water and sanitation is goal number 6. It is a thrust area where only biosciences can intervene. Children, only biosciences can help in providing clean water and sanitation. Work on it. Goal number 7, affordable clean energy. You all know about hydro, coal, nuclear, creating problems. We already have problems with nuclear energy. Solar, wind, tidal, everything is coming up. My humble request to you children, whoever is interested, go towards Ennore. Look at the thermal plant over there. The fly ash that is being deposited over there. The moringa trees growing in the poor people's houses over there. In the moringa maram valarudha illaya avanga veetla. அந்த இலையில, the moringa leaves, which is a spinach, which is a கீரை, has selenium, copper, chromium, cadmium and mercury. That's the horrible status of the fly ash. Biosciences can intervene. Take up a project. Take up a project where you can bioremediate fly ash and see to it that you are able to eliminate. You will achieve a Nobel Prize for it. Try to work on these aspects, children. Goal number 8. It tells about decent work and economic growth. Well, you can associate with commerce and other people. 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure. Industry, innovation. Children, my humble request to you is, when you register for PhD, don't allow your supervisor to give you a topic. You generate a type. You generate a topic which will give you passion, which will give you sort of a thrill in discovering something new. Innovation. Children, you missed a lot. You missed a lot in life. You really missed a lot in life. There's a program called as IRIS, I-R-I-S, by the Government of India, Ministry of Science and Technology, for school children from class 8 to 12. None of these schools participate. Unfortunately, I'm telling you, even JBS school doesn't participate. Now, this is open for school children from classes 8 to 12. If you have younger siblings, your brothers and sisters, please make them to have a look at irisnationalfair.org, sponsored by Government of India, Ministry of Science and Technology. We get about 1,200 applications every year. All innovation. I'm surprised that the theses are copies at a PhD level. School children coming out with innovations which, when we feed into the computer, Google Mama has no answer. That is innovation. Now this innovation, we select from that 100 projects. When I say we, I call it as a scientific review committee. The scientific review committee is a group of professors from IITs, Institute of Sciences and other people. Incidentally, for the past 6 years, I'm chairman for the scientific review committee. We select 100 projects from it. We call them for a national fair. There, every project is adjudged by around 3 to 5 judges independently. And from that, we take 20. And these 20, we send them to US. All money, every funding is done by the Government of India. There they go and compete with 80 countries. And some of the children win a grand award. A grand award means a minor planet is named after the child. 31 Indian children so far have minor planets on their names. Please make your siblings get it. Awards are in lakhs of rupees. They get opportunities to study abroad, including Japan. So all these facilities are available. Please see to it you do it. And technology, yes, technology is very good. But technology is like a knife. With a knife, you can peel a potato or you can kill a person. So see to it that you use appropriate technology. That's very important for us. Goal number 10, reduce inequalities. Yeah, that is very important for us. Social justice is very important. That's the reason why in our government we started the Illam Thedi Kalvi, Nan Mudalvan, these sort of things. Because we got to reduce stratification. NEET exam, why are we trying to fight against? Because the race is between a Ferrari car and a Maruti 800. I hope you got the point. The race is between a Ferrari and a Maruti 800. My humble request to the Union Government of India is convert all Marutis into Ferrari and then you come for a race, we will win the race. Right? So till then, all the doctors who have been performing very well never appeared for a NEET exam. Never appeared for a NEET exam. Point number 11, sustainable cities and communities. Here, biosciences is very, very, very important. Solid waste management, wastewater treatments, decentralized wastewater treatments. Biosciences has immense opportunity. Just open up your minds. SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. Children, biotechnology. I was head of the Department of Biotechnology. I'm talking to you about biotechnology. Recombinant gene technology is an excellent technology, but we don't need it for our food. You can have it in your insulin making, you can have it in other places. We started bringing in golden rice, we fought against it. They brought in BT cotton, saying that cotton is inedible. It's non-edible. Cotton non-edible. இல்லையே மதுரையில் பருத்தி பால் இருக்கு, நாகப்பட்டினம் நாகூரில் வந்து பருத்தி கொட்டை ஹல்வா இருக்கு, பருத்தி கொட்டையிலேருந்து எண்ணெய் எடுத்த பிறகு புண்ணாக்கு is given to the cow and we drink that milk. So it was edible. Then they wanted to bring in BT brinjal, we fought against it. Now they want to bring in DMH11, Dhara mustard hybrid 11. Hybrid in a pair of but actually it is a hybrid of genetically modified plants. We are fighting against it for the first time in our world. For the first time in my country, a gag order has been issued by the Director ICR that nobody should talk against it. So because he said nobody should talk, I will talk. That is science. Does that remember? So when you have something in mind, talk it freely. Never get gagged down by some orders which any of these directors issue. 13th goal, climate action. Yes, there's a lot which you can do. People say plant trees, but who produces more oxygen? More than the trees, the sea produces more oxygen. This may be news for you. A lot of work has to be done. 14th, life below water. Yes, life below water is all the marine life which you speak about. When I go to many places and when I talk and interact with now that because my position in the Planning Commission is equivalent to that of a secretary, I can question the secretary of the government. So when the secretary of the government presents to me that we have mangroves in all the estuaries, that we have enough number of mangroves, sir, I ask them, you are talking about density or diversity? Children, diversity has gone down. Density is continuing. You have to work on diversity conservation. That is very important for us, right? The 15th, there are only 17 goals. I'll just wind up in another because I have been given till 10:30. Life on land. The moment we come up with tree cover, Mujira, if she has already come, get ready for all the questions during the panel discussion. Ama, there's going to be a lot of questions to you because tree cover is going to be very important for us. Soil ecosystem. The soil ecosystem, because I worked on soils for a long time, one of the professors from one of the leading universities asked me, எனக்கு அந்த கணக்கு சொன்னதான் ஞாபகம் வந்தது. மண்ணில் களிமண் இருக்குட்டு. இஃப் யூ மேக் எ பிட் இன் த சாயில், மண்ணில் ஒரு குழியை வெட்டி அதில் இலை சருகு குப்பையை போட்டிங்கன்னா மண் மக்க வைக்கும். ஆனால் விதையை போட்டிங்கன்னா மண் வளர வைக்கும். மண்ணுக்கு தெரியும் எதை மக்க வைக்கணும், எதை வளர வைக்கணும். இந்த அருமையான மண்ணை பாதுகாக்கிறது எப்படி? இதெல்லாம் நீங்கள் வேலை செய்ய வேண்டியிருக்கு. நிறைய வேலை உங்களுக்கு பாக்கி இருக்கு ராஜா. 16th point, peace, justice and strong institutions. We have correspondent who has completely washed and drank the constitution. I want people like him to focus more on constitution and bring what is right to us, where we can live with social justice, where every individual will be equal, where in Tamil Nadu we will consider everything to be the same, everything to be equal. The 17th and the final point, partnership for goals. That's why we are all assembled over here. We are all partners to achieve these goals. Thanks a lot and good luck to you all, and wish this seminar a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now request our Secretary, SI Trust and Correspondent, Mr. Faizur Rahman Saeed Sahib, to present a memento and a certificate of appreciation to the guest of honor, His Excellency Mr. Taga Masayuki. Thank you, sir. Also, I request our secretary to hand over a memento to the keynote speaker, Dr. Sultan Ahmad Ismail. Thank you, sir. Now I call upon Dr. Kanis Fatima, Assistant Head of the Department, PG and Research Department of Zoology, to propose the vote of thanks.
Assalamu alaikum, meaning may the peace and blessings of the Almighty be showered upon all of us, and a very pleasant morning to all. I quote Cicero, "Gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all others." I unquote. I deem it a great privilege and honor to propose the vote of thanks. I thank the Almighty for His benevolent grace and mercy for the successful conduct of the inauguration of the two-day International Conference on Frontiers of Biosciences in Sustainable Development. On behalf of the management, principal, staff and students of Justice Bashir Ahmad Said College for Women, and on behalf of the PG and Research Department of Zoology, I express my heartfelt gratitude to His Excellency Mr. Taga Masayuki, Consul General, Japanese Consulate, for accepting our invitation to deliver the inaugural address and also release the proceedings of the conference today. Thank you. I wish to express my thanks to Dr. Sultan Ahmad Ismail, Member State Planning Commission, Government of Tamil Nadu, for giving the keynote address, and I personally thank him for being a great teacher. I place on record my sincere thanks to Mr. Faizur Rahman Saeed Sahib, Secretary, SIE Trust, and Correspondent, Justice Bashir Ahmad Said College for Women, for his valuable presence and for delivering the presidential address. Thank you, sir. I profusely thank our dynamic Madam Principal, Dr. Amtul Aziz, for all her support and encouragement in all our endeavors. I take this opportunity to thank the Vice Principal of Forenoon's session, Dr. Shahira Banu, for her gracious presence today. I also take this opportunity to thank the Controller of Examinations, Dr. Mercy Rajashekar, for participating in the inauguration today. My thanks are to the Organizing Secretary of the conference, Dr. Mubin Sultana, whose untiring efforts and meticulous planning has led to the conduct of the two-day international conference. Can we have a big round of applause for her? Thank you. My thanks are also to the Royal Publishers for publishing the proceedings of the conference. I also wish to thank our head of the department in charge, Dr. Anuradha ma'am, for all her support and encouragement. My special thanks to all the faculty members, research scholars who have joined us for the conference both from India and abroad in the virtual mode as well, and all the industrialists who are also part of today's conference, and all the heads of the departments, teaching faculty, research scholars, and students from various departments of our college for their valuable presence. I also thank the administrative officer, Mrs. Matina Fasi, who is always there to give her timely help and support. I thank all the panelists, participants, paper presenters for their enthusiastic participation in the two-day conference. Last but not the least, I thank the technical support rendered by Mr. Sudalaimani, Mr. Sardar, Mr. Khalifatullah, and Ozone Services. Once again, I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request the dignitaries and the audience to rise for the national anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गाता जन गण मंगल गायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you, one and all.
The smile. I deem it a privilege that he has already been introduced, but still I would like to inform that he is the member of State Planning Commission, Government of Tamil Nadu, and member panel to frame the state education policy, Government of Tamil Nadu, and I deem it a privilege that he has already been introduced, but still I would like to inform that he is the member of State Planning Commission, Government of Tamil Nadu, and member panel to frame the state education policy, Government of Tamil Nadu, and I deem it a privilege that has already been introduced, but still I would like to inform that he is the member of State Planning Commission, Government of Tamil Nadu, and member panel to frame the state education policy, Government of Tamil Nadu, and I deem it a privilege that has already been introduced, but still I would like to inform that he is the member of State Planning Commission, Government of Tamil Nadu, and member panel to frame the state education. Thank you. So he's member panel to frame the state education policy, Government of Tamil Nadu, and more recently nominated as president of the Gandhi Ashram. I'm also happy to say that he has published about 80 research and review papers in national and international journals, graduating into MPhil and 20 PhD. So he's member panel to frame the state education policy, Government of Tamil Nadu, and more recently nominated as president of the Gandhi Ashram. I'm also happy to say that he has published about 80 research. I request Dr. Anuradha, head of the department in charge, to hand over a box of dry fruits. So he's member panel to frame the state education policy, Government of Tamil Nadu, and more recently nominated as president of the Gandhi Ashram. I'm also happy to say that he has published about 80 research. I request Dr. Anuradha, head of the department in charge, to hand over a box of dry fruits. So he's member panel to frame the state education policy, Government of Tamil Nadu, Government Arts and Science College, Virupuram, Tamil Nadu. She completed her PhD, MPhil and Masters from the University of Madras. She has also worked in Government Arts College, Nandana from 1997 to 2001, and Alinir Anna Government Arts College for Women, Walajapet from 1996 to 98, and also in Stella Maris College from 94 to 96. She has 13 PhD students under her guidance, and 5 students have been awarded their PhD. She has published 34 research papers and has completed minor and major research projects funded by the UGC. She has also also organized seminars and workshops. Dr. Mutira has co-authored the botany textbook for 11th standard students of Tamil Nadu State Board of Higher Education in 2005. She was officiated as the coordinator of the Project Genesis program of Infosys BPO, selected one among 6 teachers for the semester abroad program. Also took up a course under the International Staff Mobility Program to the UK in the year 2014. Delivered lectures in various organizations and institutions, and she has been appointed as chairman for UG Syllabus Training Committee of Annamalai University 2022. We are very happy to have you with us, ma'am. Welcome you, ma'am. I once again request Head of the Department in charge to welcome Dr. Mutira. The next panelist we have is Dr. Deepak Samuel. He is currently the Scientist E and Project Lead in Charge, Conservation of Coastal and Marine Resources Division, National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management, Government of India, Anna University Campus, Chennai. He has also been the Scientist D, Marine Ecologist, Conservation of Coastal and Marine Resources Division, National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management, Government of India, Anna University Campus from 2013 to 2019. Some of his significant honors are JRF and SRF scholarships from TMIP, Danida, Denmark, Young Scientist Award for the Best Research Presentation in National Seminar on Marine and Coastal Economy, Paper Award, National Conference on Biotechnological Intervention for Conservation and Sustainable Utilization of Bioresources, Satyabama University, Green Crusader Award for contributions towards conservation of marine environment, Tiruchirappalli. He has also been an adjunct associate professor, Advanced Institute for Wildlife Conservation, Tamil Nadu State Forest Department from 2019 to 20. Mentor, ISNAD Africa, student mentoring now. He is also a certified internal auditor. He has many research projects, about 9 external and 8 in-house, and he has 6 ongoing products. He has published about 90 of them. He has participated in 100 plus invited talks and also 70 plus seminars, symposia and conferences. Technically, he has been trained for the marine mollusk identification under and PADI certified scuba diving, open water at Temple Adventures, Pondicherry. He also has been the member of Allied Advisory Committee from 2015 to 2016 in the Associate Editor, the Palawan Scientist, the official publication of the Western Philippines University from September 2015 onwards. He has traveled widely to places like Maldives, Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia, ML. He is also a journal reviewer for many of the journals. We are indeed very happy to have you with us, sir. Welcome you, sir. I request Dr. Anuradha, HOD in charge. Panelist, Dr. Deepak Samuel. The next panelist we have is Dr. Anish Nair, for Genomic Medicine, NIMS Medicity Hospital, Trivandrum. Dr. Anish is currently working in Trivandrum and this NIMS is a comprehensive genetic healthcare facility integrating conservation, genetics and genomics. He works on the development and launch of new diagnostics and prognostic tests using latest technology in genomics. And this NIMS is a comprehensive genetic healthcare doctoral research integrating conservation, genetics and genomics. He works on the development and launch of new diagnostics and prognostic tests using latest technology in genomics. And this NIMS is a comprehensive genetic healthcare doctoral research integrating conservation, genetics and genomics. He works on the development and launch of new diagnostics and prognostic tests using latest technology in genomics. And this NIMS is a his doctoral research relating conservation. He works on the development and launch of new diagnostics and prognostic tests using latest technology in genomics. And his doctoral research relating conservation. He works on the development and launch of new diagnostics at Nurul Islam College of Dental Sciences, Trivandrum. He has held additional positions as Quality Manager, Biozone Diagnostics and Adjunct Associate Professor at Advanced Institute of Wildlife Conservation, Tamil Nadu, Forest Department. We are indeed very happy and privileged to have you with us, Dr. Anish. I request Dr. Anuradha to welcome him. Bison Diagnostics and Adjunct Associate Professor at Advanced Institute of Wildlife Conservation, Tamil Nadu, Forest Department. We are indeed very happy and privileged to have you with us, Dr. Anish. I request Dr. Anuradha to welcome him. Bison Diagnostics and Adjunct Associate Professor at Advanced Institute of Wildlife Conservation, Tamil Nadu, Forest Department. We are indeed very happy and privileged to have you with us, Dr. Anish. I request the last panelist with us is Dr. S. Served as a research trainee from the year 2010 to 12 in the Department of Redox Biology, University of Utah City, USA. He has various publications to his credit. The list is long. And we also would like to tell that he has also handled many projects. He has also done a lot of conferences and symposia. For example, the activation of novel cytoprotective mechanism in the Free Radical Biology Medicine meeting at Atlanta, USA. Handled many projects. He has also done a lot of conferences and symposia. For example, the activation of novel cytoprotective mechanism in the Free Radical Biology Medicine meeting at Atlanta, USA. Handled many projects. He has also done a lot of conferences and symposia. For example, the activation of novel cytoprotective mechanism in the Free Radical Biology Medicine meeting at Atlanta, USA. Handled many projects. He has also
about microbiology and Dr. Selamuthu virtually on, zoology as well as regenerative medicine. So I'll give you about 5 minutes where you can give the audience what is your strength so that they direct their questions to you. And after you've all the five finish introducing, I have one question for you each so that the audience feels how you interact. And we have separate colored sheets which will be distributed whoever wants it. So anybody who wants to ask a question to Dr. Mujira, you will take a green sheet of paper and you will fill up the question with your name and class and forward it over here through the volunteers. Those who would like to ask to Dr. Deepak Samuel will use the orange paper. For computational biology, yellow paper, microbiology, purple, and zoology or regenerative medicine, pink, so that it's easy for us to sort out. And you can go through those questions and directly interact with them, and I'll wind it up later. So maximum time, please make use of for yourselves. Time limit, Principal Madam, is 5 minutes.
At the outset, I would like to place on record my heartfelt gratitude to this institution for having planned such a conference and then for having thought of making me a panel member with respect to speaking on plant biology as a sustainable resource for the present and the future. I would like to first pay my respects to the moderator, Dr. Sultan Ahmed Ismail, to all my co-panelists, the guests who are off the dais, respected professors, students, and dear friends. This panel is on sustainable development brought about by biosciences, and I have chosen to speak about plant biology as a sustainable resource, how it could help in sustainability. So sustainability, I'm going to speak in terms of food, fodder, fiber, fuel, and fertilizer, the 5 Fs, and medicine. I have taken up that, and if there's anything that I've left out, you're always welcome to send your questions, and I would be happy to interact. So if you look at the need for food, it is believed that by the year 2050, the world population would peak to some 9.7 billion. So the need for food would be doubled. And there will be also the need to provide these people with clothes, shelter, good education, clean water, sanitation, and of course energy. So how are we going to manage? Already now, due to environmental degradation and climate change, all our resources are coming to an end. And we have to keep looking for alternate resources which will be sustainable and prevent further degradation of the environment. So therefore, under these 6 headings, I would like to put forth some, I wouldn't say solutions, but suggestions that I have found would be helpful for us going forward. Food. When we talk about food, we have to look at non-polluting, conserved, non-renewable energy, natural resources. We must look at economic efficiency for food production, look at safety for the workers, communities, and consumers, without compromising the need for the future generations. So whatever we do today, we have to look at posterity. How are we going to keep this world suitable for generations to come? When we received it in immaculate condition from our ancestors, and it is our duty to give it back in the same condition to our future generations. So whatever effort we can do from our side, we will take. Generally, whenever I go to speak to students, I give them a lot of steps which every individual can participate. Now what I am speaking is maybe it will require policy decision, it would require committee intervention. But as as a single individual, we can also contribute. So I will be talking about that towards the end. Look at prevent wastage of harvest, make food nutrient dense. We have to learn to produce more food on less land. We can also look at conservation and cultivation of traditional varieties of cereals, pulses, fruits and vegetables. We find that in the entry of hybrid varieties has taken the toll of the traditional ones, and we feel traditional ones were much more nutrient rich and less pressure, didn't cause less pressure on the environment. So we should try to get back to our roots, I feel. Coming on to fodder, we find India as a country, we have a shortfall in fodder production also. and almost we are down by about 40% in fodder, and for this we cannot increase land area because we know we are a highly populated country and land is in demand. So what we can do is we can look at using suitable cropping systems. We can incorporate fodder crops in food. Cash crops we can rotate with fodder crops. Then we can also explore nitrogen fodder crops, nitrogen rich fodder crops like azolla. See, we talk about azolla as a biofertilizer, nitrogen rich biofertilizer. It's a fern that is popular as a biofertilizer. But you know, for livestock, nitrogen rich food is very important, which they normally try to get from the green fodder. As a substitute for that, we could provide azolla, I feel, because um, uh, it is a microscopic, wouldn't say microscopic, it is a small size fern that can be easily cultivated in ponds with a higher biomass and a richer nutrient supply. Then we can also look at producing fodder on degraded lands. And we can also look at fodder-based agroforestry. So these could all be certain sustainable measures that we can take forward in the fodder, in the fodder lines. Cropping system with forage crops for effective utilization of resource can also be tried out. The third, for every human being, clothing becomes an important need after food. So sustainability in fiber, you can use natural fibers, conventional, unconventional fibers, bindi, arc, banana fibers, pineapple fibers, agave fibers. All these could go in combination with either cotton or jute. Coming to fuel, we already heard about biofuel, jatropha seed oil, energy plantations, biomass energy. But we can also look at this vegetable oil waste. That's another thing that can be converted into fuel for the automobile industry. We know a lot of oil, we are talking about a health conscious situation when we talk, a lot of vegetable oil goes waste, which can be recycled and used as for energy purposes. And fertilizer, I think the person to speak about this would be our moderator. But then I thought I could, whatever I learned from him and whatever I have tried to augment with that, I will present to you. So fertilizer is actually the backbone for food production. So when you look at it, we speak about a number of nitrogen-rich fertilizers, vermi technology is there, bacterial composting method is there. So we have done a lot of research on bacterial composting of sugarcane leaf waste. So anything it can be, it could be any waste that generated on the field, which could be composted. Now vermi technology teaches us to compost using earthworms. But we feel we can also look at other ways. So that thing will be augmented. I'm not, apart from earthworms, there is the other possibility of composting using microbes. And then we have fish amino acid, panchagavya, and VAM and kelp ash. See, now when we look at fertilizers, we talk about yeah, just a minute. One N, P, and K. So N, I talked about nitrogen fertilizers. Phosphorus would be using VAM. And for potash, we can go for kelp ash. You know, a lot of driftweed is generated. India is a coastal, we have a long coastline, so a lot of driftweed is there, which can always be converted into rich potash fertilizer. And biopesticides, we are all familiar with that. Reducing the chemical load on the environment can be done by, replacing the chemical pesticides with biopesticides. And when you come to medicine, we know all of us work on, chemistry, phytochemistry, lot of medicinal sources from plants are got. And we feel, we go for synthetic analogs because we feel there is demand for the medicine and it's not possible to harvest it from the plant. An alternate could be in vitro production. So look at in vitro production of say quinine from cinchona. So you look at which part can be cultured and then how we can augment the production of the alkaloid from the culture filtrate. So you can use the culture filtrate and get a good source of medicine instead of going to nature and destroying the source plant. And the last one is horizontal gene transfer, which my student Anish has done from ferns. So like that, every plant has endophytes, and if it's a medicinal plant, the product can be transferred from the plant to the endophyte.
Endophytes are microscopic, so can easily be cultured and the product can be easily harvested. So these
Thank
are
you.
all the methods that are possible.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. You have to switch it off, I think. I have Dr. Any questions to Dr. Mujira? Please take the green sheets and start writing your questions with your name and class. The green paper sheets. Dr. Deepak Sabar on environment and climate change.
Thank you, learned moderator. It's been a great experience, knowing him for a short time, but I learned so much from him, and also my co-panelists. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I thank the organizers for inviting me to be a part of this interesting conference that we're having right here. Being a marine biologist, I would like to focus on the impacts of climate change and how environmentally we'll be prepared to make sure that we harvest the resources in a very meaningful, responsible way. Interestingly, the Government of India in CRZ 2011, there was a notification that was brought through, probably the first one to map the ecologically sensitive areas in the country. That is a government document, and that was one of the best initiatives done. And fortunately, we were the institution. Our institution is the National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management. So we were given the responsibility to map, and we have mapped 34,000 square kilometers of ecologically sensitive areas in the country. It includes 11 ESAs. The first 4 are ecosystems, which includes mangroves, seagrass, corals, and salt marsh. We have 3 habitats: the turtle nesting habitats, bird nesting habitats, and horseshoe crab habitats. And we have all the marine protected areas, including wildlife sanctuaries, conservation reserves, community reserves. And imagine 34,000 square kilometer of scientific data mapped, and every state in the preparation of their coastal zone management plans, these ESS are taken inside. If you see the CRZ 2019, the recent notification, it clearly mentioned the 11 ESAs. Also, it is conservation is not separate. It's not scientists that do the conservation. It is not people doing conservation separately. We have to have a win-win situation where we see that both conservationists, scientists, researchers, NGOs, CBOs, and also the community work together. So again, the notification gives a provision called as CVCA, critically vulnerable coastal areas. Again, 12 have been identified in the country. They have been mapped, and the community will take the conservation efforts. That's again something, a responsibility that comes from the community, and it's a win-win situation for both managers and also for the community. Secondly, we see there is a phase shift. What has happened is that in recent years, because of climate change, less rainfall, our agriculture has failed miserably, and slowly we also see salt water incursion into the land areas. So our center has now identified areas called as LECZ. These are low elevation coastal zones where abandoned salt pans, abandoned salt, aquaculture ponds, and degraded area of mangroves can be used for halophytic cultivation, where it will be, the community can take in plantation of crops, which are, for example, Kerala, they have pokali, and you see that the crops, the rice is harvested from salt water. In Odisha, you see there is one particular mangrove. It's a true mangrove, but it's a grass, Proteaceae coarctata, that has been harvested by the tribal communities. And if you see in the west coast, also we have Gazan lands in Goa, Gajini in Karnataka. So all these are salt, again, agriculture that can happen in salt water. Why I'm bringing this, because you see that there's a lot of talk about blue economy, right? Everybody wants to do blue economy, because we have now completely pressurized, exploited, denuded, degraded the land areas. And now the only shift is happening towards the coast. So we want seaweed culture. Again, there is a lot of controversy, a lot of debate that's going on to go about cultivating native species and not to take up an exotics. But different exotics give us a good bumper harvest. But they have their own environmental issues. They go and attack coral reefs. They go and attack seagrass beds, and we have loss of ecosystems which are very precious, which provides a lot of carbon sequestration. When you talk about carbon sequestration, you see that the coastal blue is highest than even tropical forests. Mangroves and seagrass sequester carbon 4 times, 7 times more than what tropical evergreen forest has. So India is blessed with all the ecosystems. Countries from abroad come to India to study our diversity, and they come to India to study the kind of resources that we have. But the question is not how well are we going to sustainably harvest them. I mean, time is very short. Moderator is very particular on time, and I'm just abiding by his thing, and I'm finishing my talk.
Thank you very much, Dr. In fact, I was about to ask you about exotics, but you mentioned we'll go into the discussion when you want. Orange slips, orange colored slips for Dr. Deepak. I now request Dr. Anish. She spoke about the green revolution. He spoke about the blue revolution. I do not know what color would you like to give for computational biology.
Hello. Warm good morning. And I don't feel alienated in this college because I think I've been coming here since the past 10 years. So thank you to the department for giving this opportunity to share the stage with such an august gathering. Um, I mean, it's indeed a pleasure to be sharing the stage, first and foremost with my guide. Indeed, as I said, it's a big pleasure. And special mention of Sultan sir. I've been hearing about him, I've been studying about him, I've been reading his papers. Finally sharing a stage with him is indeed a great blessing. So on that note, I've been given the responsibility of speaking to you about computational biology and its applications in sustainable development. So let me, before getting into the healthcare part of it, let me just give you one line or maybe a couple of lines introduction to what Mujra ma'am just said. So the concept of horizontal gene transfer is basically, we believe that when you are in an ecosystem, so that is when there is a host microbe interaction. So basically, if a plant has medicinal properties, many of you are currently working on medicinal properties, phytomedicines or phytochemistry based works. Now, this would lead to depreciation of the natural resources, right? So what we were looking at and what we are looking at is the possibility of analyzing if this property has been passed on to the microbes inhabiting the plants. That's what we call as endophytes. So endo means inside and phyte means plants. So endophytes is the microbes present inside the plants. So my work was on endomycophytes, the fungal aspect. I'm currently also working on the bacterial ones. So the whole concept is we analyze the gene pathways using computational biology, where we look at the entire transcriptome, where we try to look at the expression of the particular gene, which is responsible for that particular alkaloid or flavonoid or whatever phytochemical compound you have in the plants. And the same analysis is parallelly done inside endophytes. So we do a comparative transcriptome analysis of both the host plant as well as the microbe and try to identify if this gene has been transferred there to the to the endophyte. Now why? Because rather than cutting down the plants, especially if you're coming out with compounds in the roots or barks of trees and plants, you're actually depreciating the resource. So rather than that, you can culture the fungi or the bacteria inside the lab and continue to get the medicinal property out of it, the compound out of it. So that is what is the importance of horizontal gene transfer. Coming to coming to my side of it, the healthcare aspect where I currently work, the first thing is disease diagnosis. Post 2020, I need not introduce molecular biology techniques and computational biology to you in aspects of healthcare. A very simple thing I would like to say, before 2020, when I used to visit my native, my grandmom used to wonder what I do, right? 2021 October, when I visited her, about 89, 90 years old. She asked me, Thambi, you're working on RT-PCR, right? That, so RT-PCR, the term, genomics, the term, or molecular diagnostics, the term, has become a layman's language right now. And this has led to a lot of reduction in costs. How? Because it has invaded clinicians' prescriptions. So since the clinicians have started prescribing, that's why the cost of the diagnosis has come down, and that has led to a great genomic revolution. Last week there was an article by NGI, one of the leaders in genome sequencing, that a whole genome will now cost less than $100. A whole genome, which Illumina offers at around more than $200. And now, as I sit here, clinicians are prescribing these whole exome tests, where you can look at the entire exomes. Exomes are basically the entire collection of your coding sequences. Most of the disease causing mutations are present in the exomes category. That's why they look at the whole exomes. As of now, the rate is somewhere around 14 to 15,000, which was earlier at lakhs. So you can see the tremendous change that computational biology has brought to healthcare. Now, the second is drug discovery and development. Earlier, in the span of 15 years that a drug comes out, every compound that's conceptually looked upon has to be synthesized, and then the bioactivity needed to be analyzed. Now, thanks to computational biology, the initial screening, which we call as virtual high throughput screening, the timing has reduced. The screening time has reduced thanks to computational biology. What used to require more money, manpower, and energy now requires less of that, and you get a faster screening and possibly more positive outcome, because I'm talking about industry which is a $1 billion industry, right? The drug discovery. Then management of clinical trials and health data analytics. Now, all of you are very familiar with all the apps, even the wearables that you wear, which continuously monitor your healthcare. Like that's huge data that's getting analyzed on a day-to-day basis. A very recent invention, which is now commercialized, was the artificial pancreas. So earlier, you know, India is the diabetic capital of the world. So when the patients, the diabetic patients, especially the type 2 diabetes patients, were insulin dependent, they were prescribed certain units in the morning, certain units in the evening. There was no monitoring happening, and as the doctor prescribes, and we Indians are very reluctant to go to doctors. So once prescribed, that prescription is valid for lifetime. There's no expiry of the prescription, but that's not the case, my friends. What happens is your glucose levels can fluctuate depending on your lifestyle changes, your diet changes, environmental changes, and so many other factors. So until and unless you monitor your glucose levels and take in the exact insulin that's required, you can get hypoglycemic. Okay, that means your blood sugar levels, your random RBAs as we call it, that will fall down, and that can lead to a lot of complications. Now, to combat this, there's a bio AI powered, that is bio artificial intelligence powered artificial pancreas that's in the market now, where there is an addition of CGM, continuous glucose monitoring, and that monitors your blood sugar level. So basically you have a pouch which is attached to your abdomen area, and which has insulin in it, attached to a CGM. And this continuously monitors your blood sugar levels, injects the amount of insulin as and when required. So that is a contribution of artificial intelligence or computational biology in the field of healthcare. Precision medicine. Now, all oncologists, or most of the oncologists, cancer specialists, have shifted from regular diagnostics or regular prescription or regular medicine to personalized medicine. The reason is one drug fits all concept does not work. So we look at individual genomic signatures of the tumors of the patient, and according to the genomic, the mutation burden or the MSI or the SNPs or CNPs, based on that, the drug is prescribed, which helps in faster, I can't say recovery, but at least the disease gets managed better, and you increase the survivability or the survival lifespan of the patient, even if the patient is in the fourth stage of cancer. And this is not only for solid tumors, it's for hem-onc as well. So precision medicine is another thing. Now, the next thing that computational biology plays a role in sustainable development is precision nutrition. So everybody wants to look slim and trim, right? Everybody follows diet plans, exercises, but one diet plan or one exercise regime does not fit all, because the metabolizers that your body produces according to the genetic makeup may not be the same as the other person's. So precision nutrition or genomic wellness is a branch of science where we look at the actual genomic signatures, your genotype, see what metabolizers your body is capable of producing, and give the nutrition accordingly, and work on your weight loss. Now, this is not only for weight loss. You can look at your skin, your immunity, your sleeping pattern, etc., etc. And this has also led to the advancement where there is a lot of prediction. That is, your susceptibility to any genetic disease is being predicted through computational biology. Infectious diseases, thanks to COVID-19, I don't know if I can say thanks, But then, because of COVID-19, all of us know how the genomic surveillance was a major factor in controlling the spread of the pandemic. Now, that's thanks to computational biology. Every mutation that the COVID virus went through was monitored through the genomic surveillance. So that was the contribution of computational biology. Now, this is a nutshell of applications of computational biology in healthcare. A quick look at the, I'll just take one more minute, sir. I know your eyes are on the off button of my mic. So, quick look at the environmental, the contributions of computational biology into the environmental sustainable development, environment monitoring. So, all of your, computational biology can be used to analyze and model data from the environmental monitoring systems, be it air quality, water quality, soil quality for that matter. That can be monitored through computational biology. AI mapping of large, farms, wherein you can detect a particular patch based on thermal mapping if that particular patch has any disease or any infection. The thermal map will change. Crop improvement. Now, there's no need for as sir was mentioning, there's no need for a hybrid variety or to change something which we are naturally endowed with great crop varieties. All we need to look at is monitor them, select the elite clones, and then give them for further propagation. And I think that's the best solution for the food crisis that, as sir mentioned, is going on in the country. As he rightly said, food is available but not accessible. Conservation biology, genetic data from endangered species can be constantly monitored, even in reserve forest, through computational biology. Renewable energy, where we can develop more cost-efficient and cost-effective methods of producing and monitoring biofuels. Waste management, as he said, the soil can identify if the seed needs to be, degraded down to, the waste needs to be degraded down to a manure, or the seeds need to be supported to become life. So, sustainable fisheries, again, fishing practices can be monitored through computational biology. Climate change can be constantly managed through computational biology. And our biggest resource, the water management, can be taken care of by computational biology. The last issue where computational biology can play a great role is prediction of pandemics and natural disasters. So on that note, I conclude, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anil. From waste management to waste management, the entire, in fact, the future is going to be AI and IoT. Every child talks about AI and IoT. That's how things are going on. But remember, children, it's only artificial intelligence, not intelligence. It has its own limitations as well. We'll question him about it later. I now request Dr. Krishna Prema. His slips will be yellow in color. Yellow slips for Dr. Anish Nair. Dr. Krishna Prema on microbiology.
A very good morning. I thank the organizers, Sultan Ismail sir and my co-panel members for tolerating me for the next 5 minutes. Being the last member, not the last member, one more to go.
Incidentally, the last. He has just sent a message that he is not available for the discussion. He is gone for an emergency. Just now she showed me the message.
Sir. So it becomes difficult because all the topics have been covered from their viewpoint, and I have to speak on microbiology point of view. And starting from food production, we know for food production we need the nutrients for the plants, and these nutrients come from the soil, and the soil fertility can be enhanced only by microorganisms. And coming to crop health again, it is the microorganisms that can cause the disease, and if we manipulate them, they can prevent the disease. And fermented foods, we know all of us like cheese on our burgers, so it comes. Sir? idli dosa, but they like only cheese on the burgers. They don't like idli and dosa. It's all outdated, sir, for them. So fermented foods, again, we have the microorganisms producing them, and use of biofertilizers. It's sir's topic, so he's a stalwart in this field. So I would just like to add that it reduces the effect of increased energy intensive process, because we need not produce the chemical fertilizers here. Coming to the next topic, again, it is the new drugs that can be developed. It can be developed, as Madam said, can be developed from various plants. And we all know that microorganisms produce drugs on themselves, because they can produce lot of compounds that we normally do not know. We know that we can culture only 1% of the available microorganisms so far. So we need lot of work in that field also, where we have to prepare the medium for their growth. So we have identified many microorganisms, but laboratory culture is still a question mark. And coming to the gut flora, microbiome is a major topic now. All of us are going for this personalized medicine, as you said. If we slightly alter our gut flora, our immunity improves, our the health improves, everything health improves. And coming to the next topic, it is the clean water and sanitation. Again, we have you all visited the wastewater treatment plant in Chennai? No. Please visit wastewater treatment plants in Chennai. You will see how the aerobic metabolism of microorganisms can degrade all the waste material in the water, and you can use the water. It is a reusable water that we are going to produce. And Pseudomonas, have you heard of Pseudomonas that can degrade the crude oil in seas? It is the manipulated Pseudomonas to clean up the seas. And next one is the microbial scrubbers, which we can produce and we can let out in the environment where there is a lot of pollution. These microbial scrubbers can remove the microorganism, they remove the waste or the toxins, and this is done with the help of microorganisms. Okay, next one is a renewable energy. We know about the microbial fuel cells. Microbial fuel cells are very efficient, and they can produce electricity. In fact, directly electricity can be produced with the help of microbial fuel cells. And coming to industrial aspects, we have a lot of industries based on microorganisms. We have the food industries, and we have the pharmaceuticals. We have so many other industries where microorganisms form a major role, and we have a lot of enzyme productions also happening with the help of microorganisms. And coming to the degradation part, we have a lot of toxins that get degraded with the help of microorganisms that will be very useful even the agricultural waste management. And climatic change also. I have come across a few papers where the microorganisms impact the climatic change. It's a huge area of study, and we have to work a lot on it. And it can work on the impact on land life and water life, microorganisms. And coming to the ecosystem, it can generate oxygen, it can clean up our waste, it can do whatnot. But coming to what exactly happens in our city, have you all heard of Pallikarnai, where the dump is happening? Pallikarnai. Perungudi. Yeah, Pallikarnai marsh area connected to Perungudi. Your place. And all the city, the entire city is going to look like your Perungudi in 50-50. 2050, I'm sorry. 2050, all of us are going to sit on waste. So this is going to happen very soon. I think we have to act very fast. Now the waste segregation is happening, and a lot of waste degradation, biodegradable waste is being utilized, and it is converted into manure. That has to start from home. So we can segregate the waste in our own home, and we can convert it into fertilizer or at least a medium for growth of plants. So that can be done. I think the children can take it up individually in their houses, and at least a small step from today they can do this.
Thank you.
I stop with this, sir.
You spoke about Pseudomonas for cleaning oil, but we applied bucket technology for cleaning oil.
Sorry, sir?
We applied the bucket technology for cleaning oil. When it
Yes,
happened.
yes, we apply the bucket technology. That is not very efficient.
By the time the questions to her will be in purple papers, purple cut sheets are being circulated. I'm sorry to say that Dr. Selamuthu just sent a message that he has been invited for some emergency, so he would not be available. If you have any pertinent questions in zoology, you can put it in a pink sheet and forward it to me. I'll try to answer as much as possible with my experience in zoology. Before they answer your questions, because you are still writing some sheets, I have one question each, and you don't have more than 2 minutes to answer. Right? First question to you. We speak about biodiversity and improving green cover. The government says we should have 33% green cover. And unfortunately, the department people feel growing just casuarina and teak will increase the green cover through the satellite. But they are absolutely of no use to the soils. What is your opinion about exotic species of trees and Miyawaki forests? Does it help us in any way? And second, hemp as fiber is being considered throughout the world. Why is it that the government of Tamil Nadu is hesitating to implement hemp as a fiber?
Your question, sir. Um, so, in the first place, looking at increasing tree cover, we find in Tamil Nadu we can see this monoculture of eucalyptus, and then teak as a.
May I request people, students, participants, not to talk among yourselves, please.
And teak is grown for its economically important timber. But both these plants, especially eucalyptus, we feel it's a water depleting crop. By growing eucalyptus, nothing much can be done to improve
But
the
they
water.
want casuarina. Casuarina litter has only silica. And what is the use for the soil?
Casuarina too is having the same problem. So, as far as I am concerned, we have worked on tree census tree census, and then after this Barda, there was a loss of number of trees. We had taken a census before Varda and then after Varda, and then we found out what are those trees in Chennai city. But we don't know all over Tamil Nadu. This is this scenario. But looking at Chennai, we found that trees like neem, mango, the rain tree, that is Samania Saman, we call it a Tungumunchi. Then Gulmohar, flame of the forest.
See, Tungumunji means good plant. So யாரோ உங்களை தூங்குமுஞ்சி சொன்னா சந்தோஷப்படுங்க.
Samanya Saman. We had this Gulmohar, and then the Dilonix, it's not the real flame of the forest, so we call it Kakapu.
Gulmohar is not very recommended, is it not?
It's not recommended, but what we found was that it could withstand the Varda. So when we took the census before Varda and after, that's the recent experience that we have. These trees are recommended tree species that can increase green cover, which are not susceptible to the air pollution and other climate change aspects.
What do you feel?
Hemp, see, actually, we have cannabis sativa, that hemp, and then we have mesta, which is there is sun hemp, there is also red hemp. The cultivation of cannabis sativa is a little challenge only because there are other problems associated with cultivation of hemp. The stem gives good fiber, but at the same time, hemp has the alkaloid there is a problem, and that is why I think the government hesitates.
Addiction. But some of the states have already permitted, but we are hesitating.
But it's a double-edged sword, I feel. Either way, it is going to affect this.
So as a government process, you don't want to give an opinion.
I don't want to give an opinion on cannabis, definitely on hemp. But there are other things, like I suggested bindi fiber. Bindi is a vegetable crop, banana fiber. Wealth from waste, all those are examples of wealth from waste. So the stem can be harvested.
20 more points to question her. Green sheets.
Miyawaki forest, we have tried one.
I am not in favor of Miyawaki forest because In a small area inside a campus is okay, but replacing a natural forest with a Miyawaki forest of high density, I do not recommend upon.
Yeah, because what we found was the, the growth is definitely suppressed. The speed is slow. We have number of species in a small area, but the growth rate is not appreciable as we expect in a open forest. So not right. But for a city, place like this, where we want to develop
No, I
a
want.
green cover.
Thank you. Dr. Deepak, I have something for you. What is the importance of coastal management during climate change? Already Palawakam beach, 25% got washed away in the last cyclone. And impact of carbon dioxide and oxygen produced in the ocean. I wanted to question you about the algae, about which you have already spoken, and I'm aware that you and I both are against it. And CRZ you were praising. The government of India has highly compromised on the CRZ in the new policy. I know that you cannot make a harsh remark being a government officer, but is it palatable for a common citizen?
Thank you for the valuable questions that are raised, sir. First thing is that we spoke about I talk about the CRZ first. There's a lot of debate that's going on, not on the CRZ, but on EA notification which has come in. And a country like India, the government is now trying to project as a developed nation. So for that, they are trying their best to make sure there is both environmental safeguards and social safeguards in the same line. It's a very tight rope, and it depends upon the state because the action plans and implementation happens within the state. So the state has to have a solid committee like what we have in Tamil Nadu right now, which is spoken about everywhere in the country. Tamil Nadu is standing an example, especially in the kind of the green climate company or the kind of efforts that have been taken. And it is definitely a tough one. Again, as scientists, we can only give our recommendations, but it's the decision makers, the bureaucrats who make the decisions. It's a very tight rope. Probably I will not put a harsh word into it to say what it is, but being diplomatic, I will just say it's a very tight rope. And if you want any development, there has to be sacrifice. What sacrifice you're going to do at what percentage is the big question, sir. And second thing regarding exotic species. Now, India, we have suffered in the past. Tilapia, for example. 60s we brought into India. Now every water body, including the coastal estuarine region, has got tilapia. Gift tilapia, Nilotic tilapia, just name it, Mozambique tilapia, everything is there. And in terms of exotics being traded for ornamental purposes, we have smuggled products from Bangladesh to Assam, from Assam it comes to India. So if we Chennai market, we handle more than 70% of world's exotics. And Chennai is the fish, ornamental, freshwater and marine breeding capital of Southeast Asia. Every day there is a consignment going lakhs from Chennai to Singapore. From Singapore distributed throughout the world. In South America, they are not able to breed their Buenos Aires tetra fish. In Chennai, in the backyard, a small farmer is able to breed tetra. That is the kind of knowledge, capacity and the attachment he's got to the nature. So basically, we see India, people, they live with nature, but bringing exotic is a big question. That is one. Second, the Kappa Vegas. This was introduced in the 90s. We were the first people to do the assessment for World Bank and give and say, it is not invasion, but that is spread. But spread again is a dangerous word. In Hawaii, they brought in the entire Canoe Bay in Hawaii is gone. It's only Kappa Vegas, and every year they spend millions of dollars just to clean the Kappa Vegas. And forget the cleaning, the amount of corals that has been lost, amount of associated invertebrate and vertebrate fauna that has been lost. Again, it's a big question. So hope I've answered you.
Thank you very much, sir. In fact, even among earthworms, introduction of utereless hygiene has depleted our local populations. In fact, children, you should be aware that you study about balanoglossus in second year zoology under pro coordinator. I don't know how many of you are aware that a species of balanoglossus called as Trichodira flava is available in India only in Crusader Islands, nowhere else in the world. We have such a rich biodiversity. And you should be proud to know that Mubin's father, Dawu Sharif, who came here this morning, did research on that species. Can genomic medicine resolve issues that may evolve in human health due to modern types of diseases, due to unsustainable practices? Because you claim so much through computational biology. but our unhealthy practices and living, can it resolve?
Um, Thanks for that wonderful question, sir. Sir, when it comes to lifestyle diseases, which are primarily caused due to our unsustainable practices, we don't, generally clinicians or allied health professionals, we don't call it as recovery or curing. We call it as disease management. So, for example, diabetes or cancer. So, nobody looks at curing cancer, nobody looks at curing diabetes. So, when you talk about lifestyle changes based diseases, we look at the
Is
continuous
it
management.
because if they get cured, the pharmaceutical industry will drop down?
Okay.
So you just want to manage and maintain the pharmaceutical industry.
So I think I'll have to sit my mouth on that because that's a very sensitive area where I would not like to venture into. But then the thing is, genomic medicine has an offshoot called as epigenetics, where we study about how lifestyle changes are affecting or creating somatic variations into the, so there are two type of disease causing mutations that can happen. One is germline and one is somatic. Germline is something that we inherit. Somatic is sporadic. Now that sporadic mutations or somatic mutations can be due to these lifestyle changes. For example, the inability of the pancreas to secrete proper insulin could be a somatic as well as germline. There are both cases.
Extra chromosomal inheritance.
Exactly, sir. Extra chromosomal inheritance. That is what is epigenetics. So, yes, so genomic medicine offers you one way it can predict if in future you're going to develop diabetes or any other lifestyle diseases for that matter, if there is an
Don't say
inheritance.
that you will develop diabetes. I'm not diabetic so far.
Sorry, sir. You as in humankind in general. So that's the impact that genomic medicine could have in lifestyle changes. Even if they are not germline, even somatic changes can be detected and better managed because you can alter your lifestyle if it's predicted that you're going to develop. Mankind is.
I was very particular about this because you study about germplasm and somatoplasm separately. And we are always told that germplasm alone is going to cause problems. Modern science, somatoplasm is also equally responsible. Shoot questions to him on the yellow sheets. Yeah. Ma'am, I have something very important for you. You were talking about plants, you were talking about microbes associated with plants, you said about soils. Genetically modified organisms are being propagated, like for example, BT cotton. Now, BT cotton is a genetically modified thing, and we all believe that one gene, one enzyme hypothesis. And we all believe that the roots exudate. So, such plants, when they are planted, they are exudates. Do they have an impact on soil microbial diversity? I don't bother about density, about diversity, thereby hurting or affecting soil health.
There comes every day in the newspaper, should we use the genetically modified organism or not? And I feel there is a change in the soil microbial load also if you are using the genetically modified plants. That is why so much of crisis happens that we should not we should not grow genetically modified plants like your brinjal, your tomatoes and the cotton. Though it is economical, in a long run we are damaging the environment and the soil. So I feel it's better we avoid them and go for natural hybrid varieties. Maybe not, maybe it could be a hybrid variety, not a genetically modified organism. Hybrids are, it is traditional. We know mangoes, everything grows with hybrids, but not modified genetically. So if we use hybrid varieties also, I think the yield can be obtained. Instead of going into molecular level analysis, I think I'm contradicting him because he's completely molecular oriented. I feel whatever the country can afford, we should concentrate on that. We should concentrate on our traditions and slightly modifying our traditions, we can achieve a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. So you have green orange, yellow, and purple. If the sheets are ready, kindly pass it on to the dais, please. Yeah, give it. For me.
So can I just add a sentence to what?
Yeah, please. It's a
So I would personally, as we have been discussing, I'm also not a very big fan of genetic modified organisms. I think we can put the use of this wonderful technology in screening the better varieties and helping them to be propagated rather than creating new artificial varieties. So that would be the ideal application.
I do agree, Anish. No, none of us are against the technology per se. We are only commenting about where it should be implemented.
Exactly.
As you rightly said, it's the essential technology. It has to be applied where it is relevant, not for food.
Even for food screening, there are a lot of elite clones already available with us. So seasonal varieties which have better yield, which have better stress management capability, that should be promoted by screening them through the molecular techniques.
That's good. Great. Any further slips? Green slips? Green, orange, yellow, and purple. Are you ready with the answers?
I would like to take the question of Ms. Kirtana, second MSc. Her question is that you said we have to once again go for traditional varieties, but if we turn back to this, will it be able to combat the food security? Because it cannot withstand climate change, pest attack, and productivity will be less. That's your concern. But then I would like to differ from this. We always believe that traditional varieties are the most resistant and they are the ones adapted to this particular environment. If we brought in a hybrid or a genetically modified one, we would have transferred the disease resistance and other genes from the traditional one only. So the hybrid actually has the disease combating capabilities which it has inherited from which has been transformed to traditional one. We are only looking at the cosmetic features, maybe taste, yield, size, such things only we are trying to improve, but we are compromising on the resistance in the case of a hybrid variety. So if we have to safeguard our original, our tradition and our inherent qualities of nature, it's always better to get back to the traditional form. And climate change, pest attack and productivity, when it comes to health and sustainability and safety, productivity can be compromised, I feel. Now, for this question, there is support coming from the second question. Okay. So the second question is, the student's name is not here, but I'll just read the question. Sorry for asking an indirect question to your topic. You said about 2050, 9.7 billion, and even 2100 it will be 11 billion, 11.6 billion. But this population is just an estimation. May also be based on imagination by keeping in mind of our ancestors who were fertile to give birth more children. But the fertility rate is slowing down in recent times, and also the emergence of epidemic and pandemic will keep a check on population. Since after reaching the carrying capacity, the population will fluctuate or slow down. So this is what we're looking at. Wishful thinking is this only. We feel population must slow down, but we're getting prepared for the worst. That's all. Okay. So by just extrapolating the population rate, we don't expect it will be that. But if it reaches that level, what are we going to do? How are we going to be prepared? That is what I had spoken about. If and in nature generally, nature always tries to get into equilibrium. That's what we believe. Now also the corona pandemic, we believe that it is nature's way of balancing the population. We can take it that way also. So if that happens, then the first question is answered. That is, productivity will be less. It's not going to matter in the years to come. Thank you.
My first question is from Neha Begum, third BSc Advanced Zoology and Biotechnology. The question goes like this. Conservation of the mangroves, which basically falls on the plant area, needs water as its most essential component. So with the conservation of marine and coastal environment, isn't it necessary to look at the cleanliness of rivers because it falls back to the marine areas and then the nearest source for any plant need? Absolutely right. The mangroves, for example, 99% of the 47 species that we have in India, there will be a lot of confusion in the number of species, but true mangroves we have around 47 plus 6 very close associates which we do not know whether they are true mangroves or not. And there are more than 130 associated mangrove state flora. So, all of them, 99% of them require fresh water and salt water. That's why you see them going the estuaries where the water is mixed. And absolutely right, climate scenario is slowly uh, bringing us less rains, and because of less rains, you see that freshwater flow is lost. Sundarbans, the world's biggest mangrove area, shared between India and Bangladesh, is lost its own mangrove plant called Sundari. The name Sundarbans comes from the mangrove plant which is called Heritiera fomes. There are two more species. Unfortunately, Sundarbans, the population is so very low because of freshwater loss. We have now a very strong population of Sundari available in Odisha and not in West Bengal. That's an impact of climate change, and very rightly said, fresh water is very, very important for mangroves to grow. And the rivers, bringing a lot of dams has completely reduced because we also have to do agriculture, no water for agriculture. So dams are built, water is diverted for irrigation purposes. So number of water, say if it's 10 kiloliter water reaching a particular area, only 1 kiloliter now reaches, and there is a lot of loss. My second question is from Neer. I don't know whether I'm pronouncing her name correctly, from 3rd BSc, Neersha. And the question, the mangrove forests are excellent habitats for the marsh mugger crocodiles. Recently there is a news that the residents around the forest are killed by these crocodiles and the villagers are raging on the forest officials. How are the forest officials going to take care of this situation? I'm very happy that something has come on crocodile because I work on crocodiles in the Odisha, Vitrakanika. I work on the saltwater species. So what she has told is the mugger, which is Crocodylus palustris, and I work on Crocodylus porosus. Now this competition is called as human-animal conflict. It is not just a crocodile. We have with many other species, and for crocodile, very specifically, we call it HCC, human-crocodile conflict. Now for mugger, the water has gone down now. Where do crocodiles live? They have amphibious life, okay? They come out of water only for basking. They are cold-blooded. They have to take the, warm temperature from there. They are cold-blooded does not mean they don't have warm blood. They also have warm blood, but not in sufficient levels. So they come out, open their mouth, and enjoy the basking. So when the water body is reduced, there is a competition, right? What we have seen in our study from Vitrakanika is that there are alpha males, beta males, gamma males. Now like dogs, if there's a male dog, it will allow females to come inside, but it will not allow other promising next generation young males. Exactly happens in crocodiles also. So what happens if the alpha male chases next 2 square kilometer, the beta male cannot be there. He has to find a new habitat. And imagine the gamma males, right? So they keep spreading out. And most of the incidents happens in the periphery of the protected areas. Okay, and if there's anything wild it is caught, it has been surrendered to the forest department and they take it to some kind of national park or a zoo and they leave it back there. So there's a big problem, but in Rajasthan, for mugger, they have done a brilliant job. They have something called as CCs, crocodile enclosure, CEs. So they have made fencing out of metal or with wood where fishermen or the people there go for bathing purpose and things. So there's a kind of protection. So like that, some kind of a wise planning can be done. Hope I've answered the question. The third one is, sir, can you explain the benefits of seawater cultivation for our farmers? Okay. Now, more than me, it is the ICR Institute like CMFRI, the SIBA, who have done extensive and fabulous work on cage culture, cage culture of cobia, cage culture of sea bass, and it has been very useful for farmers to cultivate them. Of course, it's a one-time, very big investment. You have to spend a lot, but a lot of subsidies available now from the government, which can be tracked upon. Does this decrease the market price of food supplies? No, because when you have a farmed species, you're not catching the wild. You are having in a very limited space. You are doing semi-intensive culture, and then you're giving. So products are very good, and interestingly, you can see all of them the same size. Shrimps when you harvest, all of them the same size. So it's a very beautiful sight to see in the market when these kind of fishes come. Recently, there are many disasters happening. Will lithium exploitation or mining from Jammu and Kashmir will have an effect on India? This is from Kirtana from second MS Zoology. Anything you do to environment, sir has actually asked the question earlier, okay? For every developmental activity, there has to be a sacrifice. But what percentage, what level is purely in the hands of the ones who handle it. What is the cause of depletion in seagrass density? What can we do to improve seagrass, because they're important habitats for sea cows and turtles and so on. This is from Satyapriya from Pachapas College. Okay, now seagrass depletion, the many things, we have a lot of anthropogenic drivers. You know, eutrophication, one problem, it impacts, because if eutrophication happens, species like Noctiluca interlens, they cover the entire surface. Seagrass live in water, they have plants, they require sunlight. So when this mass eutrophication happens, they avoid light to penetrate through, and that will cause a negative impact on photosynthesis, and there's mass mortality of seagrass. And we have around 14 species of seagrass in India, highest, you know, in the entire Southeast Asian region, next to Indonesia. And we also, fishermen also sometimes, what happens, without proper management, they put their anchors down. And when anchors are put, you know, when they fish, when the anchor is taken out, you can see a chunk of seagrass with mud coming out. Again, once they are uprooted, they have to, you know, die. But we must be thankful to God, because God has designed all these animals and plants so very beautifully that they take care by themselves. They just take care of themselves. We should not, in name of science and name of exploitation, should interfere with the beautiful creation which God has done. Blue revolution is what we much need right now. And as Dr. Ismail sir also said, oceans contribute more to oxygen production than trees do. So how could we use the ocean energy in an efficient manner to address the problems of climate change and acidification, ocean acidification? This is from Jaitun, first time is zoology. Brilliant question, because I didn't touch upon you know, green energy when I spoke about the blue economy. It's integral part of blue energy. We see that slowly we are migrating into solar energy, and you know, there are startups. Tidal energy is there. Tidal energy also we are trying to do, and in fact NIOT has done a lot of experiments on a particular system where they take deep sea cold water to run the turbine to cool it and then release the water back. I think it's called OTEC, Ocean Thermal Energy Conversion. And I mean, a lot of work has been done, and we were happy enough to do a project for the Ministry of Renewable Energy, where in Lakshadweep Islands, where you do not have power, where generator is used throughout 24/7. Yes, sir. So that is one place where I have not touched upon, but there's a lot of scope. And I mean, there are 3 or 4 more questions which I just quickly touch upon. It will be useful for us to know how to get into NCSCM. Get good grades, prepare well. We have we have an interview panel. They will interview you, and of course, you'll have a place to come and, you know. Yes, it's a good question. Yes. Yes. We have an open system at the moment. We do not charge any students for their, internship or for their dissertation. We have a lot of students coming and working from all over India. So the best 2 is allowed to come. There will be an interview process, and if you prove yourself, then you're welcome. Okay, from Queen Mary's, what are the measures that we can take on individual to protect coastal areas? When you protect and keep your house clean, I think the coast will be clean. That's the best answer. Okay, all solid waste we generate ultimately goes to the sink, which is the sea. It goes like what we, brush our teeth and vomit in the sink in the morning. The same thing happens from the earth, from terrestrial, everything goes back there. And hybridization fish is not good for health. I won't say hybridization fish is not good for health, but hybridization fish being introduced, exotic species, they might completely deplete the natural indigenous species that's available there. And the last one, there has been a problem in Ennur due to port, and a lot of problem has been there in Ennur. Yes, there was a committee formed for ETPS, and Sunita Nandan sir was the sir, and that's so there is some kind of decision taken now whether to close or not. But again, that will come. We cannot close because of demand. Yeah. Right. It's very difficult, but yes, it's got own effects. Thank you.
Well, I have a book to read out answers to. First of all, yes, sir. First of all, a round of applause for all the audience. I'm happy that you have listened and you're asking me questions. Usually conferences are meant for OD and good food. So thank you for being different. Uh, Please have a round of applause for yourselves. What do you mean by RT-PCR from Akifa, first BSc Zoology? RT-PCR stands for real-time polymerase chain reaction. Poly means many, mer means unit, ase is an enzyme. So polymerase is an enzyme which makes many units. Chain reaction because it is a chemical reaction which happens in cycles. So basically you have a small amount of DNA. In the most layman language, the COVID RNA, even if there's a small molecule present, PCR is like photocopying. So you create multiple copies. That is what is referred to as Xerox. So Xerox it, get multiple copies. The multiple copies will tell you, will give you a chance to visualize it. And on real-time basis, when you monitor using fluorescence dyes, that's called an RT-PCR. Next question was from Kirtana, second MSc Zoology. A very interesting question. So will the technologies like ChatGPT will have an impact on fields like computational biology or dry labs for bioinformatics? Will it have a positive impact or a negative impact? Kirtana, now that's a very valuable question, and it is a double-edged sword. And like any technologies ever invented by humankind, it can be used in a positive way as well as it can be used in a very negative way. So it is up to the user to have the discretion to understand how you can take it forward. It's like the Rajnikant movie. You can be Chitti or you can be the actual this thing. So, but yes, it will have a huge impact thanks to Elon Musk, and I think it's already revolutionizing. Recently, there was an article which said ChatGPT answered all the questions of US medical entrance examination and cleared it, which is very difficult. So you can understand what is the effect. Next question, sir. Nowadays, maximum number of druggists want doctors slip prescription, especially for diabetes. No medical shop should provide diabetes medicine without bill, so they ask for doctor prescription. I'm particularly emphasizing for diabetes medicine, not for other medicines. An anonymous question, but let me make it very clear. That's not the fact. There are a lot of OTC, that is over-the-counter drugs for diabetes, especially metformins and metformin NTs, which are even available in your Jan Aushadhi Kendras without prescriptions. So I don't think the medicine that you're referring to is a diabetes medicine, because most management of diabetes drugs are over the counter, but of course you should not purchase any drugs for that matter without a doctor's consultation. Okay, so that's very vital. Next question was from Fauzia ma'am. Can computational biology detect cancer in the early stages so a lot more lives can be saved instead of fourth stage? Yes ma'am, computational biology is currently detecting cancer at very early stages. It can even detect cancer at a prenatal stage. So if there are mutations in the fetus, that can also be detected through sequencing from the amniotic fluid of the embryo. So that's how advanced computational biology currently is. And also, there are a lot of camps being conducted for HPV screening, which can prevent cervical cancer in females. So that's actually happening now. In the light of the pandemic, Covishield vaccine is said to have adverse effects later on in life. Can this be prevented using computational biology? So as per computational biology predictions, any vaccine or any drug that is currently coming into the market, the computational biology says there's no side effects, or there is no side effects predicted as of now. But COVID is a very still COVID, or the implications of COVID is a large field of study. So I won't be able to say that Covishield is going to have a negative impact. I can't even say that Covishield will never have a negative impact. So this is yet a matter of fact which is under study. Roshan Shabiha wants to know, can you please explain about how successful the artificial pancreas works? They are quite successful because they are preventing a lot of hyperglycemic activities, especially when you're sleeping at night. My own father has been a diabetic for 20 years, and I've seen him waking up all of a sudden in the night and suddenly asking for something, some carbohydrate source, some sugar source, because his blood sugars have fallen down. He's he's suffering from fatigue, and he's not able to, continue sleeping. So that is because that's how I actually looked into this, and that's how important artificial pancreas are playing a role. And these artificial pancreas, for that matter, have been funded by the DBT Virac government, and that's how they got commercialized. Now, very, very, very vital and quite successful, because they're constantly monitoring your blood sugar and injecting only the amount of insulin that's required. So even if you skip your breakfast, there's no sugar moiety for the insulin to take it up. So there's no point in injecting insulin 10 or 20 units in the morning and 10 and 20 in the night. So that can be constantly monitored by these artificial pancreas. Jaitun asks me if, sorry, it's a very simple question. As you mentioned earlier, we have apps for monitoring our health, but how reliable it is? If we Google a headache symptom, it proceeds to show other serious health complications. How trustable it is when it comes to connecting life and technology. Now, I'll break this up into two parts. First is the Google part. Now, there, of course, all of us belong to a generation where we become, we graduate out of WhatsApp universities and we become Google doctors. Please don't do that. It's not, that the doctors, clinicians are spending 10 to 15 years studying, spending so much of money, effort, going for a practice and gaining experience. Please utilize them. Rather than saving 300 rupees on a consultation to a doctor and going and Googling and getting a heart attack out of it, please spend those 300 rupees. That's just an ice cream cost. So don't look at Googling your symptoms. Especially, I get this a lot of times when we send out our diagnostic reports. Rather than taking, so when it comes to diagnostics, we diagnose and give the diagnostic report. The clinicians are supposed to interpret it and counsel the patients accordingly. We never take it upon ourselves to counsel the patients, except in genetic cases. Okay, genetic counseling can be done by us, but for drugs, etc., it's only the clinicians who are supposed to do it. Now, many times I get images forwarded of diagnostic reports. Can you please interpret it? Even if I know the answer, I do not answer it. There are specialists sitting for that. Please utilize them. After all, it's your health. And coming to the reliability of the technology, see, this is monitoring. So the technology is quite updated and is getting updated on a daily basis. So new technologies are arriving on a daily basis. It's just like our EV industry, electric vehicle industry, where I can't say that, this is the perfect time to get an EV. No, there are better times to come. But that doesn't mean you cannot utilize the wearables. They are very important, especially in such cases where your senior citizens can monitor their health on a constant basis in tie-up with a clinician. With regard to the precision medicine that you mentioned, sir, is construction of precision medicine possible for the different variants evolving? Yes, absolutely. In fact, the variants, especially in oncology, the new mutations that are getting added up, that are being screened by computational biology, and precision medicine is depending on new drug trials. So there are oncologists, even leading oncologists of India like Dr. Sevanthi is depending on drugs under clinical trial, because when it's a cancer patient, it is extending the life expectancy, extending the survivability, and reducing the mortality rate. That is more important. So if not anything else, at least a drug under trial, if that's able to help, all the more better. So yes, precision medicine is getting categorically into the new variants varying, not only in oncology, even with regards to your newer infections that's happening. Hello sir, this is Jayashree from BSc Advanced Zoology. From what you said regarding the insulin artificial pancreas through AI, will there be an invention brought about by the same to possibly detect a heart attack beforehand and prevent it, and maybe even monitor the rate at which cancer spreads in one's body? This is two parts again. Heart attack monitoring is being, not technically heart attack monitoring, we call it blocking of your arteries. So that is currently, there are technologies currently monitoring the blockages. So the prediction of heart attacks is no more an abstract future, it is the current present which is happening. There are technologies available for that. Second part, cancer spreads in one's body. Now, metastasis of cancer is something which has been studied and is being studied currently. There was recently an article out of MD Anderson Cancer Center which was focusing on metastasis. Now, I won't say there are exactly great tools for understanding the spread of cancer, but the presence of cancer can be monitored through liquid biopsy technology nowadays. Liquid biopsy is rather than going for a surgery and taking your tissue and then doing a biopsy, you monitor the patient's blood. Now, what happens is these tumor cells release CTCs, circulating tumor cells. So the DNA from these cells can be monitored using next generation sequencing and with just your blood, the patient's blood. Now, that is one way where metastasis and recurrence of cancer is being monitored currently. Can you tell briefly about the role of computational biology and prediction of natural disasters and any other current works going on in this field? From Uma Kulsum, 3rd BSc. Natural disaster prediction, the role of computational biology is also being currently studied, especially in countries like Japan, where there's a lot of predictions happening thanks to, they look at the movement of the plates, for example, the earthquakes, even to the level of what could be the seismic scale. All that is being predicted by using artificial intelligence and using computational biology, where the movement of the tectonic plates are being monitored through that. As it is known, pacemakers can be hacked. It is dangerous. Is there any chance to prevent hacking the artificial pancreas? Well, as I said, this is the same case of Chitti and his manufacturer. So a foolproof possibility is, I don't think there is a foolproof possibility. I cannot claim that no, they will never be hacked. But then preventing them to the most greatest extent is quite possible. So the treatment of industrial effluents or textiles through bacteria process, can it be monitored through computational biology? If yes, how? Yes, it can be monitored through artificial intelligence and using your computers. Even your fermenters, for that matter, when you grow your bacteria and produce metabolites or enzymes or whatever, that also can be manufactured by computational biology. So the same thing happens when you're using your textile, when you're working on textile dye degradation using bacteria.
Manish, you will have to be a bit brief because you also have one session where you can explain it.
Oh, sure. Right. So yes, that can be done by constantly looking at the growth, real-time monitoring of the growth of the bacteria, real-time monitoring of the dye effluent byproducts. So that can be monitored. Can we completely depend on AI with fear of hacking and malfunctioning still persisting? I think I've already answered that. Can you explain about artificial pancreas and its application? Mohammed, if you're part of tomorrow's session where I'll be talking about genomics, I'll be putting a slide on this. Why diabetes is not cured but can be managed? Diabetes is all about maintaining your sugar levels at the optimum required level. So that is why it cannot be cured. You cannot turn around your pancreas, the islets of pancreas to, remanufacture your insulin. Because that is not the only reason for diabetes. Diabetes is not monogenic, it is a polyfactorial disease. So polyfactorial disease are diseases which depend on many factors. It's not just one mutation or one modification of your internal organ. So that is the reason lifestyle diseases can be managed and not cured completely. How computational technology can help with the aging process or cell death and the problems related with cosmetology. Nasira, this question again is one of my slides tomorrow. There is, if you have read articles, there is the founder of biotech company who has reversed his age by 15 years by applying his own invention on himself. This question, if you're attending tomorrow, Nasira, you will get this answered from one of my slides. Is it possible to recreate extinct species by collecting the genes from the bone marrow or protect the endangered species by this method? Afifatul Faika. Now this is interesting. Evolutionary biology combined with synthetic biology and computational biology can give rise to, again, that's a very dangerous situation, but then it can give rise to, extinct species or new species. But my personal belief, though I was very much interested into this field because evolutionary pattern and based on synthetic biology, which was given to us by Craig Venter from the JCVI Institute. He actually showed us how an organism can be, created. He created the organism way back in May 2010, if I remember the article correct. So, but then personally, though I was earlier a fan of this, presently I'm not, because I think organisms and life is extinct because they are meant to be extinct. So let's not play with the law of nature. Let extinct species be extinct and newer species evolve according to the requirement of the environment, according to the requirement of nature. That is how things can move forward. Let's not look at going back. On that note, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Prema ma'am. Yeah. So,
Thank you for so many questions. Normally, I don't get any questions in the classroom. So, I'm very happy about this session, sir. The first question, according to you, what is the least touched area in microbiology that has a great potential in contributing to sustainability? This is from Madras Christian College, Wheatland. According to me, microbial taxonomy is the least touched area. So only if you identify and grow the organism and identify them, then only you will be able to find out what exactly is it. Earlier I told you it is the only 1% of the organism that we are able to culture in the laboratory. So you have to prepare medium for the rest. The second question is from Surya. What are the measures you suggest to overcome plastic pollution, which is already enough? For so many months we have been segregating garbage, but still a lot of plastic is found in dump yard. What can be the reason for it? I think it is mainly plastic waste is your responsibility. So when you go to a shop, don't get the packaging material. You get only the material. Okay, let the shopkeeper manage his own waste. And another thing is we should differentiate between needs and wants. If you don't need it, if you don't want it, don't buy it. So this is the basic method to avoid this, and rethink before you order anything from Amazon, because lot of packaging material you get from Amazon. Next question. Recently there are emergence of new microbes, new diseases, but drugs to treat them become ineffective due to antibiotic resistance mechanisms. So what do you think, what is the reason for the microorganisms to evolve and mutate and faster? The reason is it has to survive. So if you kill it completely. So you use the antibiotic judiciously. Very interesting question from the HOD of Microbiology, Jebas College, Dr. Sumaira Rafiq. Microbes impact as bioterrorism. So, bioterrorism, we all understand terrorism itself is bad and bioterrorism is worse. So, it's better we avoid creating organisms and spreading it in the environment. One very good example was in 2001 after the Twin Tower explosion. There was a lot of incidents of anthrax in US through post. I think you were not born in 2001, I suppose. I think the panelists will remember. The next question, what are the roles of microbes in climate change? As I told you, it is actually, so far we have not come across any answer to it. It has to be researched further. So it is in association with lot of other scientists, we have to work, microbiologists have to find out what is the reason for the microbial metabolic refluxes to produce climate change. So we have to work on it further. This is a very interesting question from SRM College. Wastewater treatment plant releases the water into open lakes after chlorination. So, won't it affect the organisms in the water, in the lakes, open lakes? Chlorination normally is not done when it is done when it is let out in lakes. Chlorination is done for drinking water. Otherwise, chlorine water, it is not used in open lakes as well. Yeah, so microbes have to survive. So after aerobic treatment, it is let into the open ponds where it will not affect your growth of organisms because no chlorine is added there. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. And children participants, in fact, I am delighted and appreciate that you have asked so many questions because most of these panels, they discuss among ourselves and doesn't create any sort of a meaning into it. And sincerely appreciate this group and congratulations to you all for having done that. நான் சும்மா வேடிக்கையாக சொன்னேன் ஜுவாலஜியில் இருந்து அதை கேளுங்கன்னா இங்கே ஒரு கட்டு கொடுத்து அனுப்பியிருக்கிறீங்களா இது நியாயமா இதெல்லாம் நீங்கள் பண்ணுறது anthrax madam it was a sort of a fun because you know like the white people of the western world get panicky whenever they think about Middle East. So they thought that anthrax can be prepared, will be flown from the plane, dumped into the cities, they will kill people. You know the amount of money that will be requested to work on anthrax. And when you fly it from the atmosphere, it will clog, it will not enter. At least 10,000 spores should go into the human's lung to affect and kill the person. Right? அவ்வளோ செலவு பண்ணி when you are not sure people will die, they will rather invest in AK-47 and shoot more people. So it was a foolish idea of the Western world which tried to create a panic among people. In the zoology, சில questions மட்டும் முடிச்சிடுறேன். Crocodiles, one Mr. Rayan from SRM, you want them to be freed. Just now you got a question to Mr. Deepak who said they are eating and attacking people. So somewhere where there is a natural conservation, they could be maintained. But in places where human access comes in, we already have the human-animal conflict. And this could create more problems for human-animal conflict. That's one of the reasons why crocodiles near human habitation are being prevented. One from Anwar about vermicompost, make it commercial. How can we do copyboard and rotifers? Be selfless. I started Vermitech, I coined the term Vermitech for the world. I patented the procedure, but I released it for the people because I did not want to make money from knowledge what God gave me. So if you are prepared to be selfless and do it, it will reach people. You don't require any media for it. Can thorium be degraded using microbes? This question should have gone to Prema, not to me. Microbes, maybe a day will come, but I don't think they can degrade chromium. Most of these heavy metals or any metals or any of these compounds will be absorbed by microorganisms but cannot be converted into something else. So biomagnification can take place. First BSc Zoology. For the class, one student has asked me, steps undertaken by government to conserve marshlands. I wish you come and sit in the planning commission and ask me this question. We keep telling, so we have declared it as a Ramsar site. I hope you know what is Ramsar site. So some of these marshlands, even our Perungudi has been declared as a Ramsar site. I don't know on what basis it was declared, but it has been declared. Now it is Deepak's responsibility to maintain, not mine. Deepak, take up the responsibility. In China, who is this China? They did not mention the name. Crabs are used. Any organism can be used better. Earthworms alone are not necessary. In fact, I will tell you today, even though I have promoted vermiculture, you can add vermicompost to your soil, but unless you get your own endemic local earthworms in your soil, no other earthworm can improve that. So you have to work in such a way that you bring back earthworms. That's why we call them as farmers' friends, right? So don't worry about anything you can do. If BT brinjal genes attacks the insect's gut, how it is harmful for human, first BSc Zoology. This is what my good friend Nammadwar, who was my good friend for about 35-40 years, he asked the question, பூச்சியுடைய வயிற்றுல தொலை போட்டதுன்னா நான் எவ்வளோ சாப்பிட்டா என் வயிற்றுல தொலை விழும்? But nobody has an answer. Nobody has an answer. That's the reason why we want to prevent from all these BT things. First BSc Zoology, why are first BSc Zoology students so hesitant to write your names? How to conserve martial lands? Martial lands are productive lands. It's up to us all jointly to conserve it. The government, yes, I would like to tell you that the government of Tamil Nadu is developing an organic farming policy. I'm also involved in it. So hopefully we have a target that by 2040, Tamil Nadu may be chemical free. I wish such a day happens. I wish such a day happens. Uh, Divya Lakshmi was MSc Zoology. Every day about 180 tons of waste are generated in Coimbatore market. It could be very well put to use for composting. But what is exactly happening? You are questioning us. Is it simply being dumped or did government take any effect? Divya, what have you done so far? உங்க வீட்டு குப்பையை நீ மக்க வச்சே முதல்ல என் வீட்டு குப்பையை நான் மக்க வைக்கிறேன். You can come and see how I am doing it. Unless we all, this is where I would like to conclude with one word. For all these things, what is required is management. I hope you all know the spelling of management. Without the last letter T, pronounce it, it is management, that is manage human beings. Without the last letter N, it is manage, adadanda panna solren. If we all can manage ourselves, then we can manage others, and that is management. Pointing others is easy, doing it difficult. Thanks to a wonderful panel for interacting with you, and thanks for the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thanks to you children for wonderful questions. Good luck to you all. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I thank the moderator for conducting the panel session and the panelists for sharing their knowledge and answering the questions raised by the participants. Now, I request Madam Principal and Head of the Department of Zoology, Dr. Amtul Aziz ma'am, to come up on stage to present a memento and a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Sultan Ahmad Ismail, Member, State Planning Commission, Government of Tamil Nadu.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon to all. First of all, I would like, before I present the mementos to this August group sitting over here, a very big thank you to moderator sir, Professor Sultan Ahmad Ismail sir, for being such a wonderful moderator, and the panelists over here. Definitely, I think I would call this as an AI session. Okay, what is AI? What does AI now in the recent times stand for? Artificial intelligence. Well, it's not artificial intelligence here, but real intelligence over here. And AI, when I say, it stands for authentic and informative. It has truly been authentic information which has been discussed, which has been, the so good interaction from all the wonderful audience over here. So a very big thank you to one and all.
I request ma'am to present a memento and a certificate of appreciation, Dr. Mujira Fatima, Principal, Government Arts and Science College, Villupuram. To Dr. Deepak Samuel, Scientist, National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. To Dr. Anish Nair, Principal Scientist and Head, Genomic Medicine, NIMS MedCity, Trivandrum. To Dr. Krishna Prema, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Microbiology, Etharaj College for Women, Chennai. To the moderator, Dr. Sultan Ahmad Ismail, Member, State Planning Commission, Government of Tamil Nadu. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you one and all. I request the dignitaries to join us for lunch at the visitors parlor. For the participants, lunch has been arranged in the eastern quadrangle.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to one and all present here. On behalf of the staff and students of PG and Research Department of Zoology, I am privileged to welcome Dr. G. Dinagar Raj, Head Department of Animal Biotechnology, Madras Veterinary College, Chennai, to deliver the lecture for the plenary session 1 of the 2-day international conference on frontiers of biosciences in sustainable development. I am happy to introduce Dr. Dinagar Raj, who has obtained his BVSc degree from Madras Veterinary College and MVSc degree in biotechnology from Indian Veterinary Research Institute in 1989. He was awarded the Commonwealth Scholarship from the Goal for his PhD degree from the University of Liverpool, UK in 1996. Dr. Dinhar Raj underwent short duration postdoctoral training at University of Nebraska, USA and at the Institute of Animal Health, Bright, UK. He has established unique translational research program for veterinary biologists. He has several awards to his credit, and the notable of them include Tamil Nadu Scientist Award, DBT National Bioscience Award, DBT Tata Innovation Fellow, and Tanua's Best Research Award. He has been the principal investigator for more than 20 projects. Dr. Dinagar Raj published 224 papers with an H index of 27. He has authored 7 books and 3 chapters and has been granted 5 patents. Dr. Dinagar Raj is the first veterinarian to obtain the DBT Tata Fellowship in 2012. He has played a significant role in establishing the Veterinary Incubation Foundation, and Tanuvas is involved in fostering startup culture and is presently incubating 22 startup companies. I request Dr. Anuradha, HOD in charge, to welcome Dr. Dinagar Raj with a box of dry food. I request Dr. Dinagar Raj to deliver the lecture for this present session. Thank you, sir.
Salutations and greetings to this august audience. Before I start at the outset, let me thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Along with that, I also have an additional challenge because all of you must have had sumptuous lunch. So your insulin levels must have spiked up and your concentrations must be low. So let me try to, pull up the concentration levels. And the topic I'm going to talk today is very relevant to all of us, either as a layman or as a subject matter specialist. This is about new generation vaccines, especially with reference to COVID-19. So just a very brief introduction before we move on. So what is the basis of vaccination? So the, yeah, the immunological basis of vaccination is to generate a memory. So why do we need a memory response? Because the first time you are encountering the pathogen, the body will take some time to respond to that through formation of antibodies or through formation of cell-mediated immunity and so on. But if you have primed the body or the host with the same pathogen you're likely to encounter in future earlier, then the immune system is already primed and it will generate a memory. So next time the host or the body encounters the pathogen, so it knows that this is a pathogen I had already encountered, so they react faster. So the window that is available for the pathogen to cause a clinical disease in the host is dramatically reduced. So in that way, the host is actually protected. But what we need during generation of memory is we don't want the pathogen to cause the disease in the host, but we want the pathogen to induce a immune response and also generate memory. So that is basically the logistic or the background of uh, any vaccination or any vaccine requirement for any vaccine. So if you see here, the antibody levels to that vaccine virus would come down, will increase and come down, but you see the memory would stay much longer even for your entire lifetime. So if your pathogen is encountered again by the host, then this memory response would see that the response is much quicker. In that way, only we are all protected. And yeah, just a small couple of slides on the immune aspects. I know immunology is a huge subject, but we know that there are two kinds of immunity. Basically, humoral immunity, which is mediated by the antibodies, as well as the cellular immunity, which is mediated by T cells, by cytotoxic T cells, which can kill the virus infected cell, or by helper T cells, which can secrete cytokines, which in turn would help various other aspects of the immune response. So one of the main effector mechanism of vaccine is generation of antibodies from the B cells. So if you see here, this is a primary lymphoid organ, which is your bone marrow, where the B cells are made. And after it encounters, for example, say COVID would select, virus would select a B cell, which will differentiate into a plasma cell and start producing antibodies. And some of the B cells would become memory B cells and it will be quiescent and waiting for the host to encounter the pathogen again. And in addition, there will be a lot of cytokine secretions, which has happened by the T cell, which will also help to augment or improve the B cell response. And the other aspect of immunity is cell-mediated immunity. So here we have two kinds of immunity. One is what is mediated by the MHC or the major histocompatibility complex 1, where a cell is expressing the foreign antigen along with MHC1, and the cytotoxic T cell will recognize and kill that virus infected cell. So this is largely happening when you have the virus or antigen which is present inside the cell, or what we normally call as endocytic processing. When the virus is replicating inside the cell, then the antigen, viral antigen is presented with MHC class 1, and it will generate cytotoxic T lymphocyte which will kill the cell. But if the virus is engulfed, a pathogen is engulfed by some antigen presenting cells, it undergoes an exocytic processing, and the antigen will be expressed with MHC class 2. This will be recognized by the helper T cells. These cells cannot kill, but it can secrete lot of cytokines, which will improve the performance of the cytotoxic T lymphocyte or the B cells. As I showed earlier, uh, so all these cytokines which are shown here, these are produced by the helper T cells, which in turn would help the B cells to produce antibodies, or the cytotoxic T cells to kill the antigen. So this is a simplistic method of understanding the immune response. What you need to understand is there is one humoral antibody response which is mediated by antibody which can neutralize the pathogen. And there is also another aspect of immunity which is cell mediated. In that there are two types. One is based on the exocytic processing, which will express with MHC class 2 and help helper T cells perform that role. And the other one is endocytic processing, where the viral antigen is expressed with MHC class 1, and this is recognized by the cytotoxic T lymphocyte, and that will be able to kill the virus infected cell. So basically, when you are vaccinating an individual, as I said, you don't want the vaccine virus to cause disease, but you want the vaccine virus to generate an immune response, whether it is humoral antibody or whether it is a cell-mediated antibody. So with this backdrop, we'll just move to the vaccination part. So if you see an ideal vaccine, what we would consider as ideal vaccine is, it is to generate immunological memory, and this memory should stay or at least during our lifetime, so that any time the body encounters the same pathogen, it is able to react much quicker and protect the host from the damage that the pathogen may cause. But along with that, what we need is, you need a lifelong immunity with a single immunization. You don't want side effects. You want more than 95% efficacy. You want it to be inexpensive to prepare. You want it to be easily transportable. You want it to be stable to heat and extreme temperatures. So our wish list is, endless. But let me tell you, none of the vaccine that is being used fulfills all these criteria. So somewhere we have to make a compromise and say what is it that we actually want and what are the areas that we can really compromise. So if you say the first requirement is the vaccine has to be safe, that means I don't want to get vaccinated and end up with getting disease. Instead, I can wait for me to encounter disease which is a random event which may or may not happen. But vaccination is intentional, and I don't want disease produced by the vaccine. So safety would be my first priority, and of course I should be protected against the pathogen or whatever I'm getting vaccinated. So that should be the second important criteria. But other criteria, if it is there, it is fine. But it is not there, I have to compromise or live with that. And none of the vaccines are really ideal in the sense that it fulfills all requirements. And when we talk about the types of vaccines that we have, so the conventional vaccine we had was what we call the killed or the inactivated vaccine, and the live attenuated vaccine. So these were the vaccines that are being used a lot for over a century, and these were developed in the early 1800s by Louis Pasteur and so on. And this has really worked well. This has shown its effect over decades. But both these vaccines, a conventional vaccine, they target the whole organism. That means the entire pathogen is used as a vaccine. So when we talk about a killed vaccine or a inactivated whole microbe vaccine. So what I am trying to do is you grow the pathogen, you kill it, you inactivate it with either heat or with some chemical like formalin or binary ethylenimine and so on. So basically the pathogen, if I am inoculating a killed vaccine into my body, the pathogen is not able to multiply, not able to replicate because it has already been killed. But then the immune system will engulf this pathogen through the antigen presenting cell, like I said, through the MHC class 2. It will recognize the helper T cells and they will produce cytokine and help me to produce humoral antibody and so on. But the cytotoxic T lymphocyte response will be very low or minimal because the pathogen is not able to replicate inside the cell. Only then it will be presented with MHC class 1 and a CTL response would be generated. So what we have to understand in a killed vaccine is this will produce very good antibody response, humoral response, but less of CTL or cytotoxic T lymphocytic response. And the advantages, the full range of antigens would be presented to the body's immune system. So if you take a pathogen, for example, a COVID virus, SARS-CoV-2, it has several proteins. We all know about the spike protein, which is important for generating a protective immune response, but there are other proteins like nucleocapsid protein or matrix protein or phosphoprotein, which is also a part of the virus. So there, when you use a killed vaccine, so all these proteins are also present in the virus and they will be stimulating the host immune response and you'll be generating antibodies to all these protein fractions of the virus, which would be helpful in giving you a wholesome protection. And because it is a killed vaccine, it is relatively heat stable because there is nothing live there to get inactivated by excess of heat. Already it has been killed. So this is a heat stable vaccine. But when you talk about the disadvantage, yeah. Yeah, when you talk about the disadvantage of a killed vaccine, so as I told you, this may not produce a very good cytotoxic T lymphocyte response. And because there is no replication in the host, whatever amount of antigen that you deliver in the vaccine only will be available to the host immune system because there is no replication or this antigen content cannot be increased by replication. So you may require a lot of booster vaccines because the response would come down. And many times, when you kill the pathogen as a whole, especially for bacterial vaccine, you will have the lipopolysaccharide, which is the endotoxin, which will produce some side effects. And sometimes inadequate killing would also cause disease. You don't inactivate the pathogen properly, then you are ending up with giving a live pathogen to the host, which will replicate and which will cause disease. So the other conventional vaccine is what we call live attenuated vaccine. So here what we do is we take this pathogen that is able to cause disease and try to grow it in a alien environment. Either in a heterologous host. Suppose you take a virus which is working in the epithelial system like COVID, you grow this virus or adapt this virus to some other cell system, say a kidney cell or a non-epithelial cell, then the virus encounters a new environment. So it takes a lot of time for it to get adapted and then it loses the kind of virulence. So when you put this back into their original target site, it is not able to replicate. Just like us, we go to an alien house or alien environment, we take more time to adapt. We're not a normal self. So that is how a virus or organism is getting attenuated. So when you give this attenuated vaccine into the host, it will produce an infection without causing the disease pathology. But it will be able to replicate and stimulate the immune response, but it will not be able to produce the disease because you have adapted it to some other alien environment and now you are putting it back to the original environment. But if you allow enough time for this vaccine virus to adapt, then it may also start reverting to virulence and produce damage. But initially, it will not cause much damage when it is exposed to the original environment. That is the basis of this live attenuated vaccine. And many times you try to attenuate by exposing it to low temperatures or heterologous host, and then you bring it back to the original host condition. And the advantages, it will generate the cytotoxic T lymphocyte response because although this is exposed to an alien environment and brought back to the original environment, it is able to replicate. When it is replicating inside the cell, remember there is endocytic processing, MHC class 1 and a CTL response. This does not happen with the killed vaccine. So it will generate primarily a humoral response, but live attenuated vaccine would generate both humoral as well as CTL responses. And because allowing the pathogen to replicate, one dose is enough because you are enhancing the amount of antigen from what you are giving. Unlike in a killed vaccine, where that remains constant, here the virus would replicate, produce more and more of virus, and it will stimulate the immunity better. But there is no advantage of putting it in the normal route of entry. Killed vaccines are normally given by injection along with adjuvants, but live vaccines you can give through the normal route. It can be ocular, nasal, or through the eye and so on. And it will generate a mucosal immune responses also because you want the pathogen or virus to be prevented from entering the host, which will happen normally through the mucosal surface. So that's the advantage of live vaccine. But the disadvantages, as I said, even though it is exposed to an alien environment and brought back, when you give enough time for it to adapt to the original environment, it may revert to virulence and it may also recombine with the field virus. So you will have a vaccine virus replicating in the host, and you will also have a field wild type virus replicating. Then both can recombine and form new variants or new mutants, and this is difficult to prepare because you have to adapt this virus to alien environment, which may take about say 100 or more passages. I take COVID virus, SARS-CoV-2, and adapt it to a different cell line and then keep passaging. It may take 100 passages for it to get adapted to this new environment. And this growth cultures could be contaminated because you are using fetal calf serum and other animal-derived substances. These are the disadvantages. But the advantage of both is you are handling the whole pathogen or the pathogen as a whole with the whole spectrum of the proteins which will generate a diverse immune response. So as technology improved, as we see in diagnosis also, we were initially talking about culturing organisms or staining or phenotypic characters for bacteria. Then we moved on to protein-based detection method. Same way in vaccine also. From the whole organism, we moved on to protein because in 1980s, a lot of protein-based techniques evolved. So a lot of those techniques were applied to generating vaccines. And more recently, we have the nucleic acid-based detection methods. Like we all know, real-time PCR was the gold standard for COVID diagnosis, which is a nucleic acid detection method. Same way, in vaccinology also, we started using nucleic acid, whether it is DNA or RNA as vaccine. So in between, we had, instead of using the whole organism, we thought that why don't we use only the protein part of the organism as a vaccine, which is going to be devoid of the genome or with some other carrier genome. So these are the types of protein based vaccines that were used. You could purify the protein directly, or you can produce the protein through gene cloning. You take the gene expressing the protein and put it in another vector and then make that vector produce that protein, or you could synthesize protein. So this protein based vaccine, which is very much similar to the killed vaccine, because proteins cannot replicate. So whatever immune response that is generated by a protein vaccine would be very much similar to the killed vaccine. That means it won't generate a cytotoxic T lymphocyte response. It cannot replicate inside the cell. It requires booster, it requires adjuvant, short-term immunity, and so on. So here the only way you could make abundant protein is to express the protein using some bacteria, yeast or viruses, and then produce this protein in large amounts, and you could purify them and use as a vaccine. So as I said, the disadvantage of protein vaccine is primarily humoral, just like a killed vaccine. And one of the classical example of protein vaccine is hepatitis B virus, which was expressed in a yeast vector, and this protein is actually used as a vaccine, but it's a very, very safe vaccine because the protein is not going to replicate and there's no viral genome that is present in that vaccine preparation. In a killed vaccine, you will have the viral genome, but that is inactivated. Here you will have only the protein. So in terms of safety, this is a very good vaccine in terms of not able to cause disease in the host. So the one of the protein vaccines that we did in our lab is for a parasite affecting chicken called chicken coccidiosis. This is a very important parasite, and this has lot of proteins. We expressed three proteins: Iberia tenera, MIC1, MIC2, and GAM82. These are the expressed proteins in SDS page, and this is the Western blot, which shows that it is able to react with our antibodies. And then we immunize the birds with these proteins, and you can see the titer after primary and secondary immune responses. And more importantly, after immunization, when we challenge the bird with this parasite, you can see in an unvaccinated control bird, it produces so much of parasite, but in a vaccinated bird, which was also challenged, the oocyte load has tremendously reduced, which means this protein vaccine has generated an immune response, which has prevented the replication of this parasite to very low level, not to nil, but definitely dramatic reduction in the oocyst count. So this is another type of protein vaccine. The other vaccine is what we call recombinant vector vaccine. So here what we do is we take the genome, say for example, the S gene of SARS-CoV-2 virus, and we put it in some other known virus which is not able to replicate or not able to cause disease. So in COVID, we all know they use the adenovirus as vector. We use the S gene of SARS-CoV-2 into the adenovirus vector. And now then we grow this. This is the promoter for vaccinia. This is a pox virus, and this is how we clone the gene. We put the S gene in the of SARS-CoV-2 in this vector, and then there will be homologous recombination, and this S gene will go into the adenovirus vector, and when this vector adenovirus replicates, it will also replicate and produce the S gene of the SARS-CoV-2, which is normally not present in adenovirus, but you have inserted by homologous recombination. So when the virus is replicating, S gene product is produced, a S protein, which will be presented to the immune system, and you will be generating a immune response. So the viral vector vaccines are very similar to the live attenuated vaccine. Only thing is, live attenuated, you have the entire pathogen, but in a vector vaccine, you have only the immunogenic gene from the pathogen, but the rest of the genome is from a vector which is disabled, which we know, which is proven not to cause disease in the host. So this way, you generate both responses. You will generate humoral as well as CTL responses, and you can use single vaccine. Also, all the advantages of live vaccines is also applicable to the viral vector vaccine. And disadvantages, as like live vaccine, it can also revert to virulence. Sometimes you would generate antibodies to the vector. So next time when you are immunizing with your vector vaccine, these vector antibodies might neutralize this vaccine. So this is a common problem when you give multiple doses. You are generating an unwanted antibody to vector which is not needed by the host. It is only a vehicle. Your actual aim is to produce antibody to the SARS-S protein and not to adenovirus. But your body will definitely produce antibodies to adenovirus. So next time you inoculate the same vector, adenovirus antibodies neutralize this adenovirus. So S gene also may not be produced, or S protein will not be produced. So this is the disadvantage and advantage of viral vector vaccine. So we saw from whole organism killed and live attenuated. We moved to protein which is similar to killed, and vector vaccine which is similar to live vaccine. So as technology advanced, we thought why you use protein, why not use the nucleic acid of the pathogen as a vaccine. Just as I said for diagnosis, we targeted the whole organism, then we targeted proteins using assays like enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay or radioimmunoassay or fluorescent antibody and so on. Now we are doing polymerase chain reaction or real-time polymerase chain reactions and so on, which are targeting the nucleic acid part of the pathogen. So same way, we had DNA vaccines where we take the DNA of the pathogen. Of course, SARS-CoV is a RNA virus. You can make a complementary DNA. You can reverse transcribe that and make a DNA. And this DNA is inserted into a bacterial plasmid which has a promoter, and this is inoculated into the host. So what will happen in the normal process? This DNA should enter the nucleus. So DNA will get converted to mRNA by transcription. This will come out into the cytoplasm, and this mRNA will form the protein by translation, and this protein would be presented to the immune system. So it's a little long drawn process. Instead of ready-made presentation of the protein or the whole organism, here you are giving the nucleic acid which has to undergo this processing inside the host cell. So it's very easy to make this kind of vaccine. Just take a plasmid vector, put your SARS-CoV S gene into that, inoculate it inside the cell. This plasmid will enter the cell, go to the nucleus, form mRNA of SARS-S protein, comes out, makes protein, presented with MHC class 1, because it is all happening inside the cell, like I said earlier. So this vaccine will generate a cytotoxic T lymphocyte response because the processing is happening inside the cell. So this is the easy vaccine to make, but the advantage, as I said, it can be low cost production, it can be thermostable, you can put several genes into a single plasmid, and it's quite safe, you produce a lot of responses and so on. The disadvantage is you have a potential for integration of the DNA into the host genome. So it is the plasmid DNA that you are inoculating has to go inside the nucleus. And inside the nucleus, we have our own genome, our own DNA. So there is a very, very low chance of this plasmid DNA recombining with the host DNA. Then what will happen? Your genome gets altered and you will be transmitting that through cell division, and all your cells will have that foreign DNA in your system. So this is a dangerous thing, and this is one of the major reasons why this vaccine did not take off very well. And there are other types of vaccines that are newly generated. One is called the glycoconjugate vaccine, where instead of using the whole pathogen, they use only the lipid part of the pathogen. You remove the LPS and purify the O antigen, couple it with some chemical and use it. So mostly your Haemophilus influenza or Neisseria or the Streptococcus all are glycoconjugate vaccines which are presently in the market. And the other new generation vaccine is what we call virus-like particle. So this is again very similar to a killed vaccine, but without the genome. So you only make a virus without the genome, but the protein, capsid protein would be similar to the virus. So we call that as virus-like particle. So we are expressing the gene in a heterologous system and making that produce only the protein code without the gene of the pathogen. So this is a very, very safe vaccine, and the commercial cervical cancer vaccine is a virus-like particle vaccine. So we had worked on a virus-like particle for a canine parvovirus. This is how we went. We had taken the virus, grown that in A72 cells. Then we cloned that VP2 gene, and we expressed that gene in a cell line, and that cell line will produce that canine parvo VP2 protein. This protein is confirmed by Western blot. When we immunize that into rabbit, it produces very good neutralizing antibodies. And this was used as a vaccine in guinea pig as well as in dogs. And you can see a tremendous immune response generated by the virus-like particle vaccine. So this is a very, very safe vaccine because it's not going to replicate, no virus genome in that. But the response would be very similar to the killed vaccine. So all the disadvantages of killed vaccine will also be present here in terms of non-stimulation of cytotoxic T lymphocyte requiring multiple boosters and so on. And more recently, you have this technology which was not introduced in India for COVID, but the whole of US and Europe use this technology of mRNA vaccine. So when we can use the DNA as a vaccine material, why can't we use the mRNA also? Because this is much more safer, because mRNA works only in the cytoplasm. It doesn't need to enter into the nucleus. So the whole disadvantage of DNA vaccine and the possibility of remote possibility of integration with the host genome is removed. You inoculate the mRNA, it will just get translated in the cytoplasm and form the S protein. For example, you give the spike mRNA, it will form spike protein inside the cytoplasm only. It need not go to the nucleus, so our host genome is totally protected from this exogenous mRNA. So this was a concept. Of course, before COVID, people had shown proof of concept for certain viruses like Ebola, but none of the vaccines were approved for market use because there were a lot of concerns in terms of safety. During the pandemic, they had no other choice and they wanted to try out this new technology of mRNA vaccine. So a normal mRNA will have a cap, as you know, a 5' untranslated region, the open reading frame which will code for your protein, as well as a 3' untranslated region and a poly A tail. So this is the structure of mRNA, and there are two types of mRNA vaccine. One that will not replicate inside the cell, so it will have this structure as I said. The other one which will replicate, capable of replicating inside the cell, where you had certain these genes of the alpha virus. So this non-structural protein genes of alpha virus is added along with the SARS-CoV S gene, and this is inoculated into the cell. So what happens is these proteins will allow this mRNA also to replicate, and then a lot of mRNA gets translated, forms the spike protein, which will be presented with MSC class 1 and so on. So the difference is in a conventional mRNA vaccine, the conventional mRNA vaccine, this will not replicate, not produce more of mRNA, but in a self-amplifying mRNA, you will produce more of mRNA, more protein, and more immune response would be generated. And this mRNA has to be protected. You know, mRNA is a ephemeral molecule which is capable of degradation very fast. So they've used a nanoparticle, a lipid nanoparticle to protect this mRNA, and this is delivered inside the host. So this is how the immune response is generated, as I've been telling with MHC class 1 and class 2, because the mRNA gets processed inside the cytoplasm. And we also vaccine for a disease called lumpy skin disease. This is a construct. I'm not sure you can see this. These are the same as promoter sequence, the secretory signal, the gene of interest, the UTRs, and so on. This mRNA is Okay, this mRNA is coupled to the lipid-based nanoparticle. So what we do is we synthesize the mRNA in a plasmid vector, grow the plasmid vector, release a construct, confirm it, then we linearize the plasmid, we transcribe it to form the mRNA. So this is a DNA. So we use a transcription kit to form the mRNA and add the poly A tail to that. After that, we encapsulate with lipid nanoparticles, and this is used as a vaccine. So this is how the COVID vaccines were also made. So this is an important table which shows you the difference between all these vaccine technology. These two are the conventional one. I'll just hide these two are the live recombinant protein vaccine. Live recombinant equal to attenuated, protein equal to inactivated, and DNA and mRNA vaccines are the nucleic acid based vaccines. So if you see the difference, the CTL induction will only happen in a live vaccine, it will not happen in a killed vaccine because of the exogenous processing. Same way protein vaccine, no CTL, live vaccine you will have CTL. At DNA and RNA you will have CTL because both are happening inside the cell. And here complete antigen repertoire is shown because you use the whole pathogen. Here you don't expose the host to the complete set of proteins of the pathogen. And in terms of safety, of course, the killed vaccines are safe, protein vaccines are safe, much more safer than the live vaccine. And these has got small reversion of virulence, the live and the recombinant, but these cannot revert to virulence. So quickly moving to the COVID vaccine platforms, almost all these vaccine platforms have been used for COVID. This is very strange because normally if you have a vaccine, there is only a single platform vaccine is developed and used. But because of the pandemic nature, people tried all these various vaccine platforms, which we will quickly go through. So we had the viral vector vaccine. That is what we used. The Oxford AstraZeneca or the Covishield was a viral vector vaccine where they used the adenovirus vector. There were similar vaccines in other countries also. So you can remember when Covishield would have generated CTL response because it is replicating inside the cell. You had the adenovirus vector expressing the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein gene. And nucleic acid vaccine, we didn't have in India, but we had Moderna, Pfizer, BioNTech. Throughout US, these vaccines were used. In India, it was not used because your storage condition requires minus 80 degrees and so on. So this vaccine platform was also used in other countries. Inactivated vaccine, we used the Bharat Biotech Covaxin, which was a killed vaccine. So you can recollect, killed vaccine has a full antigen repertoire, but the virus has to be grown and killed, so it may not generate a good CTL response as much as a live or a vector vaccine. But they did overcome by using a good adjuvant, which had a TLR7 agonist in that Covaxin. And attenuated vaccines was not used for COVID because of the mutations, huge mutations. You could not really grow that virus in cell culture and use the same virus in attenuated form. So although there were clinical trials, nothing was approved for use in terms of live attenuated vaccine. Protein vaccine, recently in India it was approved through Novavax, which used the receptor binding domain of the protein. As I said, this protein was expressed through a yeast vector, and the protein was purified and used as a vaccine by Novavax company. So very safe vaccine, but again it will not generate CTL responses. It will only generate like a Covaxin kind of response because it is equal to a killed vaccine. And lastly, we had this DNA vaccine, which was made by Cadila, which is called Zyco-VD. So this is a DNA-based vaccine, like a plasmid vector containing the SARS-CoV-2 gene. So this will be this Zyco-V2 D came with a instrument called FarmJet, which is used to push the plasmid DNA into your muscle. And there, as I said, it has to go inside the cell, inside the nucleus, form mRNA, come out to the cytoplasm, form protein, and then express it to the host immune system. So this again was one of the vaccines approved here more recently, the DNA vaccine, and this is the protein vaccine by Brilliant or Biological E company, which is expressed protein. So just to sum up, all vaccines in India, of course, the major vaccine we used was a killed vaccine from Bharat Biotech called Covaxin, and the vector vaccine from Oxford or Serum Institute, which is the Covishield. Of course, more recently we have the protein vaccine approved as well as the DNA vaccine approved. We didn't have enough technology, and we didn't have the vaccine technology. So it doesn't mean one vaccine is better than the other. The highlight or we have to understand the pros and cons, the advantages and disadvantages of each vaccine. As I said, protein vaccine would not generate CTL, and live vaccine would generate CTL, and CTLs tend to be more cross-reactive. When you have more serotypes of the generation of CTL will be able to protect you against multiple serotypes and so on. So this duo vaccine platform has specific advantages, and the pandemic has given a new thrust on new platform like mRNA vector vaccines. So none of these vaccines were licensed in India earlier, but with this pandemic, this has enabled at least emergency use authorization of all these new vaccine platforms. So although all these platforms have distinct advantages and all have been shown to be efficacious, no single, none of the, all these platforms have never been tried for a single pathogen earlier. So you have a real choice. Too much of choice, makes it difficult to choose also. But the idea of this talk is for you to understand these various platforms so that you could make an informed choice on what vaccines to use without vaccine hesitancy. So I hope all of us in this room are vaccinated by either one of the two vaccines. So this is really critical for us to understand what is the advantages and disadvantages of each platform technology by which these vaccines are made. And thank you for the opportunity, and all the best to the audience. In your lives and in your careers. Thank you. And thank you once again to the organizers for the opportunity. So I'm ready to take any questions if you have. Thank you.
Audience, any questions you want to ask means you can ask.
Yeah, I'm sure you may have a lot of questions with respect to COVID vaccine. You can please, without hesitancy, like unlike vaccine hesitancy, you should not have question hesitancy also. Just shoot out if you have any queries. Yeah, please. Yeah, please go.
For a live attenuated vaccine, you said you're going to introduce the virus into a different organ or some other alien environment so that they get converted into something else. But they are very adaptive, when you're trying to give antibiotics to the viruses, they are making quick changes and adapting themselves to that antibodies. So how come they are becoming vaccines when you're introducing them to alien environment? How come they are becoming inactive in that state?
See, they're not becoming inactive. See, when you take a virus which is adapted to the respiratory system, for example, and you put it into a kidney epithelial cell, so the cells are not same. So there is a new environment for the virus. It is able to cause disease in the respiratory tract of the host. You put it into the kidney, it is not able to cause disease. So it is slowly trying to adapt. So it gets mutated, and then it is able to adapt to the kidney epithelium after several passages, hundreds of passages. Now you take this virus, which is adapted to kidney cells, and you put it back into the host, where it will go to the respiratory cells, So it forgot that it gave the 100% back. So it will take time for it to grow there, which you don't give. So it is not able to produce the disease in the respiratory tract, but it is able to stimulate the immune response. But your point on mutations is that is why in SARS-CoV-2, live vaccines were not permitted or were not successful because of the huge mutation that happens in the virus. So similarly, there is a disease in cattle called foot and mouth disease. So this virus has been there for 100 years, but we don't have a live virus vaccine for that because this virus mutates a lot. So for the viruses mutating, live vaccines are not very successful.
It was a nice presentation, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
So recently, when I browsed related to vaccines, so many research articles were popping out on the ribozyme-based vaccines. So could you please tell us what is called as exactly ribozyme-based vaccine, and in future whether there are chances of these kind of vaccines?
Yeah. Liposomes, it is not lipozymes. It is the liposomes. Yeah. Ribozymes.
Ribozymes.
Okay, I got it wrong. Yeah. So ribozymes, this is the RNA which acts as an enzyme. Okay, so the ribozyme, like I've told in technology, you have self-amplifying mRNA as well as non-amplifying mRNA. So you are use a ribozyme, which is a protein which would cleave the mRNA. It's more akin to the mRNA technique. See, when you make a vaccine, when you start off, as I said, note here, none of all these platforms have not been used for a single pathogen earlier. Because of the pandemic nature and whole world was affected, different people started making. So if there's a virus only in India, for example, we can only live with the technology that we have. As of now, we don't have mRNA technology. Some companies are working. So ribozyme may work, but you have to really understand what is the problem with that pathogen that other technologies cannot overcome, and if ribozyme technology can overcome that, then that is going to work. Simply, you have a new technology, you apply it to a new pathogen, that is not going to work. Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you once again, and all the best in your lives and studies. Thank you.
I request Dr. Anuradha, Head in Charge, and Dr. Kanis Fatima, Assistant HOD, and Dr. Mubin Sultana, Organizing Secretary, to occupy their seats on the dais. On behalf of PG and Research Department of Zoology, I would like to thank Dr. Dilgar Raj, Head Department of Animal Biotechnology, Madras Veterinary College, for accepting our invitation for delivering informative lecture on COVID-19 vaccines, which is the need of the hour. So the talk has given insight and complete information about microbe vaccines, attenuated whole organism vaccines, protein-based vaccines, recombinant protein vaccines, and also about recombinant vector vaccines, viral vector vaccines, DNA vaccines, and mRNA vaccines, and also about its advantages and disadvantages. I thank you once again, sir, and I request the organizing secretary, Dr. Mubin Sultana, to kindly hand over the memento to the guest speaker, Dr. Dinakar Raj, as the mark of our appreciation.
We are going to start with the paper presentations. So I request all those who are presenting their papers to be ready.
I request the chair of this present session, Dr. Anandi, and co-chair, Dr. T. Raja, and rapporteur, Dr. Jasmine, to occupy the seats on the dais. Department of Zoology, Madras Christian College, Tambaram, Chennai, chairing for the session 1 of Biosciences Development. Dr. Anandi has graduated from Annamalai University, graduate and college. Dr. Anandi has participated in international and national conferences and workshops and organized seminars and webinars. To her credit, Dr. Anandi has published 33 papers in reputed journals and also has written book chapters. She has been resource person for seminars and webinars. To add to her achievements, Dr. Anandi has been awarded with Junior Research Fellowship from Government of India Ministry of Environment and Forest, New Delhi. Currently, Dr. Anandi is guiding MPhil and PhD students and Nodal Officer for IPSC. And secondly, I am happy to introduce the co-chair of this session, Dr. Raja, Assistant Professor. Dr. Raja has completed his PhD from University of Madras and the area of his research is entomology, molecular biology and microbiology and guiding MPhil and PhD students. Dr. Raja has completed research projects funded by UGC and also from Loyola Research Park. The various positions held by Dr. Raja is IPAC Coordinator, Assistant Director in Loyola Boys Hostel, Staff in charge for ERP. Dr. Raja has been published papers in national and international journals and authored books. To his credit, Dr. Raja has been submitted his species in GenBank NCBI. He has been awarded with various awards and to mention a few, Good Samaritan Award from Loyola, Outstanding Faculty in Science from Venus International Foundation, Chennai. Lastly, that is, I am happy to welcome Dr. S.K. Jasmine Shahina, rapporteur for this present session. She is Associate Professor, Justice Bashir Ahmed Said College for Women. And for this technical, I am happy to introduce her for this technical session. Her expertise is in microbiology and specialization is in molecular biology, immunology and environmental microbiology, food and dairy microbiology and applied microbiology. To add her achievements and awards, she received Young Scientist Award from Association of Indian Biology. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Research Award from Puducherry Institute of Management and Science in collaboration with London organization. She received Best Research Award from International Journal of Science. Dr. Jasmine is member of Association of Indian Biologists and member of Board of Studies in Microbiology. Dr. Jasmine has completed various research projects from MRCC and she has published 38 papers in reputed national and international journals. I request Dr. Kanis Fatima to welcome Dr. Anandi, Dr. Raja and Dr. Jasmine with a box of dry fruits. Request the chair to take up the proceedings for this session. The first presenter for this session is Dr. Rita Jairaj, Department of Zoology, Stella Maris College, Chennai.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. I'm happy to present a paper on consumption. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon to one and all present here. All the participants are requested to speak for about 5 minutes, and after which 2 minutes will be taken over by the panel for discussion. Thank you so much and all the best.
As you see my topic, they have given limited time, so I make it very fast. It is on monitoring air quality and exploring real-time air quality using air quality index. All of you must be familiar with the term air quality, but this air quality index is something that is new, and in 2014 it was actually inducted by the health minister, by environment minister Javadekar. Next slide please. Okay, so what is this air quality index? It is but a number which actually conveys the quality of air, how it is understandable by the public. And this air quality actually deteriorates with increase in the number of concentration of the pollutants. Now according to the Indian AQI, the standard is slightly different from what is followed by Indian US. What I have presented here is all according to the Indian AQI. So wherever it is given Indian AQI, after AQI there will be IN, which indicates India. So according to the CB, there is a range ranging from 0 to 500. So 0 being good, 0 to 550 being good, and for this AQI, and 500 is the maximum, so that is hazardous. And as you can see from the slide, there are 8 major pollutants that are taken into consideration for the AQI calculation. It includes the particulate matter PM 2.5 and PM 10, which is nothing but the size microns. 2.5 microns and PM 10 is again 10 microns. Which do you think will be higher? It's not 10, but it is 2.5, which is more hazardous than 10, because the smaller size and the particles that can get lodged in the lungs and the alveoli, particularly causing lot of health hazards. Now the other pollutants that are taken into consideration are other gases like carbon monoxide, ozone, nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, ammonia and lead. But ammonia and lead I have not taken for my statistics. Next slide please. Now this slide is just showing about how AQI is calculated, but what I have done is from a web-based, but this is just for knowledge, where you have an 8-hourly monitoring that is done, and there is a difference in the 24-hour interval which is taken, which means 6 o'clock in the morning today, it goes on up to 6 o'clock next day. So that is the time interval that is taken into consideration, and here you can see how the 8 pollutants are monitored, and the sub-indices are very important here, and the web-based system is actually very useful in providing the AQI on real-time basis. But in some places you also have the monitoring stations which are manual. This is the actual formula which is done manually. The formula is given I is equal to I low, high minus that of low, and the different concentration, where it will give the breakpoint concentrations for each of the major pollutants. Now this is the AQI monitor at Stella Maris way back in 2019. I had the few logic systems asking us that Stella Maris whether they can install, and they wanted it real time, but I requested whether it can be used for awareness, and from that time onwards, we have been using this data, looking at the data, how useful it is to see the quality of air. Now, one data that was collected includes a particulate matter for 2.5 and also PM10. So as shown in the left side graph, you can see how there is a variation in the first week, second week, third week. Mostly throughout the 1 month data, I found for all the major pollutants, including the particulate matter and the gases, that the third week, which was the third week of December, it was very significant. So PM10 and PM2.5 showed variation in the first week and second week. So with 2.5, sorry, 2.5, the status in the first week, it was in December, and for the second week of December, it falls within the good range, that is within 0 to 50. Similarly for PM10 also. Now this is just for an idea for you to compare and see what is the 2.5 size. The human hair 50 to 70 microns, and what I am talking about, the size is very low, I mean very small, that is 2.5 microns. And on the right you can see what are the sources of the 2.5 particulate matter pollution, where it can come from household emissions or industrial emissions, also coming from vehicles mainly, or even forest fires. So natural sources are all causing, of course, anthropogenic are also included in this. The health impact of this PM 2.5 pollution includes major damage to the epithelial cells. As you all know, it causes a lot of respiratory problems, sneezing, coughing, and if it is lodged in the deeper within the respiratory system, can cause asthma, bronchitis, particularly for people who are belonging to the sensitive group or are prone to respiratory diseases. Then it causes a lot of harm. Similarly, on the right side, you can see it also affects the cerebrovascular, activity. It also definitely induces the ROS, or the reactive oxidative stress. Time up. Okay, I'll go very fast with the rest of it. So this is 1 month data, as I told you, which has been taken for CO, then ozone, then for SO2, then including the temperature and the humidity levels. So this is the AQI calendar for the entire 2021, and you can see the distribution of this AQI range, which is showing how it is normal, falling within the normal range, 104 plus 72 days. First, this 14 to 29 days, it is 0 to 50 range. So that means it is a total of 43, and around 176 days or so, which is again coming within the 50 to 100 AQI status. So rest of it is minimal, is there for the rest of the last range, that is 38 days. Now this is least polluted cities in India, where you can see the list that is given. So it is 8 AQI, the least in Kulgam, and 18 in Srinagar. Most polluted cities, again you can see it's a very big value, beyond 500. So it's very alarming. And then here again, when you talk about the world ranking, India ranks 5th, and the AQI value is around 95. So 95 is the thing, and I was just looking at my earlier data, 2019, which I collected, and I definitely see that there is some change in the 2019 as well as the 2023 data. If you look at the comparison here, you can see earlier in 2019 it was 156, whereas in 2023 it is 179, which means it has increased. But in some cities it has also come down. For example, in Ahmedabad it has come to 149, and again in Chennai you can see it has come down a bit. So definitely it has got a bearing on the awareness. Now this is the second part of my presentation, talking about the real-time air quality data, where it actually shows the current levels of pollutants. If the technical team can show AQI, Stella Maris, if you look at the dashboard, you can see that we get some information. So the purpose of real-time air quality is where you can look into aspects of public health or environmental policy, research, awareness, and also the benefits are many: early warning, identifying the sources, public engagement. This last slide, which is showing you the exhaust emission index. So when I started with my presentation, you can see that most of the pollutants, NO3, SO2, everything is coming from the exhaust emission. So apart from the fuel composition or maintaining the car, we have to see how best we can use public transport and minimize the air pollution. Thank you for this opportunity. And any questions? If you can project from there, from Chrome. So right now, what is the aqueous status in Stella Maris? It can show. So this real-time air quality data is available for major cities, and it is very useful for research. Only thing is we do not have stored data. I was lucky enough to retrieve this 2019 from my previous presentation, and that's how I was able to make a comparison between the two. Yes. So right now you can see 15th February. So it is 124, but it is AQI US. So if it is AQI IN, the values are slightly different. Yes, ma'am, any questions?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now the floor is open for questions. Can anyone hand over a mic to sir?
Or something else which could possibly
In a day itself, sometimes the number, the AQI number was varying. So we saw that the use of the generator from that the diesel, and because of that, so that they gave us some. But now, of course, with advancement technology, we have very good other advanced generators, and this pollution level has come down. And you all know, heart of the city, we have a lot of vegetation and Stella Maris. That is also one reason where we are able to maintain good air quality at our campus. Yeah, that requires a little bit of, because all this data each and every day. So it is available for 24 hours, it's available for a week, and for 24, a month. Beyond that, we do not have stored data, but if you can collect it, as you say, and definitely that can be some fruitful.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
May I now call upon Ms. Priyanka to be presenting on estimation of microplastics in the Kosasthaliar River of Metropolitan City, Chennai. Kindly restrict your talk to 5 minutes, and 2 minutes we have the discussion.
Good evening, everyone. My topic is about the estimation of microplastics in the Kosasthaliar River of the Metropolitan City, Chennai. Okay. What are plastics? Plastics are the polymeric material that has the capability of being molded or shaped usually by the application of heat and pressure. The plastic is found in the marine environment, originated from the land and passed into the sea through various pathways including river, shipping, fishing activities and airborne transportation. What are microplastics? The plastic litter released on the land undergo fragmentation such as photo and oxidative degradation and physical damage by human activities. The breakdown of this huge plastic into tiny microplastic particles, which is 0.1 mm to 5 mm in the environment. Microplastics are nothing but the smaller plastic polymers distributed in the different habitats from terrestrial to aquatic environment worldwide. Microplastic is divided into two categories, primary microplastic and secondary microplastic. Primary microplastics are manufactured pellets and used as the personal care products and abrasives. Secondary microplastic results from the breakdown of larger plastic items. Microplastic in fresh water. Microplastic occurs in the freshwater bodies from a variety of sources including surface runoff, wastewater treatment plant effluents, tourism activities, laundry and some airborne deposition. But few amounts of data is found in the freshwater environment. Rivers and lakes become the secondary microplastic producers by means of fragmentation of the plastic litter abundant on the river banks. Objective of my study to analyze the microplastic contamination from the rural into the urban area of the river to know about the different sources of microplastic pollution into the ocean. My study area. Kosasthalayaru River is also known as Kortalayaru River is the one of the three major rivers in the megacity Chennai. The river has a length of 136 km. It flows through a large industrial area before entering into the Bay of Bengal at Ennu Creek. It has a primary source of water to different areas includes Pundi, Cholavaram, Redis and Chembarambakam Reservoir. The river flows in the Chevarai Mountains. In the present study, sampling was done in 31 different stations to analyze the plastic contamination of the river, covering approximately 90 km of the river. The sample stations were divided into three regions: freshwater region, Buckingham Canal and estuary region. By using the bucket sampling method, 100 liters of water was taken. This is my study area map. Methodology. Sample collection using 37 micron mesh, digestion, filtration, observation under the microscope and the suspended particles are analyzed under the FTIR and SIM. During sample collection, results. Through the observations made on the Kosasthalayaru River water sample, fibers were the dominant of 78%, followed by film, fragment and foam. The size range is 0.1 to 1 mm particles were high in number, which is of 80%. Color. The important aspect that species might confuse with the microplastic for the prey is the color. The color is the important aspect. Every sampling site discovered a significant amount of transparent particles, which is 42%, followed by black, blue, red, yellow and green. Transparent particles are typically used in lower quality waste products, disposable dinner bags and bags. Microplastic abundance found in the Buckingham Canal region is 4.18 to 1.91. In the Ennore estuary is 4.62 to 9.58. From the agricultural area, the rural area of the river, 5.15 to 9.68. This is a reservoir which accumulates a more number of plastics in the area. 39.2 items per liter found in the Thamaripakam reservoir. According to the surface water spatial map, the dam region has a dominant influence of microplastics more than the Pundi dam. Sources of microplastic in the river. 90% of municipal solid trash is directly disposed of in open areas. Groundwater microplastic examination found in the Kodungayu dumping site revealed that particles range from 3 to 23 items per liter with a mean of 12 items per liter. About 10% of Chennai untreated wastewater is dumped into the Adayar, which remaining entering into the Buckingham Canal and the Kuvam River. Improper disposal of domestic and solid wastes in the rural region is the main cause of microplastic pollution into the aquatic region. Laundry and fishing activities are the great cause of microplastic weathering. The creek received the sewage from the Manali industrial zone, domestic sewage through the Buckingham Canal and the industrial effluent from the coal power station.
Priyanka, your time is up.
These are the non-woven textiles disposed in the river banks.
Priyanka, kindly conclude.
This is a Ennore estuary, disposable bags and covers found in the estuary. Types of microplastic: fiber, film, fragment, foam and pellets. Fishing activities. These are the plastics found in the river. Fiber. FTR spectroscopy and SEM analysis were taken to find whether it is a plastic or non-plastic particles. These are the images of FTR particle and SEM images. Overall conclusion, 37% of microplastic are found in the rural region, more than the estuary and Buckingham Canal region. Conclusion, only solution to deal with the microplastic is to upgrade the facility used to handle domestic waste. Put waste in the right place. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the floor is open for discussion.
So nice presentation, Ma. You mentioned that as agriculture places so much of microplastic. How it is possible?
Agriculture region means rural regions, freshwater sources, laundry activities where takes place in that region, and fishing activities are also available in that region. So the microplastic found in the rural region is highly abundant.
Did you analyze in any of the fishes or anything?
Yes, ma'am. The study is under the analysis. The biota and the sediment I taken. The analysis is incomplete. So the study is the process.
What is your conclusion, ma'am?
In the rural region, the people directly dispose the wastes into the river banks. So municipality should take care of the wastes and they have to create the awareness among the people. Then only the waste will be reduced.
Okay.
I have a question for you. What is the purpose of doing SEM and FTIR?
FTIR images is to know about the plastic and non-plastic material. SEM image is for the crackness and roughness of the
How is that?
STEM is for the fracture and brittleness can be seen in the plastic particle. The exposure in the environment, the fracture and brittleness causes
The cracks and the pits will be visible probably after the biodegradation
yes,
and when
ma'am.
it is exposed to climatic
The
conditions.
disintegration and decomposition of further plastic material will cause the impact on the biota and sediment and other particles.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now call upon the next presenter, K. Muthu Kumarave. He's not. Okay. Evaluation of heavy metal load in open well water from a rural Kerala village by using indices by Mohammed Thanin. Sir, I request you to kindly stick on to time.
Good evening, one and all. I am Mohammed Tani, coming from Bharatiyar University, Department of Environmental Science. My study title is Evaluation of Heavy Metal Load in Open Well Water from a Rural Kerala Village. As an introduction, we are considered as in groundwater. Groundwater is more pure than surface water because we know that groundwater is packed in a water zone of earth. So we generally consider as more pure than surface water. Also, it is easier and cheaper. Also, the well water can be tapped where we need the necessary place in a house and all. We can be tapped easily. So these are the some common groundwater contamination system. Just the landfill, pesticide using fertilizer application in agriculture fields. Also the leakages from septic tanks. These are the common groundwater contamination things. Directly going to the methodology, 22 public wells from different locations of this local area is selected as my sample site. The sampling method which I have done according to the standard procedures recommended by APHA and other institutes. These are my study area. The round legend is my 22 dug wells. From Kerala, it's in Kozhikode district. The Grama Panchayat called Villapalli Grama Panchayat. Some photos I have taken during my sampling. So these were the heavy metals I was analyzed: aluminum, arsenic, cadmium, iron, and lead and zinc. So how I have analyzed this heavy metal is by ICP-MS, inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometry. We know that it is the most sophisticated instrument, even in microgram per liter. the concentration of metals or elements we are getting through this ICPMS analysis. So this is my data. This is the concentration of heavy metals which I have acquired from the data from ICPMS. So we know that this is a complex data we cannot understand by looking. So I have gone for different, these are the data recommended by BIS standards, the standard permissible value of different elements and also the ideal value which is recommended by BIS. So just a correlation analysis, I haven't got any strong correlation among metals. Just cadmium and aluminum have a slight correlation among the elements which I have analyzed. So to reduce the data complexity, I have gone for the different indices. The first one is heavy metal pollution index. It is a rating method and effective tool to access the water quality with respect to the heavy metals. So these are the equations and calculation which I have made by the standard permissible limit and the ideal value I have taken from the BIS limits. These are the equations and calculations done by for analyzing the HPI. So like this, if the HPA value is less than 100, the water is considered to be good, and the HPA value is greater than 100, the water is contaminated, considered as contaminated. This is the HPA values. By looking this graph, we can understand that Dugwell 1, Dugwell 2 and Dugwell 14 is contaminated because the HPA value I have got is greater than 100. So this has to be considered not fit for drinking. Next indices I used is metal index. The metal index is classified into different classes, class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. According to the very pure, slightly affected, moderately affected, like that the metal index is classified, the water quality. So this is the result. I haven't got any class of very pure, but pure, what is 9 wells are pure, comes under the pure, and 9 wells in the slightly affected, and the 4 wells comes under moderately affected with metal contamination. So these are my conclusion. My 90% of the samples were not contaminated, but Dugwell 2, 1, 2 and 14 have contaminated by cadmium deposition. Also, I have recommended to prepare some standards while constructing purpose. We have to go for analysis of underground samples. After that only we can watch a place for constructing a well. Also the site selection is very important because my sampling site, we have gone for a risk factor analysis. We haven't found any potential source of contamination merely by watching. So that's all. Thank you.
You collected the sample
Yes.
directly from the well.
Yes, sir.
Okay, how you collected?
So we have collected the samples in a polypropylene box. We use by tying a rope on the polypropylene, and we have inserted directly into the well.
So depth of the well?
Sorry.
What is the depth of the well?
That's it starts from 5 meter to 10 to 11 meters.
All the well?
It ranges from 5 meter to 11 meters.
Indices?
I have gone for HPI and heavy metal pollution index and also the metal index. I have gone.
So what did you do after you found there was excess concentration of heavy metals, I think 2 in 3 different regions. So what did you do after that?
Actually, the cadmium concentration is higher in these 3 regions. So I have gone for the risk factor analysis by checklisting the different source, potential source, if whether it is present or not. It's a method of.
Okay, it's fine. Just with respect to submitting a report to that particular place, environment or something like that. Did you do something like that?
Actually, I'm going for that.
I think that should be done. No? You should.
Actually, I have taken that whole panchayat sample. Most of the panchayat sampling is having cadmium presence.
I think the people should be like made aware.
Aware of.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
What about the population strength in that area?
It's around, according to 2001 census, 31,000 something.
You mentioned that as a cadmium present in only few of the well.
3 wells.
3 wells. If you found any nearby the industry.
No, that's what I told. We have gone for the risk factor analysis. It's a rural village. There is no potential source found in and around the vicinity of the well. So we think that it's a problem. That's by natural process, by rock weather interaction and the geological.
Have you done soil analysis?
No. We are going for that. Also, we are collecting the data from the geology and mining department.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are a few more questions to be answered, please.
Yeah. Yes. Not the same, sir. At a point 4 or 5, we are getting statistically significant. That's actually the ICPM is taking per sample. The ICPM will take triplicate sampling, and also we have given 3 samples from each one.
Sir, what will be the effect of heavy metal cadmium on human beings?
Actually, there are a lot of studies by cadmium contamination in drinking water. If you are taking the whole day the same water, this heavy metals will be accumulated in our kidneys and our the digestive systems. So these are mainly the cancer. I haven't forgot the perfect cancer. Some of the cancers are the reason for cadmium deposition in kidneys and some organs.
If there are no more questions, shall we go ahead? Thank you, sir. Call upon Mr. Vignesh, yes, to talk about effects of chlorpyrifos on Eisenia fetida, observation of its behavioral and morphological changes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to the professors here and everyone. So my topic is based on the effects of my study is based on the effect of chlorpyrifos on Eisenia fetida, which is an earthworm, and its observational and morphological and behavioral changes. So about the test organism, it is Eisenia fetida. This is the native organism of Europe. It is also called as redworms, and it is scavenger as well as the decomposes. So in agriculture, it is majorly used in the vermicomposting. So it converts waste organic materials into the vermicompost. The vermicompost is nothing but the worm castings which is produced by it. It's just an excretory matter which is produced by the worms. And the vermicompost which is produced as a result of the vermiculture is the vermicompost is highly porous, and it also has a high drainage capacity, and it also accumulates numerous micro and macronutrients in it. So about the test substance, chloropyrifos, it is an insecticide and also it is an organophosphate insecticide. In Canada and US, it has been banned in the year 2001, and in United Kingdom it has been banned in 2016, but in India it is still now used. It has huge effects in the earthworm as well as the human. It is widely used in the agriculture, so hence it has a huge effect on the earthworm too. So this is my vermiculture unit. I set up this vermiculture unit in my house, and the experiment was conducted in the laboratory of Madras Christian College. So I bought a agro bag, and for constructing the unit, we have to follow some criteria to build it. So with the help of coir and the farmyard manure is used as a feed for the earthworm. And the methodology used here is OECD, which was released in 1981 by the US government. And it is called as the simple filter paper contact test. And this test is, the materials and apparatus required for this test is filter paper, plastic vials, chloropyrifos, which is the test substance, and Eisenia fetida, and a syringe. And we can use the micropipettes too. And the methodology is we have to take a filter paper, and I divided the paper into 1 centimeter square box, and with the help of syringe, I took the insecticide in various concentration, and I introduced the insecticide into various boxes of the filter paper, and I made it dry, and after drying, I again moisturized with the water. So, and after moisturizing the filter paper, I introduced the worms into it, and I observed the changes which has taken place during the experiment. So this is the various concentration I had used. Volume of the test substance is 2 milligram, 3 milligram. Consequently, I increased 1 milligram. And the volume of the water is stable 1. So I used only 1 milliliter of water for various concentration of the chloropyrifos. And volume of the solution which is introduced into the filter paper is 0.5, 1.0. So I increase 0.5 ml in each of the vials. So by seeing this, I done the experiment with 5 vials with 5 different 5 earthworms in it. So this is the prepared solution, and water for moisturizing, drying of filter paper, and injecting the filter paper. This was the experiment done. So we can note the changes in various vials after introducing the insecticides into it. So in each vial I took video to show that how the earthworm reacts in the particular vials. So the behavioral changes which I noted here is the curling of the body taken place constantly, and the mechanism of escaping from the vial has been taken place. So the earthworm itself elevated from the vial to escape from it. So for ventilation purpose, I made a hole in the vial so that it can able to breathe in the vial. So consequently, in few minutes, the earthworm gone into attained paralyzing. Ultimately, it entered the coma. So the duration of paralysis, so in 2 milligram concentration, 25 minutes. So it took 25 minutes in 2 milligram concentration, and in 3 milligram, 40 minutes, 4 milligram, 52, and finally it's in 6 milligram, it took 65 minutes to enter into paralysis state. So the duration of mortality is in 2 milligram vial, it attained mortality in 35 minutes. So in 3 milligram, 48 minutes. So it consequently increased, I noticed. So the morphological changes that I noticed is, there is a thinning of the musculature in the earthworm. So I have proof with the picture, I can show it. So, and the swelling of the anterior part is taken place, loss of pigmentation also taken place, blood lesion. So in first 10 segments we can see the blood lesions, and fragmentation also taken place, distorted symmetry. So there is a change in symmetry have taken place during the experiment. So the fragmentation has appeared.
Time is up. Kindly
Yes,
conclude.
thinning also happened in the pygidium region, which is nothing but the last final segment of the earthworm. And the swelling of the anterior region also take place. Loss of pigmentation can also taken place during the experiment. So it's not clear, but the loss of pigmentation in the last segment has been taken place. And the blood lesions, so when you zoom it, we can see the blood lesion in the anterior segments. and the distorted symmetry. So symmetry got diminished and the symmetry is totally changed. So my experience during this experiment is I got severe irritation of eye and itching of skin was severe and redness of skin also taken place and difficulty in breathing. So I couldn't breathe during the experiment. And these are the references I made. So thank you for the opportunity.
I have a question. What do you conclude from this? You are talking about behavioral and morphological changes, right? So how do you conclude?
Yes, ma'am. So by increasing the concentration of the particular insecticide, it is noted that there is mortality and paralysis in the earthworm. So if the earthworm got, it is in the state of high mortality means, so definitely it will affect agriculture. So in agriculture, in the field we can see various worms which is contributing in converting the organic matter into vermicompost, which will be definitely helpful in the proper yield and good yield in the agriculture. So this is my conclusion, ma'am.
Okay. Put any insecticide or any other chemical directly put to the particular animal means definitely it will affect the particular animal.
Yes, sir.
So you are doing the project the same thing, but you can mix with the soil means how it is reacted that you can observe. And the project is directly you are applying the chemical pesticide.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We are going to the Vatanjatram, Usur, Ooty. There are so much of pesticide they are applying the insect to control the insect. Okay. So you can take that particular soil. You have to identify what are the chemical, what are the fertilizers, what are the chemical pesticide is available in a particular soil. That soil you can introduce that animal, then you can check it.
Okay.
So any behavioral changes is there. After that you can check the any biopesticide is there or not in a particular soil. That is the project you can do. But here you are doing this project is directly you are applying. Even you are taking a small amount of toxin or any other pesticide means it definitely it will affect. Okay, you are put it in the petri dish with the filter paper, the particular pesticide. So, and also you have said this chloropyrifos is banned. So now still now it is available. You can get it anywhere else.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, but
Yes,
what's your conclusion?
Yes, sir. The insecticide which is present in the agricultural field which affects the earthworms and
everywhere it is present in the agricultural field. Okay. You can check it anywhere. You can take the soil, that soil you can introduce that particular animal into the particular soil, then you can check.
Sir, but the methodology which was published in OECD, that criteria are followed during this experiment.
I don't know. Any review paper is there? Any literature is there?
Previous literature, there are 4 or 5 literature are there. So they followed this methodology for this testing insecticide on various animals. So OECD in US, they published a material which is based on this filter paper contact test to test the various insecticide effect on animals, sir.
Just a question from my side.
Yes,
We all know that this pesticide is definitely affecting the earthworm. So in turn, it's also going to affect the soil microflora. I'm a microbiologist, so I'm very much bothered about that. So which in turn overall is going to affect the plants, right?
Yes.
So what's the alternative you have thought of? We know this. So have you thought of any kind of alternative instead of this?
So insecticide usage can be decreased to overcome this problem. So we have to reduce the usage of insecticides. Will definitely give a way to.
But no matter what concentration we use, no matter how less we use, it's definitely going to affect our flora and fauna, right?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Vignesh, can I have Vignesh's slide?
Yes. Hello, sir.
Just want to ask some question. Well, good presentation. Finally,
Thank
I
you.
get to see a good document. Three points. First and foremost, focusing on your last slide. When you know chlorpyrifos is such a harmful chemical, when you work with it, you're supposed to take enough precautions, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
you're supposed to wear your gloves and your mask before you handle such a potential
Yes.
carcinogenic neurotoxic chemical. Then your experience would have been different. Okay? Point number one. Point number two, can you go to your concentration part? The concentration slide which you've mentioned. Previous one. I'll come to this again, but the previous one where you mentioned how much you've mixed with 1 ml of water.
Is this?
No, the first one. Initially you have in your materials and methods. Yeah, this one. So you're saying 2 mg per ml, right? From that you're taking 0.5. So what is the final concentration?
So 0.5 milliliter is taken in this micropipette or syringe. That is the solution which is taken.
Correct. So that is the concentration of the chemical which is reaching the earthworm?
It is reaching the filter paper, sir.
That is what is indirectly reaching the earthworm?
Yes,
Right.
definitely.
So in the later part of your work, I mean when you've documented, you mentioned the concentration as 2 mg. Here if you see, if you take 2 mg per ml and take 0.5 ml, the final concentration is supposed to be 1 mg. So I think there's a documentation error there. You can have a check on it. If you come back to your results slide, can you come to your results slide? Yeah, wait. Here. So can you see I've put 2 mg as 35 minutes mortality?
No, it is the concentration of the insecticide used.
That is your stock concentration. Stock concentration you prepared as 2 mg per ml, I understand. From that, when you take a volume of 0.5 ml, the concentration that is giving this results is 1 mg. It's not 2 mg. 0.5 ml from a stock concentration of 2 mg per ml will give you 1 mg concentration. That's one thing. Second thing is I'm surprised how increasing the concentration is increasing the mortality time.
Yes, sir, I have an answer for that. So I done another project in my entomology as a CA3 component in 3rd UG. So we went to a village, so we investigated with various farmers. They told that decrease in concentration of insecticide by diluting with more amount of water will have huge effect on the pests. So we investigated directly with them. So they told that lower concentration of insecticide by diluting with large amount of water will have a huge amount on various pests. They told that.
You mean the earthworms die faster?
It's not
than
possible.
Exactly.
The lower concentration, how will affect the particular insect or
More
particular
than the higher
pest
concentration.
or particular any animal? How it is possible?
That's a logical thing.
Don't say that as okay. So the lower concentration will not affect any insect or any organism. Okay.
Please validate, because logically I didn't understand how this would work out. So two things. One is the concentration thing. Second is with increasing concentration, your mortality time should decrease. It should be inversely proportional. Logically, right?
Yes, sir.
I did not get that part. So these two things. And next time you do an experiment, please take enough precautions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
To study about all this introduction because only 5 minutes is given to me. So I'll go on to the objectives. So the objective of my study is to determine the toxicity of malathion and glyphosate of Cyprinus scorpio, Coeca fish, to examine the sublethal effect of induced malathion and glyphosate on histopathological alteration in the vital organ. Test chemicals, I have used malathion, which is the pesticide, and the glyphosate, which is an herbicide, and both are organophosphorus. And this is a test animal, which is an ornamental fish, which because of their coloration, they usually used in Japan, as well as now we are very familiar with this fish in India too. So metals and method. Finger limbs of Cyprinus square carp with uniform size 7 to 8 centimeter was procured from Kolattur. The test organisms were brought to the laboratory in a plastic bags with least disturbance and were washed with 0.01% potassium permanganate solution to get rid of thermal infection. Biosciences tests were done to determine the 96 SARS LC50 value of the malathion and glyphosate of Cyprinus scorpio. The percentage of mortality was converted to probit by following the method Finney 1971. Sublethal concentration of malathion, 1/5 for 96 hours and is 7.2 mg per liter, and glyphosate is 13.2 mg per liter. Chronic toxicity tests for 30 days were carried out. Group 1 act as a control, Group 2 act as a malathion export fish, and Group 3 as a glyphosate export fish. And histopathological studies were carried out by using the Harris, hematose, xylene, exoeosin and mounted in DPX. These are the results and discussions. As we all know, histopathology proved to be a very effective methodology to estimate the health factor of fish and the entire aquatic ecosystem. Here, this is the muzzle, as I have done in muzzle, gills, liver and brain. First, I am going to show in muzzle. This is a normal fish muzzle, which shows a normal nucleus, everything, whereas the glyphosate and malathion used fish has shown the degeneration of muscle fiber, loss of muscular integrity and connective tissues and vascular degeneration. As we all know, the muscles are the first tissues which are directly affected by the pesticide, because muscles are exposed to the water very well. And this is the gills. We all know these gills in the normal, you can able to see normal primary lamella and secondary lamella, and white water can also see, whereas here it was degenerated and curved secondary lamellae are seen in the malathion and glyphosate used fishes, and the epithelial necrosis and degeneration of epithelium has been seen in the malathion and glyphosate used fishes. Liver, in the liver control features, we can able to see the homogeneous cytoplasm and the lost spherical nucleus, and the blood capillary vasculations are seen, whereas here we can able to see the conjunction and dilation of the sinusoid and degenerative nuclei, and the cytoplasmic vacuolation and vascular dilation were seen in the malathion and glyphosate treated fishes. Brain. The brain has shown a normal nuclear cells and with distinct nuclei and clear hippocampus, and normal brain morphology was seen in the slide, whereas in the glyphosate and the brain tissue we can able to see a degeneration of vacuolations and the degenerative changes and spectral areas and tissue degeneration have been clearly seen in the malathion and glyphosate used fishes. Summary, this study showed that the malathion and glyphosate are capable of inducing histopathological changes in muscle, liver, gills and brain tissues of koi carp fish. This alteration can be considered as a biomarker for the indication of pesticide pollution in aquatic ecosystem. The present study concludes that malathion and glyphosate are significantly effect on the non-targeted organism. This undesirable pesticide effect may lead to the degradation of the aquatic species and affecting the ecological system. Pesticide, especially the non-degradable one, even in a trace level affect the aquatic organisms. Hence, the fish could be considered as a bioindicator of pesticides contamination and thereby a tool for biomonitoring in aquatic system. Realizing the importance of aquatic ecosystem, the aquatic organism, we have to a considerable measure to conserve them. Therefore, the use of pesticides in various agricultural and non-agricultural landscape should be minimized, and leaching of pesticides and other pollutants into water body can be periodically monitored. Chemical wastage should not be disposed near water supply, or not waste material to be emptied in the sewer drain. As the pesticides are harmful chemicals, some natural remedies and biological method could be employed for controlling pests. This knowledge of fundamental toxicology and pathology process is not only important for regulation of chemicals that are potential aquatic pollutant, but also for the researchers who are involved in similar field of study. Thank you.
A good presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'd just like to know from where did you collect the specimens for your study?
Kolattur, ma'am.
It's a Koratur market where we can get the all aquatic fishes for ornamental fishes, mainly ornamental fishes, because my study is on the ornamental fishes. So I collected from Koratur.
Are there any fields nearby, agriculture fields?
No, actually, I have seen in Tiruvallur where we have the fields which uses the pesticides, and nearby there we have freshwater bodies. So there they cultivate this ornamental or any fishes. So indirectly or directly, these pesticides which they are used in the agricultural field, when they water, all this water body goes and mix with this water body, so obviously it affects the aquatic organism.
Where did you do the histopathology studies? You used a microtome or?
No, ma'am. I have done it because we don't have the microtome. So I went to lab and we have done there. As our college doesn't have that.
This is the ornamental fish only.
Yeah.
But how we are connected with the...
Actually, if you see the ornamental fishes, why I selected means as this can withstand pesticides. Actually, other fishes I have tried. Okay, this as a test fish I have taken, because mostly whatever the fishes we are using, these fishes mostly used for exporting. Okay, so the aquarium persons using handling these fishes. So indirectly it can affect the persons who are using these fishes. And one more thing is, I have used these ornamental fishes as a test animal. Test animal, because both of them has the same biochemical and histopathological studies.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I call upon Ms. Shafana Fatima. Sanitary napkins really safe? The urgent need to replace it with an eco-friendly one. She's the last participant for.
Good evening to one and all present here. I'm Shafana Fatima, first MSc Zoology of JBS College for Women, standing before you to present my project on are sanitary napkins really safe? The urgent need to replace it with eco-friendly ones. So, periods are girls' nightmare, and at that time the sanitary napkins acts as a knight in shining armor. But the truth is, we do not know the actual composition of the sanitary napkins. Most disposable tampons and pads and their packaging contain non-biodegradable and potentially toxic plastic and other synthetic materials. These non-organic cotton and rayon are known to contain pesticides and herbicides, including diuron, the chemical that the Environmental Protection Agency has dubbed as likely carcinogen and dioxin. It is a toxin in which the World Health Organization has linked to the immune system suppression, reproductive problems and also cancer. Since these items contain plastic which are non-biodegradable, it takes at least 500 to 800 years for each pad or a tampon to decompose. When incinerated, a common practice in some developing countries, these products release toxic fumes including carbon dioxide. Even the back strip of the sanitary napkin as well as the tampon applicators, they are made up of low density polyethylene, which are particularly damaging our planet. So the chemicals that are used in the sanitary napkins, the main one is the dioxin. It is a byproduct of chlorine bleaching process that is used in the manufacture of paper products including tampons, sanitary pads, panty liners and the diapers. HR 890 further pointed out that the effects of the dioxin are cumulative and the chemical may stay in the body for 20 years after exposure. The dioxin is also known as a human carcinogen. On average, a woman will have to use 12,000 to 17,000 disposable sanitary pads or tampons in her lifetime. So the methodology, my main motive was to
create two types of biodegradable sanitary napkins. One is the handmade eco-friendly sanitary napkins, and the other is the machine pressed. For the materials required for the development of the top sheet, I compared it within non-woven cotton fabric and the canvas paper. For the absorbent core, I use cotton cloth, parthi cotton rolls, cotton sheet, gel sheet, and for the antibacterial agent, I compared it with neem leaves and turmeric. For the barrier sheet, the biodegradable plastic sheet, and for fragrance, camphor. So the comparison of the materials for the development of the top sheet, non-woven cotton fabric and the canvas paper. When 5 ml of water was poured on the non-woven cotton fabric and similarly the canvas paper, the absorption was very quick. But in a non-woven cotton fabric, it was dry and very soft, whereas the canvas paper, the wetness stayed persistently. So from this, we chose non-woven cotton fabric as the top sheet. For the development of the absorbent core, in the absorbent core, we use cotton sheet, gel sheet, parthi cotton, cotton wool and the cotton sheet. In the other type, instead of parthi cotton, we kept cotton cloth. In both the types, the absorption was very quick, but because we used a cotton cloth, the wetness stayed persistently. It took time to get dried. So we decided to eliminate the parthi cotton and the cotton wool. The antibacterial agent, the extraction of neem and turmeric was done during the Sox-Lake extraction, ethanol extraction. On testing, we concluded that the turmeric extract was effective. The barrier sheet, it is to prevent the leakage, and the barrier sheet is used for the biodegradable plastic sheet. So testing the leakage proved, we created an artificial blood, and the test shows that there was no sign of leakage when the barrier sheet was folded into a cone and it was placed for 24 hours. Methodology, we placed the top sheet and then the absorbent core. The absorbent core had cotton sheet, gel sheet, cotton wool that is infused with the extract and the ethanol extract and the fragrance. The barrier sheet with non-woven cotton fabric was placed and it was ironed for the correct shape and texture, the final handmade product. This is machine press sanitary napkin. The same materials were used, but this was machine pressed, and in addition we also use anion strip sheet. The pressing machine is used for the proper closure and sterilizing machine, the final manufactured product. Our objective wise finding, we used a commercial sanitary napkins and we buried it in the ground for 3 months, and this was the image. Results, the two types of pad that was manufactured, we found that the machine press was more effective than the handmade. The absorption and the comfortability was more. Biodegradability tested on the commercial sanitary napkins by burying them underground for 3 months. It was found that only some part of the cotton has been degraded and the plastics were remaining. From this, I conclude that the study is exploratory and requires further replication. Investigation also provides new preliminary evidence and health efficacy and environmental sustainability. Quantification and cytotoxicity has to be carried out. Thank you.
That was a very good presentation.
Thank you.
The sheet that you used, the biodegradable plastic sheet that you used, what is the thickness? Which is available in the market, and
ma'am,
did you compare it to the
no,
one
ma'am,
which is available?
it needs to be further carried out, ma'am, the project.
Further studies has to be carried out. And how long could it, retain the retention time before it can leak? The retention time.
Can you repeat, ma'am?
The retention time
of what?
To prevent the leakage.
Uh-huh.
Probably you should check how long it can hold on to.
Like the machine pressed or the eco-friendly, which one?
The eco-friendly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just a suggestion. Now we are talking about menstrual cups and all that, no? Why did you come up with this? That's much more simpler and easier, no?
Yeah.
It's also eco-friendly.
Yeah.
It's very common these days, right?
Yes.
No, ma'am, like the materials were available for me for the like eco-friendly sanitary napkins, and from class to do handmade or eco-friendly sanitary napkins. So that made me to explore it or carry out this project.
On the whole, you yourself have decided and done it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
With the help of my guide also.
Thank you. Cloth. You can use a cloth instead of.
Yeah, we tried with cloth, but the cloth it won't get like when we used water, when we poured the water in the cloth was like it was continuously wet. It took a lot of time to get dried. So when the wetness persistently stay, then it may lead to the bacterial growth or the. Yes. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. To conclude, frontiers of biosciences in sustainable development. We are talking about sustainable development. Right from the time when Convention of Biological Diversity came into existence in the year 1992, and it was implemented in the year 1993 in December 29th. We are all talking about sustainability, and this conference is mainly for that. When you talk about sustainability, the three goals of the convention were for conservation of biodiversity, number 2 for sustainable development, and number 3 is fair and equitable sharing of benefits. Here in this presentation, we found that they have shared the knowledge, all the 6 participants who had participated in this or presented their papers have shared their ideas as well as their knowledge as to what has been done by them and how it can lead to a sustainable development. Right from the beginning, we have seen about air pollution, the different aspects of the present scenario that we are all facing. Till the last, that is, they talked about air quality, then about microplastics, that is a very, very common area which has been spoken these days. Then about heavy metal contamination, then about the pesticides. 2 of them have spoken about pesticides, and the last person spoke about eco-friendly napkins. So when we look into all these things, we are all talking a lot about what can be done to the ecosystem, but are we really able to enforce it? That's a major question we have to ponder upon. Each and every title which you have seen today, topic which you have seen today, they all talk about we have to do these things, we have to do these things. There is possibility of these heavy metals there, and lot of pesticides are there which are affecting the organisms and things like that. But how are we going to control it? I leave it to you all, and I really appreciate all the participants for presenting the work that they have done in a very, very abstractive and good manner. Thank you. I'd like to thank all the organizers for giving me an opportunity to chair this session. Thank you.
On behalf of PG and Research Department of Zoology, I would like to thank Dr. Anandi Rachel Livingston, Dr. Raja and Dr. Jasmine Shahina for conducting the proceedings session smoothly. I also thank all the participants of paper presentation for their enthusiastic and active participation and presentation. I also thank the audience for making the session interactive. Once again, I thank you one and all. I request Dr. Fauzia, Assistant Professor, PG and Research Department of Zoology, to kindly hand over the mementos to Dr. Anandi, Chairperson, and Dr. Raja, Co-Chair, and Rapporteur, Dr. Jasmine Shahina.
We shall move to the next and the final session for the day. Mr. Parasuraman Padmanabhan, Deputy Director, Translation Neuroscience, Center for Neuroimaging Research, Singapore. He'll be joining us through the Cisco WebEx platform. Now, I call upon Mrs. Asifa Ahmed, Assistant Professor from the PG and Research Department of Zoology, to introduce the speaker.
Assalamu alaikum. And good evening to one and all present here. On behalf of the management, principal staff and students of the Postgraduate and Research Department of Zoology, JBS College for Women, Chennai, I extend a hearty welcome to our honorable speaker for this session, Dr. Parasuraman Padmanabhan, Deputy Director, Translational Neuroscience, Head of Operation, Center for Neuroimaging Research at Nanyang Technological University, Imaging Probe Development Platform, IPDP, Research Sciences, RASS, Lee Kong Chian School of Medicine, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. He is holding the esteemed position as the Deputy Director, Lee Kong Chian School of Medicine till date. He was the Vice President, Biopharma Training Institute Private Limited, Singapore. Dr. Padmanabhan sir also held the esteemed positions as the Director, Bioimaging Center, PWG Genetics Private Limited. He is also served as a Research Manager, Translational Molecular Imaging Group, Bioimaging Consortium, the SBI. Sir has also held honorable positions as the visiting scientist at Cornell University, Ithaca, USA, and senior scientist in environmental biotechnology at NERI CSIR, Nagpur, India. Dr. Padmanabhan sir was also the distinguished adjunct professor, research consultant, and visiting professor at esteemed universities and institutes. He has a remarkable contribution as the editor in peer-reviewed journals, reviewer in international peer-reviewed journals. His current research interests include cognitive neuroimaging, multimodal molecular imaging, regenerative medicine, drug discovery, nanomedicine, viral-mediated gene delivery, and biomedical optics. Our honorable speaker is also the member of various reputed professional bodies and societies. He has the excellent credit of being abroad. Dr. Padmanabhan sir has an interesting research experience in significant fields such as molecular biology, cell culture, and microbial genetics. To his credits, he has an interesting over peer. Dr. Padmanabhan has won the prestigious Young Investigator Award and Young Scientist Travel Award at Missouri, USA. He has many patents and has contributed enormously in international and national conferences, workshops, and invited lectures. Dr. Padmanabhan sir has organized and chaired workshops and conferences both at the international and national level. Adding to his innumerable credits, he has excellent citations in prestigious journals, in the Science magazine. I now request our honorable speaker for the Parasuraman Padmanabhan to kindly take over the session and deliver the talk on a technological approach for neurodegenerative diseases, special reference to Alzheimer's. I welcome one and all present here. Thank you.
Start, sir. Okay. I think you have too many systems on. Maybe your computers are near to the speaker, I think. Okay. All right. So, audible to everyone? Hello. I'm
Yes, sir.
okay. Okay. So, good evening to everyone. My time is here going to be now. It is 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. And first of all, I'm glad to thank the committee. Thank you. Rahman Saeed, Mr. Rahman Saeed, and Dr. Abdul Aziz, the co-convener of the meeting, Dr. Ramulatan, and organizing secretary, Dr. B. Sullivan. All the other, I would also like to thank all the organizing members who are with this meeting. So today, I want to discuss, I want to share my experience on the non-technological approach which we implemented in the disease Alzheimer's disease. There are several approaches in degenerative diseases, but fundamentally, the whole industry is and so new aggressive medicine for the disease. And we are also in the process of trying to find ways of treatments for the diseases, especially in diseases. And I want to talk about the disease of the introduction of concept of medical disease, how this is always Jesus. And the second thing that I want to share is that this is the home. And there are the structure of the principle and the stage is not I would like to add to usually come this which which you know important to understand Pratap is philosophy. So whatever animal mating techniques, law, which why it is important to have to do such a kind of research. So here I'm thinking that the law have to also because this is about nanotechnology or health because of nanotechnology new technique which has been practiced by our ancestors. But those days, God is a different way. So God is a humble. So technology can say that it's not control of the nanotechnology without people having documentation on it. And also we are appreciated the change of systems. But now, because of the economy is slow, growing as a carbon like anything, and we are seeing different results but you there is a basic ratio, which is improving in terms of nature. Right? If you take actually 2000, making electrical vehicle, which has completed, I have research in Nigeria, not using is explaining what was the improvement and whatever the connected diseases using diseases of the mind. So now, because of this awareness, understanding of the connected disease-inducing genes, we can able to in the bioinformatics systems, which are even the most organized by making it able to find understandable. So generally, the result is different is the long
So what it is good for? It helps to indicate the merger of biological research with various fields of nanotechnology. The concepts that are enhanced through nanobiology include nano devices, nanoparticles, and nanoscale phenomena that occurs within the discipline of the nanotechnology. So everybody try to, come up with something. We call it as a functionalization of the nanomaterial. The nanomaterial itself is not at all sufficient to deliver something or diagnose something or treat something, but we need to have some kind of a surface enhancement, and that is what everybody is aiming and aim to put it into the living system. I don't want to say the human being, because when we do the translational medicine, so we have to test and go through the several phases, start with the rodents, that means small animal, and move to the larger animal like monkey, and finally we have to conclude, and that is what we call it as a clinical trial. In terms, we have to test in several phases. That's why the clinical trials has been divided into 4 phases. Clinical trial 1. So the association of the biotechnology and nanotechnology, it has that, you see that nanotechnology and biotechnology, you see that there are many things, the genetic, protein, engineering, drug development, biopharmaceuticals,
we know it is the biological. Because in those days, 50 years ago, if you remember you talk about the lyrics in the lab and the description explained, you see that it was the country in India. There are several scientific
To understand the molecular biological aspect of the any given sample or any given genes. And nanotechnology, it is also important to understand how the structural engineering, biosensing, diagnostics, which are the key to understand the nanotechnology. So that when combined together, it is nanobiology. On the other hand, I want to say we have a next the next platform in biotechnology. That is now we call it as all mixed together. It is called genomics, proteomics, and also transcriptomics. Now we are talking about single cell transcriptomics. All mixed together is the biotechnology. And then the sensors and molecular diagnostics, which is the key to understand or disease. So that's why it is very important. And the next one, the most important objective in nanotechnology, which is the nano tools, which is relevant to medical or biological problems. So why? Ultimately, if you are doing something, it should be beneficial to the mankind. That's what we call it as bench to bedside. The basic research always happen in the bench side, and also it should be translated and it should be used by the clinics. So that is called the bedside. And biochemical principles that are used to understand the material properties of the biological system are central in nanotechnology, because those some same principles are to be used to create new technologies. Because see, for example, so you are using something which you want to detect, or which you want to identify some disease biomarkers. So you have to understand the biological principles first, and then on the base you have to make the other modifications. And material properties and applications studied in bionanoscience, including mechanical, electrical, electronic. So this is all the common thing I want to emphasize, how it is useful in other field as well. So again, this is the nano devices. If you see that there are like a tennis ball, the size that is a 10 to the power of 8, that is in size. That's what the basically we call it as. If we go down further, the water molecule is in nanometers, which is a 10 to the power of -1. And at the same time, if you look into the small molecule, especially 1 nanometer. So now, so biology, for those who are the biologists, how you understand the biology? So I say, simply I want to call it up, just you understand the cellular physiology, that's it. So one cell. So cell is the fundamental unit of any living organism. That is the textbook definition. But if you go in, look into the detail of the cellular organelles, so each organelle has the property to deliver the job, correct? So even if you call it as the ribosome, which is called the protein machinery, if you talk about the Golgi, which is secretory in function. So if you talk about the energy, which is mitochondria. So what it means, if you understand well about the system, especially the biology of a single cell, you can able to do anything in principle. So that's why, for example, you want to target something, so you have to take, which organ you have to target. Now we have a, because of the genome project, you can understand further what are the molecular mechanisms, how the TCA cycle operates, how the ATP is get released, and what is the relative oxygen species which are produced by the cell, whether it is a harmful or whether it is balanced. So there are many biosensors inside the cell, which in turns control the entire physiological activity. So here, why I put this is the relative size of the cell and their components, so which is very important to understand and want to deliver the things, particularly when you are targeting some disease biomarkers. So here the LKC medicine. So I belongs to the LKC medicine, Lee Kuan Chin School of Medicine, which is a translational research platform. Because the medical school or the school or the university, basically they plan for the translational research approach in the biology. The reason is very simple. Because ultimately the biology what we going to discover, which should be beneficial to the human. So that's why here we have many institutions in Singapore. A Star, NTU is our one. Imperial College and CELSI. CELSI is the environmental. They are working on majorly on the biofilms, how it will be, affecting in the even the wound healing process, even in the environmental, the water bodies, and also there are departments like a developmental biology, structural biology, sequencing technologies, and metabolomics, because all omics we need to have to try to understand the things. And in our, the school, we are focusing on 4 different diseases. One is the metabolic disease, because it is very common. In any, India is prone to, the diabetic disease, because most of the people, they are suffering by the metabolic disease, and neuroscience and mental health, which is also very important. That's why I am chosen the disease is Alzheimer, an infectious disease, which is very important in even now. Just now we are a little bit free because of the pandemic just ended. I don't want to say ended, but still we should be very cautious. And another one is the dermatology and skin biology or inflammation related studies. So this is our research program. So we are very particular and we are running it. The translational neuroscience program, that's what I said, that there are buzzwords. Translational science means anything you are doing at the bench level, especially in the laboratory setting, in the law, even in the colleges, which can be taken further into preclinical and clinical, and it translated to the clinics. And here we are working on the disease like Alzheimer, TBI, the traumatic brain injury, the stroke model, schizophrenia, depression, anxiety, and suicide. Because every year approximately 500 people were, doing committing suicide. So it is very important to understand why this kind of mental agony people are going on and how it can be remediated. So this is our challenges as a translational neuroscience program, and that is what we are focusing on, and how the nanotechnology can be applied on these diseases. That is the question. And the neuroscience and mental health theme, which has different the PIs, principal investigators, and so we have international academic partners like Imperial College London, Karolinska Institute, and other institutions. And LKC Medicine Translational Neuroscience to Translational Imaging Platform, which is the key now. So that they're saying what seeing is the very effective, and it is believable. You can believe what you are seeing is believed. So that's what. And since Singapore radio pharmaceutical thing, because that's what I said, I'm going to introduce many buzzwords. But the cyclotron, everybody, we are talking about how the atom can be broken. So here in the cyclotron we have, so we just bombard the molecules and we get positrons, not electrons. So for example, electron is negatively charged, the positron is positively charged, we get some positron emitting radioisotopes, which emits radiation. So I will come back later on how that will be helpful in diagnosing the neurodegenerative disease. And research collaborations, because we have Institute of Mental Health, we have National Neuroscience Institute, we have a Defense Science Organization, we have a Duke NUS department. So these are all in order to understand why we are involved in the science and what we are doing. That is in nutshell I want to bring it. Especially we are very particular about the translational very particular of the early disease or early biomarking or early identification of the diseases. So here, the translational neuroscience program, what we focus is the translation that I mentioned, bench to bedside. But at the same time, there are two ways of doing the translational research. So one is the reverse translation. That means you straight away apply something into the human being and you can perform the rest of the experiment in the downstream, and you will understand how this is behaving in the animals and human being first and to the animal. In that case, it should be harmless, the harmless material. Otherwise, you cannot perform that kind of reverse translation, which is very rare. Only 5% of reverse translation is going on throughout the world. So the next one is the thing is we try to I don't know why my thing is not working. 1 minute. I'll find out. Okay. Okay. The background. So there are 47 million people. So the dementia in the worldwide, and out of that 47 million, 60 to 80% of the people having Alzheimer's disease. So now we are, this disease, everybody, there is a loss of cognition, because that means you cannot even remember what you have done in the past. So which is, very important to understand the pathophysiology. So if you see the pie chart, you see that Alzheimer's disease is the 60 to 80% of the world population is, suffering out of the dementia. And death from AD increased to 123%. Why? Because, there is no proper treatment option. But today, someone is, affected by Alzheimer's disease, and tomorrow another person is ordered. By the way, instead of 100%, it gone beyond the level. And the person, those who are doing in the mental health, especially on the neurodegenerative disease, they should commit on how to control this kind of diseases. The number of older people, so because it is normally after 50 or after 60, this kind of diseases will happen to the person. And again, the amyloid cascade hypothesis, what it says, because the beta secretase and alpha secretase, which is play a crucial role, and finally A beta 40 and 42, the accumulation will happen. So this fibrillation, or normally how it happens, there is a process called fibrillation. So once the fibrillation happens, and it is very difficult, and it is keep on adding this deposition of the amyloid beta inside the cell. That means the mitochondria will lose the function. That means the mitochondrial dysfunction will happen, and finally the person will get affected, and slowly it will increases. It never decreases. But we don't have a defined the medication for this. That is why everybody is trying to put their efforts to reverse the disease. And this is what I mentioned. There is a 3-phase in Alzheimer's disease, which are called lag phase. So where the amyloid aggregation process starts, and the elongation phase, and another one is the plateau phase, so which is the saturation phase, where we cannot able to intervene and help the patient to reverse the disease. And we are lucky to have few molecules we recently developed using curcumin. Curcumin, you know that it is from the turmeric, and we are in the phase, about to launch the clinical trial. So we are very proud of it, and we'll see how it goes in the future. But that data I'm not presenting here due to the confidentiality and other things. So next, the AD, the amyloid approach, current clinical treatment. So there is no too late to stop AD progression, and the molecular probes that can detect amyloid. So that's what we are trying to have molecular probes that able to stop the disease in near future. So the developmental of multimodal nanoprobes. Here I want to throw some of our research, what we are doing here and what we have done and published. And here, so the concept is, I think being a biologist, so we are the triploplastic animals, right? Triploplastic in nature during the developmental phase, because we have ectoderm, endoderm, and mesoderm, correct? So during the developmental phase, the brain and other skin all develop in the same fashion. I think it is by mesodermal origin. So what exactly we want to do, and we want to sample in the skin, tissue, and other organs in order to understand the pathophysiological condition of the Alzheimer's disease. So why? Because this deposition always happens in the brain. You cannot sample the tissue from the brain. So in order to understand, so you have to know some way, where exactly this person is going to get the amyloid. That is the one option. Or the other option would be already the amyloid deposited person who lost his, the remembrance, whatever he did. So the dementia, that kind of person should be sampled to some skin and other places, and we should at least know whether these things can even appears in the the peripheral region of the body. So that is for that reason we want to develop skin and the brains are connected in several ways. The cutaneous amyloid spread other organs including brain or vice versa. So we don't know the dynamics, how it happens. Either it comes from the brain, or earlier it can be synthesized under the beneath the skin, and it may be passed through the blood-brain barrier, and it reaches to the brain where it got deposited in due course. So in order to understand that there are skin and brain are closely connected, so many neuropeptide originate from skin, and brain amyloid spreads towards the skin. This is the concept with, and we are working towards, and we are successful, and we are halfway, and even we are developing a handheld Raman device to detect the amyloid through the skin. That's what we are under the phase. And this is a biocompatible nanoprobes, how we can make it. And we want to understand the basic, the principle, whoever is reported so far, we want to test using the nanoprobes. So for that reason, we synthesize the biocompatible nanodots, that is a carbon nanodots, so which we want to use, like to inject into the animal, the age-old control. That means we have several, our animal facility has several, animals, including humanized transgenic animal models. So what is the humanized transgenic animals? The human genome introduced into the animal That means a particular, for in our case, the amyloid, the precursor producing gene, which has been introduced in the zygote stage. That means this transgenic animal will express amyloid disease when it grows 6 months. As you know, the mouse, the age is 24 months. But this kind of transgenic animals are very humanized. Transgenic animals are very good to understand the pathophysiology of human in short span of time, because you cannot experiment the human, and you cannot wait for 60 years to sample the human tissue, and or you can some cadaver, for those who are already deceased, that person died, you can kind of remove the organ and you can test. But we have such kind of facility as well. We have a brain bank in our facility, the whole brain, the deceased person, those who are signed, and that also the autopsy has been done, and we have that brains for our study as well. But we all concluded even our curcumin molecule through the human brain slices, and finally we concluded this molecule is great. So here the thing is that once the carbon nanodots has been synthesized, you should go through the several phases, like how you can size distribution you have to measure, whether you have to put it into the cell line. Before that, you have to optical properties of the particular nanoparticle or nano dots here, and what is the excitation emission range, whether it is suitable for doing some optical imaging. All these things should be, the characterization should be done. That is the protocol, right? This is the kind of everybody has to do this kind of characterization before understanding the particle. And finally, and we have to put it into the cell line, which should be of the cancer if you want to target. Otherwise, you can normal cell also you can put, whether the endocytosis, because we know that this particle are nano, the level, because very small particles. So normally the physiological process, we call it as endocytosis. That by means of endocytosis, the particle will enter and it start giving the signals. So that's what we are deducting, and finally we have to put. So in our case, especially because we need to understand whether these I shown you the lag phase and all these three phases, and finally you need to understand whether the deposit is happening, or the deposit is happened already. You just form like a here in this case the fibrillation process. This is electron microscopy process, the pictures. Then you have to put your particle and incubate and see whether the fibrillation is dissociating. That means we want to reverse the disease, right? So there is a one golden assay for the entire thing, which is called thiaflavin assay, which is called THT assay. So by that way, you have to understand whether inhibition is happening or not. So that is what we did, and we are finally successful. This is how the conjugation. Then you have to now inhibition is happening. Okay, that means we need to conjugate them with other things. How fast you can make it very successful. This is what we are doing here. And in vitro labeling and fibrils. I think this slide is not visible. Maybe I don't know. Then design of nanoprobes. Again, this is not enough. Actually, we are not satisfied with the carbon nanodots, because it is not really inhibiting, and also there is no evidence. There is no direct evidence how we can able to document, because we need a direct evidence for such things. Then only you can translate them. For that reason, so we developed a gold nanoparticles. Everybody develops gold nanoparticles. So what these the really speciality of our gold nanoparticle? So there are the Raman designated dyes available in you just the Raman this Raman technique is very famous, and if you have a gold nanoparticle, and how to develop this surface plasma. Actually, Raman is very good for the surface plasmon. So the surface plasmon testing, there are several Raman designated dyes. So we selected the rose Bengal. So what is the specialty of the rose Bengal? When we searched the literature and we understood that it has the property of enhancing the signal of the rose Bengal when the amyloid beta binds with the rose Bengal. So it's a fantastic phenomenon what we observed, and I will be show you the cartoon soon. Then what we normal protocol we optimized as you saw earlier. Then we move to the characterization, the same thing. It's same absorption, how it is shifting, and also we have to know the zeta potential, how it changes. The zeta potential is very good. Why we are doing? If you are like surface enhancing or the modification you are doing, the zeta potential is the only way to understand whether the potential of the molecule is there. Any functionalization you will understand. Then we use the Raman spectrum. There is a strong CERS effect, especially for two major peaks located at the 1490 and 16,171. And this is what we want. And that way we will see in a real situation. What we did was, then we put on the cell, then we did the all kinds of the MTTSA, because cell toxicity will be detected using the MTTSA, which is a very basic. In other words, we are testing the mitochondrial function, because once you put this particle inside the endocytosis happening, then whether the particle is really damaging the internal organelles of the cell, because the one good way is the mitochondrial function. If the mitochondrial function is disturbed, then that cell is going to die soon. So that is whether it is toxic or not. That is what MTTSA it infer to you. So by the way, then we just kind of the interaction between gold nanoparticle and A beta. So you see the cartoon, there is the molecule always the vibration of this um, uh, the A beta, the restriction. You see the left side and right side. So if the A beta is in the free state and the rose Bengal, which is reacting, so nothing, without reaction, nothing will happen. But at the same time, it binds with the rose Bengal, the vibration of the molecule will be stopped. By the way, you will get the signal enhancement. That is why this technique is called surface enhanced Raman spectroscopy. By the way, it's a surface plasmon. Even you can use a very low sample, even picomolar level, you can able to detect this molecule binding. So this is what the inference we had, the binding, how it is reduced the signal and all. And also we did the fluorescence imaging. It's a protocol, so you have to do it. And finally, we use the ex vivo sample of the several brain slices. Here you see on the top panel the THT stained brain slices, which is the golden standard. And the low panel, you see that with the rose Bengal gold nanoparticles, and you see that there are several months old humanized transgenic animals, starting from the three months, 6 months. You see that 7 months, 9 months, which show there is a binding in the brain slices, which clearly indicates that the probe is definitely binding. This is the ex vivo sample. So before we get into the in vivo arrangements, we have to do this. That's what it is. And again, the Raman mapping. So you can do that. The Raman mapping here, you see the different control and transgenic animal, which is clearly showing the binding of the rose Bengal. So here again, this is the how the activated microglia upregulated in the Alzheimer's disease. So here I want to bring it one thing. There is a mitochondria has the TSPO, sorry, not mitochondria, say microglia. Microglia is a one type of brain cells. It always, if any inflammation in the brain, these cells will be, the indicator. Immediately it bring the inflammation. So what it means, so every microglial cell in the brain, which has the protein called TSPO, if the TSPO protein is get activated, that means inflammation is there. So get activated, that means the inflammation will be seen, that immediately the person will be, psychosis, or sometime he may not be able to remember the task, what he has to do, or he cannot able to remember what he did in the past. So this kind of the microglial activation is very important to understand the pathophysiology of the Alzheimer's disease patients. So that is what this is the activated microglia, which is upregulated in the brain, and also the activated microglia here. I want to put, because there are several methods to detect in the human or in the animals and also in the human. But there should be a definite method how you can able to document, or you can able to understand how much is the load of this, the amyloid deposition in the brain. So that technique is called positron emission tomography. It is like MR, this is the camera, there is a defined camera. So when you inject the radioactive material, I mentioned before, there is a cyclotron. So what here, this cyclotron producing radioactive tracer, I want to call tracer or ligand. Here you can call it as a ligand, because the ligand will bind with a specific molecule. So when you are developing such kind of ligand, how you can make it, for example, the carbon 11 or fluor 18, fluorinated version of fluorine 18. So this kind of molecules will be bombarded in the cyclotron. So when they bombard, normally the outer, the shell of the molecule, which has the electron, which one electron will be expelled out during the process. That means that atom, instead of carrying the negative charge, it will be turned to the positive charge. So that means that labeled molecule which emits radioactivity, because it was bombarded in the cyclotron and it become a radioactive. But the radioactive molecule, how long it will sustain, or the half-life of the particular radioactive, the bombarded molecules, which only has fluoride in case only 110 minutes. In carbon 11, which is only 20 minutes. So such kind of the positron emitters will be injected into the human. Animal, first we test in the animals, but later there are several, whatever the listed here, which are, like the ligands which is available now, and C11, even the raclopride, and even deprenyl, all these molecules, which is having a half-life of 20 minutes, which will be injected. So how it behaves? If once you inject it into the body, our body is made up of electron. So now we are injecting positron. The positrons are positively charged. So it will get into the bloodstream and it binds with the correct biomarkers, what exactly we are targeting. That biomarker already has the negative charge. So these positrons go and bind with the negatively charged atom, because this is a positively charged. So it combines and annihilates, and it produces 511 electron kilo electron voltage. That voltage will be captured in the camera, which is nothing but the crystals which is grown. It's a silica, it's a crystals which grown, and it arranged in the several rings which will collect the images. I will show you in a minute. So this is the how the images will looks like. There are several, the radioligands has been developed, and these are all the radioligands and which you can able to understand the pathophysiological condition of the brain. There are several, it is all based on the disease. So now this is the molecular imaging biomarker candidate for neuroinflammation. For example, if you want to have neuroinflammation of your brain, especially the given or testing person, so you can inject DAA 1106 and you can do the imaging. So the PET camera, especially positron emission tomography. Even in India nowadays, they are started doing it, but it is only the FDG PET. FDG means fluorinated deoxyglucose, which labels wherever there are metabolism. That means the glucose will binds with the entire body. Even you can see the brain, you can see the entire body organs. But what is the specialty of that? This will bind more with the metabolically active tissues. That means cancer. If anybody is having a cancer, FDG will be injected, and FDG will home into the cancer tissue. By the way, it will be trapped. It is not, once it is get into the tissue, it won't come out because it get trapped. Because what it is a biosimilar kind of thing. But what the tissue thinks, it is a real glucose, but it is a glucose analog where the glucose 6 phosphate, that stage, it won't enter into it never enter into the TCA cycle. Instead of that, it get trapped in the tissue. By the way, the more, that means it accumulates lot because of the metabolically active tissue. By the way, only the people, the doctor can interpret because this person is having a cancer in this area. So that means the metabolically active tissue will consume more the FDG, fluorinated deoxyglucose. So the similar way, the molecular imaging biomarker candidate, even this molecule is taken and they will label with the different C11, F18, even iodine 125, because iodine 125 is the low energy molecule. Is the energy is only 25 kilo electron voltage. So what it is good for, there are gamma cameras. The gamma camera will capture it. What is a gamma camera? Which is called single photon emission computer tomography. So that kind of things, we have all these things. I am head of operation of one of the imaging center, which is called Cognitive Neuroimaging Center. I'm sitting in my center and all the staff were left. So this is what we develop. And finally, so you can take the brain slices of the XYO sample, autopsy samples. So we have a brain bank. What we does, we just even take the 100 micron slices of the human real tissue because it is stored in the -20. Then we add the probe what we have synthesized. The similar thing what I shown earlier, which is the surface enhanced Raman spectroscopy. We use the animal brains. The similar way, we use the autopsy human brain and we try with the radioactive molecules, the ligands. That's what you are seeing here. And the similar way, we can, the post-mortem sample autoradiography of the the Alzheimer diseased person when we use the DAA 1106, what we have shown earlier. So this is what the thing. Then the small animal PET neuroinflammation model. Normally we use the mouse model. What you are seeing here, the panels on the left side is the mouse brain, and also this other side you are seeing a graph which is called the time activity curve. So what is the time activity curve? Because these images are dynamic images. So the moment we inject any compound, we capture the image, start capturing the image. What happened in due course, during the phase of one hour, how the pharmacodynamics of the injected compound behaves in the body. that can be collected in the camera, and finally we will plot as a graph. So what will be the 0 minutes, then how the time goes on, how it get cleared the biologically, because when you inject the radioactivity, if it stays in the body, which is dangerous, so somehow it should be get excreted. So that's why, even though the half-life is very small, but we do care the radioactivity is the radioactivity. So for that reason, how it get cleared in the body, especially excreted through kidneys. So that we will watch over a period of the time. The whole body dose distribution, which we call it as a biodistribution, which is very important in order to understand the molecules what you develop for the translational platform. Again, this is the DA1106. You see that on the left hand side and the right hand side, which is the control as well as the diseased person. The control person is perfectly, you see the occupancy of the particular, the deposition, and you differentiate from that. And also the amyloid, the human, there are many ligands has been developed from 2006, 2007, 2009. I think this chemistry is not really needed for you. This is the first generation amyloid radioligand, which has been synthesized by the Pittsburgh University. That's why it is called Pittsburgh compound. This is the first compound ever synthesized and used the cyclotron. So by the way, it has been established in 2002, and also there are many compounds, the developments on further, and now this is the one of the like a golden standard. If any new molecule they develop, they use the Pittsburgh compound as a the standard compound to inject into the body, and finally they will compare how the drug, or how the occupancy, or how it is different from the original one. And this is also another thing, the first thing, the AV45, the fluorobetapir, and also this is the PET image, what you are seeing. You see clearly if it is more red means it is more affected tissue. So that is what it is. And also there are second generation amyloid tracers and radioligand. And we are fortunate to have this 2009. So we are collaborating with all the time the Nobel Prize is given this institute, because this is a medical college and the hospital. Purely they does only the medicine development as well as the patient care. So this we developed this compound with AstraZeneca in 2009, and I am in this field more than 20 years, 22 years, starting from Stanford and moved to Singapore in 2006. From onwards, I'm the part of Karolinska, as well as because my boss is from Karolinska, and I'm working in a collaborative way. And this AstraZeneca compound, how they considering the time. So I want to just to say how the drug discovery happens. So the medicinal chemistry, for example, target identification, lead identification. If I can talk even 2 hours about this, because the drug discovery is the main thing. It may take 15 to 20 years, even if you are inventing some molecule. That molecule has to go, the initial stage is the medicinal chemistry. They synthesize millions of compounds, and finally it will go to the high throughput screening. After that, there we have to choose the target, what for you are synthesize this kind of nanoparticle or molecule or small molecule. Then you have to have the lead identification, whether these molecules are really performing well. Then you have to move on to the binding affinity, how much it binding. For that, you need to test in the cell, because in vitro mechanism is very important. But at the same time, in vitro, if you are getting six-fold increase, and then you will see at least two-fold in the animal model. Then move on to mouse animal model. You have to perform the toxicology studies where you can understand whether this molecule is really suitable of taking further. Then you have to do the precursor radio, the QC, because quality is very important. Because if you inject the unlabeled compounds, we call it as a mass effect. The mass effect means the whole chemical will kill you, because if you are not labeled, the purpose of this chemical is, it will bind everywhere. So that is a targeting moiety should go and bind to the particular biomarker. That is why. Then we have to move on to the other things. So this is the then large animals. Then finally we have to move on to the human. The human, we have 4 trials. So we have to first you test on the healthy volunteers and see there is no effect. Then finally the fourth one is the auditing. So invariably you have to test them globally. There is no issue with the race, because we have to test with the different race. But Singapore is good on that peak, because we have Malay, we have the Chinese, we have Indians, and also we have all the Europeans here in one place. This Singapore is, even though small country, which is very suitable for doing such kind of drug development. And this is what we developed, and finally the AZD 2184 amyloid PET ligand, and also the second one also, which is really remarkable. And you see, we tested in the Alzheimer patient and also healthy volunteers, and you see the two different panels, the Alzheimer patient panel and healthy volunteer panel, and you could able to see the amyloid load in the brain. In order to show further, you see the Alzheimer patient, we have tested in many patients in order to, 101 and 110, that patient were listed, and healthy volunteer, you see the lower panel. So the amyloid, the whatever the ligand we synthesized and we successfully demonstrated clinically, and it was in use now, and people are really diagnosed well using this radio tracer. And this is what happens. This is the real, I think 3D, but it is not working. So this one is really the amyloid load. The patient came with the amyloid, diagnosed amyloid. Then we injected into the body. Then finally it crossed the blood-brain barrier. That is also key. The ligand you develop, we should be below 400 Dalton. Then only it will cross the blood-brain barrier. So barrier. This is what the amyloid load of the completely affected person. We got the image through the positron emission tomography. Now we have another marmoset consortium here in our facility, in animal facility, NTU, Riken, and another CIEA, which is from Japan, and we have centralized the facility in Japan. So those who are growing the marmoset, the marmosets are New World monkeys, which is behave like a human. They have siblings and they play with the siblings, and they always live as a colony. That means a family. So that's why we are now moving towards the marmoset testing. The drug will be tested, and finally we will test on the, instead of monkey, we will test in the New World monkeys, and we will conclude whether this process is going on. Now we are developing a colony in association with the Riken and CIA. And also, I would like to acknowledge my mentor, Prof. Balash. Balash is the Nobel Prize committee member, and Christopher Haldin, who is the expert in radiochemistry. He has 2/3 of the world radio traces in his laboratory at Karolinska Institute. And also, I would like to thank Sajjaj Rada, who is the NMRC director of the MRC director, Medical Research Council in UK. And I fortunate to have as a mentor in Singapore Bioimaging Consortium. I would like to thank Prof. David Townsend, who is the inventor of PET-CT. And he is also, I worked with him. He is my mentor as well. And also another mentor, Dr. Sam Gambhir, who is the director of MIPS in Stanford. So, and my colleague, Dr. Paul Murugan, molecular imaging program at Stanford. Thank you, one and all. Thank you. Any questions? I am happy to take. Yeah. Hello.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So due to paucity of time, we will be emailing you the questions. The questions are here with us. We'd like to conclude the session by the vote of thanks by Dr. Asif Ahmed. It was a wonderful experience, sir. It was a wonderful talk, actually. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir. It gives me immense pleasure to propose a vote of thanks today for this session. Respected sir, your enlightening and very interesting talk on nanotechnology in association with biotechnology has definitely given a great insight into translational research strategic measures, including different aspects of biosciences and neurosciences. Getting to know the amazing properties and functions of nanoparticles and nanoparticles and the aspects of nanotechnology in the detection of dementia and treatment of Alzheimer's evoked a keen sense of interest in academics. So the wonderful combination of translational neurosciences with neuroimaging procedures encompassing the novel and non-invasive therapeutic treatment measures for various degenerative disorders is definitely a tremendous field of medical research and innovation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, ma'am. So, sir, I will get back to you with the calls.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think your device, some device, on, because you keep one device on, not many devices. Because of that, it is echoing. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, I'll call you back in another 10 minutes. Thanks a lot for joining the virtual meetings.